Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see what if Harry Potter was overpowered shadow sorcerer. Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry James Potter walked out of the workshop and towards the exit. He felt different, very different from the boy who entered Old Man Belgrath's shop. He now accepted his heritage and powers. No longer was he unsure as to who he was. No longer was he swayed by the opinion of the public. As his station demands, he was a sorcerer, shadow sorcerer, walker of the road of magic, and of the road of sorcery. His mind has finally connected with his heart, and both hummed in harmony, granting him powers that he considered only a dream, a fantasy. But most of all, it granted him an identity that he would no longer hide to the public. He was determined to walk out of this shop, not as Harold Evans, a middle-aged wizard of scholarly pursuits, but Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw, a shadow sorcerer who wished nothing but to acquire knowledge to expand his own powers for the greater good of mankind. Harry stopped when he was about to exit the shop. He realized that he hadn't paid the old coot yet. Due to all the excitement and revelation, he forgot that the old sorcerer was running a business. He turned around and walked towards the workshop. He opened the door, and was about to call him out when he noticed that no one was around. Confused, Harry entered the room and looked around. There weren't any other doors, so it's impossible for the old man to go anywhere else. Well, impossible wouldn't be the right word to use. After all, why would an immortal sorcerer need a door? However, the old coot shouldn't leave the shop unattended. After all, this was Nocturn Alley, for Merlin's sakes. Thieves make a living here both night and day. He was about to leave when he saw an envelope on the floor. It wasn't there before, so how in the world did it get there? Shrugging, Harry pointed a hand towards the envelope and summoned it. Once the envelope was in his hand, he flipped it over and saw that it was addressed to him. Lord Harry James Potter, Shadow Sorcerer. Confused as to why Belgrath had to leave a letter for him when he could just talk to him in person. Shrugging again, he walked to the center of the room, absent-mindedly banishing the shards of broken glass and the shattered teacup with a wave of his hand. Concentrating for a bit, he translocated the couches and table back to its original position before taking a seat. He opened the envelope and pulled out a folded piece of parchment. He unfolded it and started to read. Greetings, Lord Harry James Potter. If you read this letter, then I am gone from this world. I have finally finished the mission that my God left for me in accordance to the prophecy that was given a long time ago during the age where witches and wizards didn't exist. I will not be telling you the exact words of the prophecy since it is moot point as of this moment. Whatever was written, was done in a way that leave nothing to doubts. Don't be sad, young one, for I know what you are feeling it in your heart right now. Steel your heart, harden your will, focus your mind, and read on. I will not bore you with the details concerning the prophecy or what happened to the sorcerers of old. All I can say is that my presence was needed in order to make sure that the power of sorcery doesn't leave this world. It was a wish of the old gods before they departed from this world to make way for the new gods, to make sure that the secrets of the will and the word would not be forgotten in the sands of time. You are the instrument of their will to reveal the powers of sorcery. Whether they accept it or not, it's up to them. Harry, I left this world when I determined that you no longer need guidance. As you have said before, you are a wizard and you will live your life as a wizard. But in your case, you are a wizard with the power of a sorcerer living the life of a wizard. This doesn't require you to follow any new rules or some archaic forms of propriety. Power is just a tool after all. Just live your life as you see fit with the powers of magic and sorcery at your disposal. I have already made arrangements to leave this shop under your name. As you read this letter, everything that I own, including the monies that came with the books that I wrote, which people consider as fantasy, are already being transferred to your account in Gringotts. I should say that there is one happy goblin in the bank right now. Also, this shop contained all the ingredients I gathered while I existed in this plane. I have already taught you what you need to know in crafting specialized wands through the use of sorcery, though I dare say that you have exceeded my expectations with the combination of both powers at your disposal. Indeed, your first wand was very powerful, and could easily rival the wand that death created a long time ago. But that is a story for you to discover, for it is not a secret that is mine to tell. Where was I? Oh yes, this shop. Woods, cores, and books, all of them are yours to use. I have foreseen the future, Shadow Sorcerer. You will need to prepare. Use your heart to guide you while your mind focuses your decisions. You are a Shadow Sorcerer by decree of the old gods in magic, but you are a wand crafter by trade. Choose your customers wisely. I dare say you don't need the money. My final word of advice to you is this, young sorcerer. As I have told my daughter and grandson a long time ago, prophecies exist to tell the end of a tale, but the journey to that end is in the hands of the chosen. Don't let the future dictate your life. Live according to how you want to live. Don't let others control your decision. Do what you will. I wish you a safe journey, young sorcerer. Belgrath. P.S. As your status as a master sorcerer under the rules of sorcery, you can take disciples if you wish. You don't have to, but it is up to you. I dare say it would be a fun experience for you to live the life I've lived. A tear fell down Harry's cheek as he finished the letter from the old sorcerer. He couldn't refute it, but he was saddened by the passing of his hero. When he first discovered the saga of Bulgarian and Malorian, Belgrath had been his idol. Even if he geared his powers towards the abilities displayed by Pulgar and Poledra, it was Belgrath the sorcerer who showed him the path that he now walked with confidence. Deciding to heed the old man's words, he steeled his heart and accepted that the sorcerer was now with his family, wherever they may be. He rose from the chair and looked around. It was indeed a princely gift to leave him his life's work, well, a part of his life anyway, if truth be told. The old man was older than dirt. Harry chuckled at the thought. As he walked around the shop, he pondered whether he should use his newfound knowledge to create powerful focuses of magic for the masses. He knew for a fact that he now rivaled Ollivander in skill, but not in experience. But what he lacked in skill, he countered with instinct. He chuckled again. Maybe he should offer to make Ollivander a wand and see how he reacts, the creepy old coot. It took almost an hour to check all the cabinets. He saw that the inside was charmed with an expanded space, holding hundreds, if not thousands of wooden blocks from every known tree, both magical and mundane. Each was properly tagged and arranged. Magical cores, rare ones like an unused blood or a Dementor's bone, were present, much to his shock. The items in this shop will surely make Ollivander drool. He decided right there and then to continue being a wand crafter, but only to those he found worthy of his creation, like his predecessor did with his customers. However, he needed to relocate. It's not a good idea to set up shop in Nocturn Alley, especially if you don't have the time to man a store. Harry gathered his will and released it with a whispered word. A large chest made of oak materialized in front of him. With another whispered word, he shrunk the cabinets containing the priceless wand components and books. It was easy for him to duplicate magical feats using sorcery since he read the theory before learning the spell. It seems that magic and sorcery work the same way. You need to know how it worked before one can use it. Despite his skills, he needed to learn what Hogwarts have to offer in order to increase his repertoire of spells and application of will. Nodding at a job well done, he used his telekinesis to levitate the shrunken items and floated them over to the chest before depositing them inside, taking extra care to make sure that the items aren't damaged. As an afterthought, Harry shrunk the couches and tables since he considered it as a memento from Belgrath. He still remembered the glare from the old coot when he thought he destroyed the simple antiques. Seeing that he was done in this room, he moved on to the outer portion of the shop. He looked around and saw the display. Belgrath was really a charlatan as the books described him. Everything he did had a flair for dramatics. The ones proudly being displayed on the shelves were all aesthetic pieces of wood with no purpose in magic. Shaking his head, Harry decided to follow his short-time mentor's lead and levitated them all into the box. He closed his eyes and released a mental scan of the entire store, sensing if he left anything remotely magical. Sensing none, Harry opened his eyes, closed the lid on the chest with a thought before shrinking it down to the size of a matchbox. He looked at it for a bit before plucking it out of the air and placed it in his pocket. With that, Harry left Old Man Garth's shop for the thieves, not that they would profit from an empty shop. Harry was amused. When he left the empty shop, he discovered that it was already evening. After casting a Tempest charm, he discovered that it was already 6:30. He didn't know that he stayed that long conversing and learning from Belgrath. He entered Nocturn Alley again, but this time, without his Harold Evans persona. If he was honest with himself, Harold Evans was dead with his ashes scattered to the four winds. With confidence, Harry strolled down the dark alley without a care in the world. People who saw him wondered where he came from, but gasped when they realized who it was. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead was a dead giveaway after all. Harry's amusement was due a few minutes later, when he was surrounded on all sides by some of the dregs that lived in Nocturn Alley. He didn't recognize any of them, but he knew the reason why he was surrounded. 1. He was a well-known celebrity. 2. He was quite rich considering the title he held, well, except for being Lord Ravenclaw, since no one knew about that. 3. He was alone. And 4. They thought that he was powerful, so they decided to attack him en masse. It was unfortunate of them when they didn't realize that all 4 reasons were truth, especially the last one. Good evening, gentlemen. What can I do for you this glorious evening? Harry greeted them politely, though inwardly he was laughing since he already had a plan on how to dispose of them. One of the men chuckled at his seemingly brave facade. Well, what have we here? Harry Potter, the boy who lived. What are you doing here in Nocturn Alley? Some of the ingrates surrounding him laughed outright, confident that they were enough in numbers to bring down such a well-known celebrity who earned his fame by defeating the Dark Lord while he was still a babe. Well, to be honest with you, I have to make a visit to Old Man Garth. Alas, he wasn't around, so I waited for him. When I saw that it was already evening, I decided to leave and come back another day hoping to catch him again. explained Harry, amusement clearly evident in his voice. I was on my way to Diagon Alley to flew back to my home. Oh really, Mr. Potter? Why do you believe that we will let you out of our grasp? After all, quite a lot of people will pay a large sum just to protect your pretty little head. The leader of the group, a bearded middle-aged man with a gold tooth holding a dagger on his left and a wand on his right, told him. The rest of the thugs surrounding Harry cheered in agreement. Are you sure that is what you want? We don't want to have an accident now, do we? Said Harry as he sent a mental call to Arya to appear when needed. He got a hum in response. Accident for you maybe, but not for us, stated the leader before leveling his wand at Harry. Stupefy. Even before the spell was cast, Harry raised his hand and called Arya to him. His beloved staff appeared in a flash of emerald light. Harry heard the first syllable of the spell, so he raised his staff in front of him and slammed the butt on the ground before shouting a spell. Protego. The bright green dome of magical energy surrounded him, causing the stunner to bounce harmlessly off the surface, hitting one of the thugs, which crumpled to the floor, unconscious. The thugs surrounding him was shocked when they saw what the boy who lived did, but a bark from their leader to start firing broke them from their confusion before leveling their wands and started firing an assortment of hexes, charms, and jinxes in hopes of bring down the dome to get to the prize within. Luckily, they wanted him alive, so unforgivable was out of the question. Harry saw the spells being aimed at him bouncing off his shield. Thanks to Arya, he could expend the power to make a simple Protego charm powerful enough to cover him from all sides and with enough power to block any spells except for the unforgivable. He was content to just remain inside the protection until they tired themselves out, but when he heard the first syllable of the Cruciatus curse, he decided to take the kid gloves off. Springing into action, Harry dropped down into the shadow he was standing on before coming out behind group who was looking at where he was standing before he disappeared. He was thankful that it was nighttime and the shadows on the floor make for a perfect escape route. Seeing their confusion, Harry pointed his staff on an innocent rock the size of a golf ball on the ground. Engorgio. The rock grew 20 times its original size, effectively turning itself into a boulder. He levitated it off the ground using his telekinesis and flung it towards the group of thugs, effectively hitting 3 of them the force of a rampaging bludger, before throwing them into one of the buildings, some days while the others were unconscious. Distracted by the sudden attack, Harry took advantage of the confusion by showering the remaining thugs with different hexes, minor ones, but very effective. Using Arya and his free hand, Harry rapid-fired a variety of spells. Jelly legs, a tickling charm, some stunners here and there, and even used the first-year Wingardium Leviosa to toss some of the thugs into each other. He would have used his telekinesis on them, but the heat of the battle disallowed any form of focus to make such a thing possible. The battle was over in just a span of 2 minutes. The thugs who surrounded him were on the floor, some unconscious, some groaning from pain, others wobbling as their legs turned to jelly. There were even 3 of them clutching their stomachs as they laughed their heads off when hit with an overpowered tickling charm. Overall, they made for a very amusing sight. Despite being slightly winded at the expenditure of magical energy from all the spells he threw at the thugs, Harry chuckled as he walked at a sedate pace, ignoring the people who attacked him as they laid there on the floor. The people who were watching the quick altercation could only gape in shock, surprise, and awe as the boy who lived up to his reputation, decimating more than a dozen thugs with the use of simple first-year spells learned at Hogwarts. Awed, the people who were gathered parted like the Red Sea, as Harry walked through them with Arya floating beside him without a care in the world. Harry, clearly amused, decided to mimic his mentor in the field of drama. He grasped Arya, whose emerald glowed with unholy light. Harry raised his free hand to the side parallel to the ground, mentally calling for Hedwig to appear on it and take him back to the manor. For the bystanders, they saw Harry Potter, the boy who lived, grasp his legendary staff of power, and raised his hand to the side. A rare white phoenix appeared and landed on the outstretched arm, glaring at them from over her wing. With a burst of white fire, Harry Potter disappeared from Nocturn Alley to the shock of everyone, including the Aurors who just arrived long enough to see him to do so. Harry was grinning when he appeared in his study within a burst of white flame. He chuckled in amusement as he let go of Arya, who just floated beside him, emerald glowing as if she was laughing. Arya could easily utilize her ability to speak, but she preferred to express her mood by glowing. She was just lazy that way. Chuckling at what happened in the alley, Harry was sure that the rumor mill would be on overdrive because of his theatrics. Thanks for getting me out of there, Head. Harry thanked his familiar who was perched on the back of his high-backed chair upon arrival. You're welcome, Master. We should do that often. It was fun, said Hedwig while releasing an amused thrill. True. It was surely fun but tiring. I guess my body can't keep up with the spells. I think my stamina will grow as I mature physically and magically, said Harry, adding the last part as an afterthought. He looked at Hedwig. Anyway, Hed, can you make a quick trip to Sirius to give him his wand? Harry saw his familiar nod, so he decided to pen a letter instead of writing in the journal. He gathered his will and created a piece of parchment out of thin air. He really wanted to try something when he realized that he was now a real sorcerer. He translocated his thoughts directly on the parchment, after thinking what he wanted to write in the letter, word for word. His will responded to his thoughts as the exact letter in his mind appeared on the parchment. Chuckling at the ease of how he could use his new powers, he folded the letter and took out the box that contained Sirius's new wand. He conjured a piece of twine from a blank parchment before wrapping the letter and the box together. He placed both items on the table and nodded to Hedwig, who just hopped on the table, grabbed the box with one of her talons, and stretched her wings before flaming out. Deciding to let his grandfather in the know, he opened himself to the Potter Manor wards, and transmitted his memory of everything that happened in the alley, from his meeting with Old Man Grath, the acceptance of the truth behind his heritage, the revelation of the old sorcerer, his ascension to become the only shadow sorcerer of this world, and finally, his altercation in Nocturn Alley. He could clearly feel the awe and amusement of Godric running along the wards. "Quite the feat there, lad. I see that your trip to the alley was forthcoming." The voice of Godric echoed around the study. "It was, grandfather. I'm sorry that I only just now accepted the real me," whispered Harry as he tiredly fell on his chair. "No worries, lad. Everything happens at its own time, more so with us magicals, due to our inherent connection with the primal forces of nature," explained Godric. "So what do you plan to do now?" "I am going to follow Belgrath's advice, grandfather," Harry declared with a smirk on his face. "I'm going to live my life to the fullest, seeking knowledge wherever and whenever it is presented, and not let anyone control how I shape my destiny." Godric didn't say anything, but the feeling of pride over his grandson's declaration can be felt throughout the manor. Sirius's cell, Azkaban prison. Sirius was munching on a clubhouse sandwich while reading a third-year charms text, when he felt a presence behind the door of his prison. He looked up and raised an eyebrow when he saw the Dementor hovering outside, possibly trying to feed on his negative emotions, which was non-existent at the moment since he was having fun reading the text. Sirius just shook his head and used his repaired occlumency shields to let out some negative memories to power up his emotions. He endured it for a while until he felt it was enough. He raised his shields while placing the memory of James and Lily's death in a sealed chest, at the most secluded corner of his mind. Sirius' eyebrows rose even higher when he heard something similar to that of a whine coming from the Dementor, as if a treat was taken from it. He chuckled and stared at the door, waiting for the Dementor to leave, before going back to what he was doing. Sure enough, another whine came before the Dementor floating away towards another prisoner to feed. Sirius just shook his head. Weird creatures. A week under Harry's potion regime did wonders to his physical and mental state. Good food, regular baths, potions, and books helped him recuperate and relax. Thanks to his improved health, as well as the relaxing environment if one ignores the biting chill of the frigid ocean. Lack of cherry lighting, and of course, the presence of Dementors, he could say that his stint in prison was a form of summer getaway, though lacking the attractions of a well-known tourist trap. Sure, he had to be careful still, since Azkaban wardens usually conduct surprise inspections if they felt like it, like what happened 2 days ago. Good thing that his sense of smell was good, or he would have been caught, and his summer getaway discovered, though he wasn't afraid of them finding out since his godson did a great job in covering his tracks. When the wardens of Azkaban did their surprise inspections 2 days ago, Sirius retreated into the darker corner of his cell, and started moaning as if he was in terrible pain. The Azkaban wardens stopped by his cell to listen to his painful moans while laughing at his plight before leaving him. However, the wardens didn't know that the moans were genuine. His stomach was having problems that time since he ate too much of the good food Harry's personal elf prepared that his stomach rebelled. A single dump alone filled his wastebasket to the brim. Unfortunately, the caretakers were lazy again, so they didn't drop by to get rid of the mess. Thankfully, his suffering was at an end since his godson informed him via journal that he will be getting a wand today. Sirius prayed that Harry could find a good match since he really wanted to spruce up his cell, or just banish the stink emanating from the contents in the wastebasket. His prayer was answered when Hedwig appeared on top of his bed. Sirius's eyes immediately landed on the rectangular box, and the letter clutched on the white phoenix's talons, scratching Harry's familiars. Neck and thanks, Sirius took the box when Hedwig Flame traveled back to Harry. Sirius got rid of the twine and read the letter first, leaving the box containing his wand on the bed. Dear Padfoot. Your wand is ready, Sirius. I hope you like it. It is made from the same components as your first wand, but with a little twist. Well, just to let you know, I was the one who made the wand. Hope you like it. To quote Ollivander when he sold me my wand, come on, give it a wave. Love, Harry. P.S. I would love to tell you how I crafted your wand, but it would take too long to write in this letter. I'll explain it in detail via journal tomorrow. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Have fun with your new wand. I'm going to crash early. I'm tired from the day's events. Good night. Sirius quirked an eyebrow and eyed the box with suspicion. Harry made a wand. When? Where? How? Shaking his head, he threw the letter on his bed and grabbed the box before admiring the workmanship. With a shaky hand, he lifted the lid and gasped. There inside, resting on a bed of black silk, was his wand. If Harry did craft the wand, then his godson was a lot more talented than Ollivander. Heck, Harry can easily put the old man out of business if he can make wands like this. The beauty alone was a money-maker right there. He grabbed the wand and felt the hum of magic running through it and into his hand, making his whole body tingle. He waved it and gasped at the sudden surge of magic that ran through him. A shower of multicolored sparks shot out of the tip, bathing the room in a cascading color of light. The hum of power eventually died down, causing the sparks to disappear. Sirius stared at the wand as if it was the second coming of Merlin. Were on his tits. He never felt such power in his entire life. The wand easily dwarfed his old one by a whole trench in terms of power. Deciding to test its performance, he aimed his wand at Harry's letter and inked into the simple flame charm dot. The result was both staggering and shocking. The letter burned to ash in a burst of fire along with his bed. Panicking, Sirius aimed his wand again, and threw out a non-verbal water charm dot. He was propelled back, slamming onto the wall, when a deluge of water shot out of his wand, easily extinguishing the fire and causing his cell and the rest of the hallway to be flooded with water. He shook his head to clear away the fog before slowly standing up. He looked around and saw that everything was soaked. He looked at the wand before squaring his shoulder, deciding to take a risk. He waved at the water flooding his cell before using a non-verbal vanishing charm dot. It worked. In fact, it worked a little too well, since not only did the water vanish before his eyes, his clothes disappeared too. He sighed while thinking that Harry made his wand too perfect for him. At least the smell lingering in the air was gone along with the bucket. Edited by Corruptmonk, May 26, 2012. Chapter 11. It's going to be a slow day today, my beloved readers. I spent the whole day with my mother walking around town shopping for furniture. My feet are sore, my head is aching, and I'm dead tired. Thankfully, I can finally go to bed since I was able to force my brain to work for a short time just to finish this chapter. I'll address the reviews next chapter. I'm too tired to do so now. Have fun reading. Ugh. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or any characters or abilities already published by an author. Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer Chapter 11. Maturity. August 11, 1991, Potter Manor. Harry sighed as he finished detailing yesterday's events to Sirius through the two-way journal. Of course, he could have easily translocated the words directly on the journal, but he didn't know how sorcery would affect an already enchanted object, so he had to do everything by hand. He made a mental note to purchase one of those dictaquills he heard about while shopping around Diagon Alley. Despite the pride he had in his ability to utilize both magic and sorcery, he still lacked the experience and knowledge to exercise precise control in their respective theories and potential. True, he could never deny the fact that magic and sorcery work well together, but there were still plenty of unknowns that required in-depth study and experimentation. Unbidden questions between the two floated around in his mind. How will magic react to the presence of sorcery? Will sorcery affect the workings of magic, like an object enchanted by magic? Will the effects of magic be nullified with an application of sorcery? What is the potential when sorcery and magic is used together as a single source of power? So many questions yet so little answers. No matter how much he liked to dive headlong into the study of sorcery, he lacked the resources to do so. Belgrath did say that sorcery was practically non-existent at this point in time, so Harry could only assume that there were no books in this particular subject. In other words, he was working blind. For an 11-year-old, an unsatisfied curiosity was annoying as hell. Sighing again, Harry closed the journal, but not before releasing a quiet chuckle at the missive from Sirius before he started his storytelling. Sirius definitely liked his wand. The only problem was its power. According to Sirius, his new wand was far more powerful than his old wand, meaning he needed to learn magic all over again. Sure, he already knew the spells, theories, and treatises of magic as a Hogwarts graduate should, but his control over the potential that his wand brought out of him was non-existent. The Marauder didn't bother to hide the fact that it was Harry's fault that he had to start from scratch. Harry didn't even feel guilty at the slight, though he felt quite smug at how powerful his creation was. But despite his comments in regards to the power of his new wand, Sirius's words were glowing as he complimented his godson in the creation of such a powerful focus of magic. Harry's ego went up a notch after that. The young Potter Lord was startled when the clock chimed, telling him that it was already 9 in the morning. Realizing that he hadn't eaten anything as of yet since he was too excited to find out what Sirius thought of his new wand, he sent out a mental call to Flippy to bring him his breakfast, as well as the morning paper. Harry made it a point to his personal house elf that all mails brought by owls are to be screened before passing it to him. It was safer that way, though he doubted that Godric would let anything through the wards that could potentially harm anyone inside the house. Harry's breakfast appeared on his table along with today's issue of the Daily Prophet. Ignoring the paper for now, Harry dug into the food with gusto. He could never have enough of Flippy's cooking, and the elf was proud of that since Harry was grown like a weed. Harry banished the empty tray back to the kitchens to be washed with a wave of his hand before picking up the newspaper. The front page was a very interesting read. The Boy Who Lived Returns to the Wizarding World with a Bang by Quentin Scribulus. Harry read the headline and grinned when the people interviewed by the reporter gave glowing testimonies to his skill. Not only was he Boy Who Lived, people were now calling him the second coming of Merlin. The Potter Lord just shook his head. The wizarding public was easily entertained considering how they described an 11-year-old bringing down more than a dozen thugs with only the use of first-year spells. True, he overpowered some of the simple spells which gave off quite a spectacular result. In truth, the aftermath was simple theatrics. Let's face it, a simple tickling charm is annoying, since they destroy your concentration. An overpowered one, however, will make sure that you regurgitate your lunch because of laughing so hard. Fortunately for Harry, the wizarding public didn't know that he was too tired to do anything else after the confrontation. If it wasn't for Hedwig picking him up, then he would have sat down in the middle of Nocturn Alley trying to catch his breath. Harry shook his head. He was turning into another Belgarath, though he didn't mind the realization, since the old coot is his idol even he isn't around anymore. Harry checked the rest of the paper and saw various writers and editors coming up with their own theories as to where he was all this time. He found it a useless read, since only he knew the truth. Folding the paper back on the desk, Harry stood up and walked out of his study, planning to spend the rest of the morning in the library to do a little bit of research regarding his new abilities, and an afternoon in the training room to do some practical study on sorcery. August 12, 1991, Diagon Alley. Harry was in Diagon Alley making his way to Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Griphook sent him a letter last night via Gringotts Alley, asking for a meeting regarding the new addition to his account. It wouldn't have been a big deal, but it seems the old coot of a sorcerer was a businessman owning stocks to various stores, both wizarding and muggle. Of course, Harry was supposed to know about them and make sure they're still profitable. The young Lord Potter would have been happy to just drop everything concerning money on the goblin's lap, but it seems that it was the standard operating procedure for goblins to let their customers have the final word in the matter. Harry was currently the subject of many odd stares. People were pointing at him while the young ones were looking at him with stars in their eyes. It seems that the news in the Daily Prophet elevated his popularity to that of a saint. The masses were too easy to please. Shaking his head, Harry entered the confines of Gringotts and immediately approached Ripting, who was busy counting rubies from an overly large pouch. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Harry was ushered to Griphook's office, where the goblin was waiting for him with a big smile on his face. "Good morning, Griphook. May your gold always flow and your enemies cower under your blade," said Harry in the ritual goblin greeting. Griphook grinned. The young Potter Lord was the only wizard that knew and practiced goblin formality. "And may your enemies tremble at your passing, Lord Potter. Please take a seat, we have much to discuss," said the goblin while beckoning for Harry towards a comfortable couch. "So what do you want to talk to me about, Griphook?" Harry asked curiously after taking a seat. 2 days ago, a will handled by one of our senior managers activated. Of course, the will was read with consideration of the account owner's request. To put it simply, everything was passed on to you," said Griphook calmly, but the twitching on his lips meant that he was fighting a grin, a huge one at that. Harry sighed. "I think I know who left me everything. The question is, what did he leave me?" he asked the goblin, who simply took a parchment from a drawer and held it out to him. Harry eyed it suspiciously before relenting. He took the parchment and almost blanched at what he read. "Most ancient and noble house of Alder monetary assets. Vault 18. 3,466,221,448 galleons. Vault 872. $3,450,000, 230,000 galleons at current conversion from US dollars. Vault 873. 3 chests of jewels, rare wand components, wood, magical cores, gems, not appraised. Properties: Belgrath's Manor, Scottish Highlands, Poledra's Cottage, Ireland. Bulgar's Perch, Canada, Belden's Spire, Greece. Bultira's Farmhouse, Forks, Washington, Bulkira's Beach House, Miami, Florida. Bulgarian Castle, Iceland. Wizengamid Seat. 3. Unclaimed. Harry's hand shook when he finished reading the content of the parchment. He looked up and saw Griphook grinning like a cat. "You love this, don't you?" Harry accused the grinning goblin, who immediately sculled his features. "I assure you, Lord Potter, I don't know what you're talking about," Griphook said with an absolutely straight face, lips twitching again. The goblin reached into his drawer and pulled out another piece of parchment, placing it on the table and sliding it to Harry's corner. "What's that?" he asked while looking at it with apprehension, not wanting to touch it even with a 10-foot pole. "Oh, just another piece of paper detailing the investments under the House of Alder," Griphook answered innocently. "You take care of it," Harry said with a shake of his head while pushing the paper towards the goblin. "But it's your inheritance," Griphook countered, pushing the paper back. "You're already taking care of my investments, so one more wouldn't hurt," growled Harry. The paper slid to the goblin. "But you need to know about it, Lord Potter." The goblin said calmly, sliding the paper to the young lord. "I'm only 11 years old for Merlin's sakes," exclaimed Harry, giving the paper back. "It is necessary, Lord Potter," Griphook stated in a solemn voice, pushing the paper to Harry's side, but not removing his hand from it. Harry glared at Griphook while said goblin glared back. The glaring match lasted for 5 minutes until Harry gave up and shouted in exasperation. "You take care of it and you get 10% share of the investments." Griphook grinned. "A wise decision, Lord Potter," taking the paper back to his side, but not before pulling another piece of parchment from his drawer. Harry saw the action and started to hate the drawer and placed it in front of the young lord. "This is an acceptance form which states that you accept the inheritance from the House of Alder, and a 10% share of the proceeds of the investment with me taking care of it. Is this acceptable?" explained Griphook with a straight face. Harry had a sneaky suspicion that the goblin planned the whole thing. Sneaky bugger. The young Potter Lord sniffed, conjured a quill and signed the document with a flourish. He banished the quill with a wave of his hand and looked at Griphook with a raised eyebrow. "You planned that, didn't you?" Harry accused the goblin, who was sporting a pleased look on his face, while caressing the document Harry just signed. The goblin didn't say anything but continued to caress the parchment, purring all the while. "You creepy. You know that, right?" Griphook just ignored him. Harry was currently in his study admiring the beautiful sapphire adorning the family ring of House Alder. It seems that the old sorcerer used the name of his master to start a house among the wizarding nobility of Britain. Considering that House Alder was a most ancient and noble status, it meant that the old coot was present during the founding of magical Britain. He just shook his head at the absurdity of it all. The young Potter Lord felt weird. He was now the lord of not one but 4 families who had a hand in the founding of the wizarding world in the British Isles. Harry cringed when he realized that his stature would eventually draw him into the murky world of politics. The book his father left him offered the necessary knowledge needed to traverse the various laws and protocols commonly practiced in the Wizengamot. However, he lacked the experience in dealing with other lords and ladies in running their world. Sighing, Harry levitated said book from the shelf towards his table. He needed to read the damn thing again to make sure he had everything right. August 13, 1991, Potter Manor. Harry was fuming as he read the letter from the headmaster. The old coot told him that it wasn't safe for him to go around Diagon Alley, much worse, Nocturn Alley, without a proper escort. It annoyed him that a mere headmaster with no parental duties towards him had the gall to tell him what to do. The only person who had the right to control him was Sirius, and even Harry knew that his godfather wouldn't step into a parental role unless it was necessary. Harry burned the letter with a burst of will before grabbing another. This one was from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, asking him to come to the ministry to give his testimony regarding the event that transpired between him and the thugs down in the dark alley. Harry quirked an eyebrow when he saw that it was written by the director of the DMLE, one Amelia Bones, a familiar name. After a few seconds of searching his memories, he finally remembered. Amelia Bones was one of his mother's close friends, and the two have exchanged letter, with his mom keeping a majority of it in Godric's Hollow, which was now in Harry's possession. Said woman was also the boss of his father when he worked as an oar. Harry suddenly had an idea. He could easily use this meeting to his favor. It was time to make some allies. Grinning, Harry pulled out an empty parchment from the pile beside him, starting to pen a letter for one Amelia Bones. August 15, 1991. Atrium, Ministry of Magic. The people within the vicinity of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, located in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic, was shocked to see a white phoenix out of nowhere, bringing with it a young boy, about 10 or 11 years old, wearing a wizarding attire that would put many nobles to shame. The confusion was slowly replaced by realization when they figured out who just entered the Ministry of Magic under the power of a phoenix. The lightning bolt scar on the boy's forehead was a dead giveaway. Harry Potter was in the Ministry of Magic. The people were about to crowd around the boy who lived when a dozen oars materialized out of nowhere to usher the crowd away from the boy who, if they looked closely, was staring at the mob in amusement. Harry Potter appeared in the atrium of the Ministry of Magic via flame travel. He didn't want to reveal any of his powers or take the wretched flu, since it didn't sit well with his stomach. In the end, he contracted his beloved familiar to take him to the ministry, and let her perch on his shoulders as a symbolic gesture. Truly, Harry was cursed, or blessed, with Belgarath's Dietrichs. Harry was amused when the people in the atrium finally realized who he was. But before they could take one step near him, a dozen ministry personnel, or if he wasn't mistaken due to their blue robes, stopped the crowd from mobbing him. Smirking, Harry walked over to a table where it was necessary to register your wand upon entering the ministry offices. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Please hand me your wand for registration before proceeding," said the man behind the desk in a bored voice. He didn't see who he was talking to since he didn't look up from his reading. "I don't have a wand and will never need one, but I do have a staff. Do you need to register it?" asked Harry with a smile. At the mention of his staff, the man immediately raised his head. Recognition sparkled in the man's eyes before it trailed off to his forehead, where his infamous scar resided. The man gulped. Well, do I need to register my staff? Asked a clearly amused Harry. Not receiving any answer, Harry sighed and held out his hand before mentally calling Arya. His beloved staff appeared in his grip, emerald glowing softly. This is my staff, said as he extended Arya over to the man who tentatively reached for it. However, take note that my staff is bonded to me and anyone who touches it, well, let's just say that the results would be quite shocking. The man's hand immediately retracted, eyes wide in fear. Where can I get your name and the reason for your visit? Lord Harry James Potter here for an appointment with Madam Amelia Bones in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stated Harry in a straight voice worthy of his station. The man nodded quickly before answering, his eyes trailing down to look at Harry's right hand where 4 rings were present. He gulped again. If you would please wait for a moment, Lord Potter, I will call in. Or to escort you there, said the man as he pushed a button on the table, possibly something to call an aura to his location. The black-skinned man appeared beside Harry. What is it? Asked the man in a baritone voice. Please escort Lord Harry James Potter to Madam Bones at the DMLE. He has an appointment, said the man, gesturing towards Harry, who was looking around in boredom with a phoenix perched on his shoulder doing the same. The black-skinned aura was surprised at the name, but he hid it well. He faced Harry and gave a small bow, which Harry returned with a nod. My name is Kingsley Shacklebolt, Lord Potter. I'll be your escort here in the ministry. Harry nodded. Thank you, Lord Shacklebolt. If you please lead the way, I will follow you to our destination, he said graciously, gesturing with his staff telling him to lead. It didn't take long for Harry and his escort to reach the office of Amelia Bones, director of the DMLE. However, getting there was an experience for the young lord. First, they had to walk past the crowd who wanted to do nothing but mob Harry or possibly to touch him. Second, the elevator was somewhat fun since the voice on the speaker kept talking, describing each floor and the departments housed in that level. Harry memorized this just in case he needed to visit the ministry in the future. Lastly, the DMLE was a crowded place, a lot of tables with auras behind them, scribbling away on their reports in cubicles, where senior auras hold conferences over their subordinates. Harry stopped when his escort paused in front of desk manned by a pretty middle-aged woman, effectively blocking the way to a door, with a large sign telling people that this was the office of the department head. This is our stop, Lord Potter. May you enjoy your time here in the Ministry of Magic, said Kingsley, giving Harry another bow before leaving. Harry turned to the gaping secretary and said, Lord Harry James Potter requesting an audience with Madam Bones. I have an appointment. The secretary nodded dazedly before pressing a button on the table, which Harry noticed was part of the table. There was a beep before a female voice came out of the speaker. What is it? Madam Bones, a Lord Potter here to see you, said the secretary. There was a slight pause before the reply came. Please send him in. Cancel all my appointments for the day and make sure to have someone bring in refreshments. The secretary nodded before making a few notes on a piece of parchment before indicating for Harry to enter the door. The room he was ushered into was quite spacious, walls adorned by wizarding portraits, all of which were staring at him. Opposite of the door at the other end of the room was a large oaken desk with a woman wearing heavy-rimmed glasses sitting behind it poring over a piece of parchment. Harry eyed her carefully. She was beautiful though a bit short for a British. However, what caught his attention was the aura of confidence and power she exuded that was only rivaled by Professor McGonagall of Hogwarts. This woman deserves all the respect that his station is due and more. Harry walked over to the woman, stopping only a few feet away from the desk. Madam Bones, I presume? Harry asked politely. Indeed I am, Lord Potter. Please take a seat before I explain why I called you here, said Bones as she beckoned for him to take a seat in a comfortable couch in front of her. Harry did as instructed, waiting silently for the director of DMLE to make the first move. Harry didn't know that Amelia Bones was observing him. In front of her is an 11-year-old boy, very confident if his expression and posture were to be judged, very powerful for someone his age, considering the reports from her auras regarding the debacle in Nocturn Alley. What caught her attention was the forehead of house rings on the boy's fingers. Indeed, this was no ordinary boy. He might be 11, but the countenance he was showing was that of a mature adult. Mr. Potter, first of all, I would like to thank you for accepting my invitation. Amelia fired the opening salvo. Harry merely nodded his head, maintaining his silence, while indicating for her to continue. I see that you want to know immediately why I called you here. Well, it's quite simple. I need your testimony regarding what happened in Nocturn Alley last August 10th, 1991 at around 6:20 in the evening. Harry nodded. I will answer all your questions, Madam Bones. You have no worries on that, he said with a cheeky grin which Amelia likened it to what James Potter usually does when he was questioned regarding his reports. Thank you. To start things off, what were you doing in Nocturn Alley? Most wizards tend to stay away from Nocturne considering the type of witches and wizards living there. Why an 11-year-old boy is willing to walk around in such a dangerous place? Asked Amelia while giving Harry a look that spoke volumes to her intentions. Finding out the truth. My business is my own, Madam Bones, but if you really want to know, I was down in Nocturne to shop around for books to add to my collection. I already scoured every shop in Diagon Alley, and found the lack of tomes and subjects that interest me. So after asking around, I discovered that there were certain shops in Nocturn Alley that held the titles I seek. Harry replied calmly. A normal child would have been intimidated by the aura coming from the director of the DMLE, as well as the pressure of the questions being directed at him. Harry James Potter wasn't a normal boy, however, so it didn't faze him. Hence, the calm exterior. Let me get this straight. You went down to Nocturn Alley just to buy books? She asked incredulously. Yes. Harry confirmed her statement. Besides, it wasn't my first time to venture into Nocturne, though it was the first without my persona. Amelia Bones raised an eyebrow. And what persona is that, Mr. Potter? She asked quickly. To be honest, that was the second time I went into Nocturn Alley. The first time was almost 2 years ago, though I did frequent Diagon Alley many times in the past 2 years, admitted Harry. But in regards to your question, I tend to use my disguise when I enter the magical world to go incognito. If you must know, my alter ego is Harold Evans. To further prove his point, he cast a glamour on himself with a twitch of his staff, revealing to Madam Bones his middle-aged alter ego. Madam Bones was quite shocked. Not only was Harry Potter a mature 11-year-old with an aristocratic flair, the boy was doing magic only learned during 4th year at Hogwarts. She needed to get to the bottom of this and fast. Mr. Potter, I think you already know that underage witches and wizards are not allowed to use magic. Clearly, you are blatantly defying the law. Rebuked the director of the DMLE. Really, Madam Bones? If I wasn't allowed to do magic, then why didn't the Ministry of Magic detect my use of spells? If the law was to be followed, then the ministry would have been in my case years ago, since I had been using magic since I was 8 years old. Harry explained in a condescending tone which infuriated the witch in front of him, though she didn't show it. The nerve of the boy. If he wanted to play in the big kid's yard, then she would be more than happy to baptize him a proper welcome. That is quite true, Mr. Potter, but you are clearly underage. It is. She stopped when Harry raised his right hand, showing her his head of house rings. Fine. If you have your family rings, then it is clear that you are emancipated by magical law, since those rings wouldn't even let you wear them if that wasn't the case. Now the question is, Mr. Potter, how did you come by magic? Harry simply raised an eyebrow. She was getting personal and Harry didn't like it. Time to bring out the big guns, so to speak. Let me ask you, Madam Bones, what is the relevance between the Nocturn Alley and my ability to use magic? Clearly, I am within the law to protect myself using magic, and no underage law can touch me due to my status as the lord of most ancient and noble house, much less for. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you are trying to pry, madam. Harry said coldly, releasing a bit of his magical pressure around the room to drive his point home. Amelia Bones didn't expect this. Considering his age, she expected Harry Potter to comply with her wishes, which mainly involved her asking questions and him answering these questions. But no, the Harry Potter in front of her was clearly schooled in wizarding law. That was able to rebuff her attempts to force the boy into compliance. The boy's magic was also palpable in the air, sending cold shivers down his spine. She needed to be very careful. It seems that she would have to work harder to get information out of this one. But before she could say anything, what the young lord spoke next made her question her current thoughts. You see, Madam Bones, I consider myself a scholar. Despite my young age, I believe that laws are in place to ensure that everyone enjoys a peaceful life. Before I even entered the wizarding world, I was fortunate to be provided by means to learn the laws of the magicals by my parents. I cannot tell you the means as to how they were able to help me, but I can stress that they did. Ever since the discovery of the world of magic, I have tasked myself to learn everything and anything I could, from wizarding law to etiquette, from theories of transfiguration to the treatises of potions. I also delved into politics when I learned that being a lord of foremost ancient and noble houses requires me to have a seat in the Wizengamot, but that is far away from now, since I am still a minor, emancipated yes, but still a minor. Now let's get back to you, Madam Bones. I came here to follow the law. Ever since the confrontation in Nocturn Alley, I expected to be called by one or the other to appear before the ministry to give my testimony to correlate with the report of your wars, as well as confirm or deny rumors stemming from the stories written by the Daily Prophet. I didn't come here to be intimidated or bullied, Madam Bones. I came here to satisfy the need to follow the law. So let me ask you this, Madam Bones, why are you intimidating me? Asking questions that are not relevant to the case you called me here for. Harry finished his monologue while leveling his stormy emerald eyes at the director of the DMLE. Amelia Bones was speechless. The boy just told her off to stop bullying him. She couldn't refute his words, and could never deny that she was impressed that he came here to satisfy the law that she tried so hard to uphold. But despite her professionalism, she mistook the boy in front of her as that a boy. But she was mistaken. In front of her was no ordinary 11-year-old. In front of her was a man trapped in a boy's body, a mind of a pureblood wizard in the body of a young boy. It was then that she decided to backtrack and get started with what she called him here for. I apologize for the direction of my questions, Lord Potter, but you have to place yourself in my shoes so you'll understand as to why I asked those questions. Let me explain this clearly. For starters, it is rare for any underage witch or wizard to have the head of house ring. In your case, since you are the last of the Potter, the ring you should be wearing is the heir ring of the Potter family. But that is not what I see on your hand right now. I understand the Gryffindor ring since I saw your father wearing it while he was working under me. However, I don't recognize the two and I won't pry. Harry nodded for her to continue while giving her the impression of thanks that she didn't dig deeper into the existence of the other two rings. Now my point, Lord Potter, is that tradition dictates that you shouldn't have any power right now. I don't say it in a negative way but as a statement of fact. You're an 11-year-old boy. You haven't been to Hogwarts yet, you utilize magic that most adults have problem with, not to mention the method you used to bring down 16 thugs, trained wizards, in a matter of minutes. Even my Aurors would have problems with those numbers. It is not that I doubt your capabilities since you demonstrated them splendidly, but the professional in me couldn't help but ask these questions. How come you are capable of what you are doing? How did you become a lord of the house, much less 4 houses? And finally, why don't I see an 11-year-old boy in front of me but a man who is well versed in the law? I have my theories, but these are ludicrous to the point that I would be called insane if I voiced it out into the open. Amelia added the last part with a little bit of bite to her voice. Women in the wizarding world had always been looked down on, which is the reason why she always strived to be above the men who believe that they are the stronger of the species. When Harry heard Amelia's last statement, he couldn't help but release a quiet chuckle. He gave the director of the DMLE an amused look. I apologize if I was a bit harsh in my monologue, madam, but it hit me that I was being forced to answer questions that are irrelevant to the case. But since you so kindly pointed out your thoughts in the matter, I can say that you are in the right. It would sound idiotic to write my testimony in your report without knowing my background. Those who read it will surely pack you to the nearest asylum faster than you could blink. Concentrating for a bit, Harry translocated the files he showed to Dumbledore and McGonagall, files containing his heritage test, his abilities test, and the last will and testament of the last Lord Potter. Directly on top of Amelia's desk, which surprised her a bit. That folder contains all you need to know, said Harry as he started scratching Hedwig, who started to croon in happiness. Enjoy. Amelia stared at Harry before looking down at the plain folder on her desk. Since it was offered freely, she decided to take advantage of the situation. She opened the folder and perused the papers inside, eyes slowly widening as each revelation astounded her. She tore her eyes away from the evidence and looked at the boy, no man in front of her. Are these real? Whispered Amelia, disbelief present in her voice. Harry Potter was supposed to be under her care, but something happened that changed all that. The boy in front of her could have been friends with her Susan, making sure that she wasn't alone growing up. If you don't doubt Gringotts' validity when it comes to their tests, then those are real. Besides, don't you think that whatever is written in those pieces of paper give credit to the capabilities I displayed 2 days ago? Harry asked rhetorically. Amelia nodded. With these, I can say that the mystery is solved. Thank you for being forthcoming with me, Lord Potter, she said with a small bow of her head. Don't mention it, Madam Bones. If I were in your shoes, then I will be doing the same thing you did, said Harry with a smile. Since I distinctly heard you earlier cancelling your appointments for the day, I have a few more revelations you might find interesting if you want to hear them. Seeing the seriousness in the boy's eyes, Director Amelia Bones simply nodded her head before reaching down to one of her drawers, where she hid her stash of fire whiskey for situations such as this. August 16, 1991, Potter Manor. Harry was currently in his study poring over a piece of parchment, writing down scenes in the Bulgarian and Malorian books, in order to discover more abilities utilizing the will and the word. Due to the lack of materials regarding the real practice of sorcery, Harry was forced to return to the original source, the story of Belgarath. Of course, he didn't bother to read all the books, but he skipped certain chapters, only reading key areas he remembered where sorcery was practiced. He listed down the abilities sorcerers use, as well as explanations on how it was done. Not all abilities were explained, however, except for a few snippets here and there serving as clues. It was enlightening and frustrating at the same time. The first ability that Harry found interesting was the ability to shift to any animals. Unlike an animagus, sorcerers were capable to assume any animals, as long as they know the animal inside and out. Of course, there was also the case where it was simpler to shift to an animal that you had an affinity with, like Belgarath's wolf, Pulgar's owl, Belden's hawk, the twins' dove, and so on. The second ability was translocation. According to Belgarath's explanation, this ability had 2 main applications. One is to teleport the sorcerer from one place to another. This was similar to his ability to shadow walk or his magical counterpart called apparition. Translocation could also be used to transport objects. A sorcerer can easily translocate an item in one location to another. The only drawback to this ability was the need to know what the object is, as well as where the object is kept. Harry was just happy that he already perfected this skill, though he first thought of it as relocate. Somewhat primitive thanks to his limited vocabulary at that time. One other skill that Harry found intriguing was Garion transferring his consciousness to his shadow to travel across distances. The ability was somewhat similar to shadow walking, but a bit more flexible. Garion's version involved injecting his consciousness into the shadow, thereby giving it the ability to move and interact with the physical environment. This intrigued Harry a bit and wanted to try it out. The only drawback to this ability was leaving his body totally defenseless since his consciousness wasn't in it. The most important discovery was the actual limitation of sorcery. Harry generalized it with Belgrath that knowledge was the limitation to sorcery. If you don't know how to do it, then you can't do it. Simple as that. However, he learned during his research that there was also a limitation as to what you can actually do even if you possess the knowledge. It doesn't mean that you know how to do it, and believe that you can do it doesn't mean that you're physically able to do it. There were also rules that existed before in performing sorcery that no longer existed now. Like when an object is banished using magic, since it was similar to uncreating an object through sorcery, which caused some sorcerers in the past to just blow up from being unable to release their will. Harry mused that he should stick to spell and perform such feats to avoid blowing himself up. He shuddered at the thought. Harry sighed. Life was so much simpler when he was only a wizard. August 17, 1991, Potter Manor. Sweat beaded Harry's face as he focused on keeping his shadow construct in place. In front of him was a blob of shadow with 8 arms, each holding an item. Harry was able to solidify his shadow using his inherent shadow mage abilities to control them. It wasn't easy since it required concentration while keeping a steady flow of magic to the construct. Earlier in the experiment, Harry noticed that the larger the shadow to manipulate, the more energy it consumes. Focus was mostly based on what you want your shadow to do. Feeling that his core was about to deplete at a critical level, Harry cut the connection with the shadow he was manipulating, causing the construct to collapse into its original shape, a blob of shadow on the floor produced when the sun hit the paper he stuck on the window. All the items his shadow was holding fell to the floor with a clatter. Slumping to the floor, Harry reached inside his robe and took out a vial of pepper-up potion. He downed the thing in one gulp, already feeling some of his energy coming back to him. I guess I need to mature more in order to fully master my shadow mage abilities, Harry said with a sigh before dragging his body to the bedroom for a well-deserved rest. Edited by Corruptmonk, May 26, 2012. Chapter 12. How? I have a lot of reviews, and it will take forever to answer all of them. My secretary is lazy at the moment, so I'm on my own. Anyway, I'll address some general concerns. 1. Arrogant Harry. Alright people. My Harry is not arrogant, he is just confident and sure of his knowledge and abilities. Put yourself in his shoes for a minute. He's been alone by himself while at the Dursleys. He practiced his magic alone. He lives alone in Potter Manor. He had no friends and bullied all his life. If you were bullied and you know how to counter them, wouldn't you do it, especially when you can get away with it? 2. Uber powerful Harry. No. My version of Harry is not powerful. Sure, he has magic and sorcery to fall back on, but he doesn't know how to use it, except for those he already mastered on his own, which isn't much compared to an educated witch or wizard. I aim to make my version of Harry work for his powers. Besides, a powerful Harry at the start to end is just too boring. 3. Harry's uber long name. I would like thank those readers who gave me an idea on how to shorten Harry's name. Henceforth, he shall now be named properly. Harry James Potter, Lord of the Houses of Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Alder. It sounds better, doesn't it? To Dexter's. Harry Potter Gryffindor Pacino Stallone. Buhahahaha, I so love you. 4. Harry's magical inclination. No, this isn't a Dark Harry story. If you take time to see his views on magic, you will realize that Harry is a gray between light and dark with knowledge of both. 5. Harry's life partner. No pairings here as of yet, boys and girls. He's 11 years old. You expect him to make girls swoon and sigh. Yesh. Get a grip, people. He will make friends, that's it. And no, there won't be any gay partners here. The pleasure is reserved to my brother Grin, though I do have a penchant for Furryham Harry Furryham. ATTIS 89 Mackin. Yes, Harry will still have his parselting ability even if the soul fragment is removed. It is already a part of him or will become a part of him. Refer to the explanation of the ritual from Griphook in previous chapters. And no, he didn't get to meet the Innispiriate since the snake usually relocates to the greenhouses if it is cold sewer winter. Salem the speaker of truth. Point taken, my friend. But there is an explanation why Harry is not the Peverell heir. I have my own version of how one inherits the Peverell title, and it concerns the Hallows, and it will be revealed far into the bowels of this fic. Fanfiction fanboy. Thanks for the heads up. We'll do it. James T. Don't worry. Me and brother is working on this fic, so no burning out between the two of us. I do the original story, he improves and adds to it. We both read it again to see if it is good enough, then boom, update. Thanks for the concern though. Autumngold. I have plans for Dumbledore. Let me put it this way. Dumbledore isn't a bad guy. He is just plain nosy. Since he got all these titles in the wizarding world, his head swelled to the point that he thinks that he knows better than everyone. It happens in real life. Discreetly gives brother a look. Iconocrat, yeah. My version of Harry has a backbone. He walks the walk and talks the talk. Oh yeah. Though he will never be a Ponce except for those people who messes with him. But Bombin, if you really look into the story, you will see that Harry didn't really tell anyone about his abilities. The result of the abilities test gives you the general sight of Harry's magic and abilities. Remember, Griphook explained it to him, and it is not written on the test. The specifics, however, is locked inside Harry's head. For example, he can do telepathy, but they don't know the specific abilities of telepathy he can do. They know he is a shadow mage, but they don't know what he can really do with it. To put it simply, they will think they know Harry since they know his abilities, but they are in for a rude awakening. Abilis one, that is a secret, dearie. I don't want to spoil the surprise. Evil grin, wahahaha. KONATACHAN 603. To be honest, I don't know what to do with Skeeter. Any ideas are greatly appreciated. Sirius, thanks for pointing those out to me. We'll keep watch in the future. Dreamover, I guess I'm not the only one who saw the similarity between characters. Grin. Thanks to your Nokodomo, I now have a name here in fanfiction. From this day onwards, I am called the Sorceress of Stories. Wahahahaha. Fear me. Please, fear me. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter characters and abilities from other literary works. I'm just using them as base for my creative juices. Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer Chapter 12. Off to Hogwarts. September 1st, 1991 Potter Manor. Harry woke up with a loud yawn, followed by an excited grin. Today was the day he was going to Hogwarts, and the excitement was making his body tingle. He translocated directly into the tub while mentally thanking Flippy for the warm water in the bath. The elf never failed to prepare everything beforehand for Harry. The elf was a godsend for the young sorcerer. It didn't take long for him to finish his morning ritual in the shower. He saw that his clothes were already laid out by his in-house fashion expert, Flippy. From the clothes laid out on the bed, it seems that his elf wanted him to make an impression on the way to school. Harry shrugged since he didn't want to hide his true self anymore. His clothes this time was all muggle, but all of it was high class: a black Armani polo, Calvin Klein jeans partnered with a dark green snakeskin belt, and a pair of Ferragamo wingtip Oxford. Arya seems to want to add to the outfit by floating beside the apparel in hurricane form. Harry grinned at the potential shock value of the outfit before putting everything on. Grabbing Arya, Harry looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but grin. Wow. Flippy outdid himself today, said Harry, flabbergasted at how good the elf was getting in picking his outfit. Well, he didn't have any choice in the matter because the elf bought everything in his wardrobe. Harry was sure that he lost around £100,000 from the shopping trip, but he didn't care, since all of it was good stuff, so he didn't begrudge the elf his fun, even if it was expensive. Harry exited his room and walked over to the study to double-check everything in his trunk, to make sure he didn't forget anything. Sure, he could always call Flippy to fetch things for him, but it would be too irresponsible on his part to rely on help when he could do the task himself. While Harry was cataloging his potion supplies, Godric's voice echoed throughout the room. "Grandson, I have a favor to ask of you when you get to Hogwarts," said Godric. "Sure, grandfather, anything for you. What do you need?" Harry asked as he closed the lid of his trunk, shrinking it before placing it in his pocket. "When you get to Hogwarts, I want you to renew the wards." Harry's face turned to confusion at the weird request. The wards of Hogwarts were always on well, according to Hogwarts. A history anyway. Renew the wards. Isn't that supposed to be the headmaster's job? He asked the essence of Godric Gryffindor. Harry read in Hogwarts. A history that one of the jobs of a headmaster is to make sure that the wards of the school are at peak efficiency, usually undergoing a ritual within the catacombs of the school to recharge them. Some headmasters usually add more to the wards, if they were talented to do so anyway. True, it is the headmaster's job to strengthen the wards, but there are ancient wards in place that can only be activated and strengthened by those of the founder's blood, explained Godric. Now this little tidbit was something new. He couldn't help but ask for more information regarding these ancient wards. Now that's interesting. What kind of ancient wards are we talking about? I read in Hogwarts. A history that the school is protected by anti-porky and anti-apparition to restrict travel directly to and from the school. A dark creature ward, to make sure that the creatures of the Forbidden Forest doesn't make it into the grounds, and I think that's it, said Harry as he tried to remember that specific passage in the book mentioning the wards of Hogwarts. True, those are the standards wards that a headmaster can easily strengthen and renew. Godric agreed. However, the ancient wards that Rowena and I created involves a modified intent-based ward tied to boundary of the school. It's like an automatic defense system just in case someone tries to enter the school with intent to harm the students. Similar to the Potter Manor wards then, but less complicated, Harry mused. But why does it need activating now, grandfather? Well, my grandson, these ancient wards require renewal every 200 years. It's been almost 1,000 years since the last time the ward was renewed. Also, deactivation of the ward erases all commands that it previously had. So when you activate the ancient wards, you need to guide it to conform to what defenses you want the school to have. And with your presence there, it will necessary to get them up and running, so you're better protected. I can take care of myself, grandfather, said Harry with a scowl which caused Godric to chuckle. True, but the other students are not. If someone attacks you while you're in Hogwarts, then there is a possibility of collateral damage. You can take care of yourself, but the others cannot. Harry couldn't refute that. If his magic failed, then he could always fall back on sorcery to get him out of tight situations. However, if there was a full-out battle, then the students there would have no defense unless they are trained to do so, which he doubted. The older students could, but the younger students could not. Fine. Where can I find the ward stone? Harry relented. In the Great Hall, there is a shield bearing the Hogwarts crest. Tap each animal of the shield in a specific order: griffin, badger, raven, and snake. Once done, tap the dragon 10 times. A door shall appear that will lead you down to the catacombs where the ward stone resides. All you need to do is to cut your palm to draw blood and touch the face of the ward stone. Don't push your magic into the stone. Let it take care of everything. Harry huffed. Godric never forgot Harry's blunder with the ward stone and kept reminding him of his mistake. It seems that the essence of the ancient wizard had a mean streak a mile wide, or possibly more. I'll do it, grandfather. I think it would be best to settle down for a few days before I activate and power up the ancient wards. However, I promise you that if I sense a threat, then I'll do so immediately the day I get there. Thank you. The castle has always been a bastion of safe haven for magical beings, humans and creatures alike. It is good to see it become so once again after hundreds of years, said Godric. Anyway, why are you so early? The train doesn't leave till 11 o'clock, and it's still 9 o'clock in the morning. Harry grinned. I'm just excited, grandfather. I'm a kid going to his first day of school after all. Since Harry had no idea where King's Cross was, he bribed his familiar with a dozen fruity treats to get him to the station in one piece. Of course, Hedwig agreed immediately, since his familiar's sweet tooth, or beak, was a demand that needed to be immediately satisfied. The young Potter Lord arrived at exactly 10:20 a.m. in platform 9 3/4, which was pretty early for everyone but not to him. Early meant less crowds meant no mobs. So there. Harry felt the familiar weight of Hedwig on his shoulder as he looked around, and saw that there weren't that many families on the platform, since it was still a bit early, which suited him just fine. In most cases, witches and wizards tend to procrastinate, so they either arrive 20 minutes before the train leaves or the minute that it does. Deciding to use the time to secure a comfortable compartment, he approached the Hogwarts Express, a red steam train, and walked over to the last compartment. He knew that people tend to choose the nearest compartment, and it would be very noisy. Also, this location offered a perfect way to get out of the crowd and avoid a potential mobbing. Not that he was afraid of the people recognizing him, he just didn't want to get run over by overexcited witches and wizards. He arrived at the last compartment and immediately fell in love with the interior. It had a nice rustic theme to it that spoke of tradition. Well, Hogwarts Express is a steam locomotive, so modern fixture was non-existent. He entered the compartment, pulled out the trunk from his pocket, returned it to its normal size before floating it on the rack. He knew that the Hogwarts elves would be taking the trunk directly to their respective dormitories after the sorting, so he wouldn't begrudge the hardworking beings of a job they found happiness in. Hedwig just flew to the air and landed in one of the suspended racks on top of the compartment, before promptly going to sleep. It was still too early for her to be up and about. Harry took a seat and peered out the window. Families were slowly trickling onto the platform, offering encouragement to their kids, and ushering them to a compartment for the journey. Harry felt a twinge in his heart when he saw a mother crying while hugging her daughter. If his mother was alive, then he would be subjected to the same treatment. He shook the emotion away. He wouldn't break down now. It would be dishonorable for him to think like that, since his parents sacrificed their lives for him. They helped prepare him for this day, so he'll do everything in his power to make them proud. Harry spent most of the time watching the different witches and wizards in the platform. He didn't recognize any of them, well, except maybe for Madame Bones ushering her niece, Susan Bones if he remembered correctly, into a compartment along with another girl about Susan's age. Harry made a mental note to make a lot of friends at school, even if he was sorted into Slytherin. House rivalries be damned. Harry thought hard regarding his house placement in Hogwarts a week ago. If he was honest with himself, he could be in any of the 4 houses. He had bravery in spades for Gryffindor, loyalty for Hufflepuff, obviously the brain cells for Ravenclaw, and his foray into wizarding, law and politics qualifies him for Slytherin. After an hour of analyzing his personality, Harry decided that the houses had their own set of advantages and disadvantages. For example, Gryffindor House was mostly for those who were brave of heart. Meaning, they are mostly for people who tend to be reckless and foolhardy. He wasn't like that anymore, thanks to his experience with the Potter Manor wards. The House of Hufflepuff was for the loyal and hard workers. However, their shy nature made sure that they disappear into the shadows with their merits not shown to the rest of the houses, which was one of the reasons why a lot of people were saying that Hufflepuff's house was for idiots. Harry certainly disagreed with that. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, was famous for the intelligent children under her wing. However, Ravenclaws tend to spend so much time in the library and on their studies that they tend to shy away from socializing with the rest of the school, unless it had something to do with academics. Also, Ravenclaws tend to consider books as the be-all and end-all of everything, which was a fool's thinking. Knowledge and wisdom were two different things after all. Finally, we have the Slytherin house, practically the most misunderstood house in Hogwarts. It was said by many that Slytherin house breeds dark wizards. Yes, some did turn to the dark arts, but this was because Slytherin house prize ambition and cunning. Everyone wants power, who doesn't? Sadly, Slytherins tend to overachieve with their desire for power, which was why many crossed the line of grey into the dark. Voldemort was said to be a Slytherin, which was another reason why the house was so disliked by everyone. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a woman shriek at her sons that they were going to be late. She was right, since the Hogwarts Express just bellowed, telling everyone that the train was about to depart. Harry pulled out a shrunken book on potions theory from his pocket and enlarged it. He was about to read when the door to his compartment opened, revealing two girls. "How can I help you, ladies?" asked Harry with a polite smile. "Can we share this compartment with you?" asked the blonde. Harry found her beautiful, with her ice-cold blue eyes looking at him in coldness. Harry immediately knew that it was just a mask. The other girl, a brunette, just stayed silent behind her, checking him out. "Be my guest," Harry said, indicating the seat in front of him. The blonde gave a nod and entered the compartment, dragging her trunk with her. The other girl followed. Harry saw them struggling. With the weight, decided to help them. "Let me help you with those," offered Harry as he used his telekinesis to levitate the trunks and floated them over to the rack before securing them firmly in place for the journey. The two girls were shocked at the casual display of magic that they just stood there staring at Harry with wide eyes. Harry just smiled and snapped his fingers, causing the two girls to get out of their shock. "Please, take a seat. It is going to be a long journey to Hogwarts, so might as well be comfortable," said Harry, smile not leaving his face. He was trying his best not to scare the girls, but he vowed to himself not to hide what he's capable of. Also, this was a test that Harry devised for such a situation. He wanted to meet people who saw him as himself, not the boy who lived. The best way to do that was to shower them with demonstrations of his power to see how they would react. If they fawn over his talents, then they were not friendship material. If they are curious about his abilities and ask him appropriate, non-personal questions, then they had a chance. Those who ignore it needed to be observed, since it was possible they had an agenda. The girls took their seats and looked at each other with uncertainty before looking at Harry as if he was a ghost. The girls gasped when they saw the scar on Harry's forehead, finally realizing who was in the compartment with them. "It's not polite to stare, you know," said Harry with a smile, his emerald eyes twinkling merrily. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Harry James Potter. May I know your names, ladies?" The first one to recover from the shock was the blonde girl with the cold blue eyes. "A pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. My name is Daphne Greengrass, and this is my best friend Tracy Davis." "A pleasure, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis," greeted Harry with a nod. "I take it that both of you are first years, the same as I am." "Yes. This is our first year at Hogwarts," answered Daphne. Her lips parted as if wanting to say something but stopped. She paused as if struggling with something. "You aren't what we expected you to be." One of Harry's eyebrow was unexpected. "Oh? What did you expect me to be, Miss Greengrass?" he asked curiously. He never had any interaction with people of his age, and he would try his best not to scare these two out of the compartment. "Well, there were a lot of rumors going around, and the Daily Prophet spreading the news about what you did at Nocturn Alley," said Daphne with a little hesitation, followed closely by a sharp nod from Tracy. "Yeah. They say that you're 10 feet tall, wielding a wicked-looking weapon, and cut off all their heads in a single swipe. They also said that you called down lightning bolts from the sky and fried your enemies to a crisp," Tracy blurted before blushing. Harry gave them an amused laugh, which caused the Daphne and Tracy to relax. They were afraid that the boy who lived might have been offended by Tracy's sudden rant. "Sorry, girls. I think you got the wrong Harry Potter, though their version is more, shall we say, filled with action," he said in amusement. "Anyway, as you can see, I'm only 5'1", give or take a few centimeters. I don't have any wicked-looking weapon, though I do have Arya. Finally, I didn't call down lightning. I simply called for Hedwig to get me out of there." "Arya? Who's Arya?" asked Tracy in confusion. "And what's a Hedwig?" Harry grasped his cane staff resting beside him, then willed it to return to its natural form. The girls looked at the beautiful staff in awe. This is my beloved Arya, my staff, and Hedwig is my phoenix familiar and currently sleeping. He pointed a finger above them where they saw White Phoenix sleeping peacefully. The conversation just flowed from there. It was an hour into the journey that Daphne finally relaxed around the famous Harry Potter. After correcting Tracy's description of him, the conversation that followed was quite pleasant. Instead of a stuck-up pureblood, Harry Potter was quite down-to-earth. She could easily say that the boy was intelligent, charismatic, handsome, and most of all, unfailingly polite. Not once did he say anything bad about them, and Daphne's training in pureblood circle kicked in, telling her that the boy wasn't lying or pretending to be someone else. The boy in front of them was the real Harry Potter, not the boy who lived that everyone portrayed him to be. Daphne could easily say that she was having fun sharing a compartment with one Harry James Potter, and couldn't wait to get to know him better at school. Tracy Davis was in heaven. She was, and still is, a Harry Potter fan. She read all the books published about him and had always dreamed that he would whisk her away to a floating castle to live happily ever after. However, when she confronted him about the truth of the stories, all he got was laughter. When he saw her hurt look, he immediately apologized, and Tracy could easily tell that it was sincere. Harry explained to her that books were just fantasy stories some writer cooked up to make some money out of him. He couldn't blame them, of course, since it was an untapped market considering his popularity after the fall of the Dark Lord. Instead of losing interest when confronted with the truth, Tracy Davis' interest peaked as she started to get to know the real Harry Potter, not the boy who lived, but the actual boy who was starting Hogwarts the same year as Daphne and her. Tracy Davis, for the first time, could say that the stories about the boy who lived wasn't worth a grain of salt. Harry had fun having a lively conversation with his two new friends, Daphne and Tracy. It was a bit tense at first, but he was able to steer the conversation into more general topics that all three of them could relate. Conversation branched out from there. They discussed the feeling of going to school, what subjects would be interesting for them, doing magic in a controlled environment, the lessons they would be getting from experienced professors, and so on. Heck, they even discussed Quidditch, and Harry was bombarded with information about the sport when he told the girls that he never flown on a broom before, and have never seen a game. Tracy took the rein in this conversation and showered Harry with so much Quidditch information, that the boy who lived felt that his brain just short-circuited. Thankfully, Daphne was able to calm her friend enough to stop talking about Quidditch, and gave Harry some breathing room to process the information overload. "Please, no more Quidditch," pleaded Harry to Tracy as he rubbed his temple. The girl was just too enthusiastic about the sport. Daphne just grinned at him. "Now you know what not to say when Tracy's around," said Daphne before getting swatted on the shoulder by a fuming Tracy Davis. "I'm not that bad," Tracy defended herself. When she saw Daphne and Harry's eyes in question, she explained, "I just love the sport, that's all." "Right," Harry drawled. A knock on the compartment door stopped his sarcastic reply. Harry stood up and opened the door, revealing a lady pushing a trolley filled to the brim with sweets. "Can I interest you in some snacks, dears?" asked the kindly lady, waving a hand to the cart showing off her stock. Harry turned to the girls with a raised eyebrow. "Anything you want. My treat," he offered while pulling out a couple of galleons from his pocket. It was a good thing that he followed Flippy's advice to bring a few coins with him just in case. "Are you sure, Harry? I have some money here for snacks," said Daphne as she pulled out her own money. Harry shook his head at the offer since he wanted to treat his new friends. It was a great feeling, using his money to make other people happy. "Don't worry about it, girls. I'm not sure what you would like, so why don't you pick your favorites, then let's eat them together. I'm somewhat hungry thanks to Tracy." He got a glare from said girl. "Hey, too much thinking can make you hungry, you know," he said, defending himself. "Really? Do tell," said Tracy with sarcasm dripping from her voice. She rose from her seat followed by Daphne towards the food cart. It took 5 minutes for Harry, Daphne, and Tracy to pick their favorites, since there were plenty of others that caught their fancy, especially Harry. Daphne ended up choosing some chocolate frogs and a cauldron cake, while Tracy went for licorice wands and pumpkin pasties. Harry, however, decided to splurge, so he bought 3 of each kinds of sweets, along with 3 butterbeers. The girls eyed his purchase as he dumped them on the seat beside him. Harry saw the looks. "What? I'm hungry alright. Besides, I haven't tried all of them, so I was curious," explained Harry as he took a bite out of a cauldron cake. It was delicious. Too sweet, but the taste of pumpkin tickled his tongue. "Wow. This is good. Don't tell me this is your first time trying sweets?" asked Daphne as she nibbled on a chocolate frog. "Nope," answered Harry before finishing off what's left of the cake in a single bite. He grabbed a butterbeer and popped the cap off with a whispered word. He took a long pull of the flavored drink, then sighed. "That was good. Yeah. Butterbeer always bring out that reaction in people. My dad told me that it can be addicting, so I didn't get to drink much of it," admitted Tracy, eyeing the half-empty bottle in Harry's hand. Harry just gave her a look before finishing off his drink. He banished the empty bottle with a thought before grabbing another. This time, He theatrically pointed a finger on the cap and used his telekinesis ability to pop it off, much to Tracy's delight. Daphne just raised an eyebrow at the action. Grinning, he passed the bottle to Tracy, who happily took it before taking a sip. Harry quirked an eyebrow at Daphne, who simply nodded at the unasked question. Harry repeated his performance and gave the bottle to her. The three ate and drank in silence for a few moments before Daphne asked something that made Harry tense. "Harry, I could not but notice that you casually do magic without a wand or even a verbal spell," observed Daphne. She saw Harry tense up, so immediately explained. "You see, Harry, me and Tracy live in the wizarding world all our lives, so magic is a common occurrence for us. However, this is the first time seeing someone casually do wandless magic. I'm not asking you to tell us anything. It was just an observation." Harry relaxed after hearing Daphne explain her side. He eyed them both for a bit before sending out a brief telepathic probe. All he got from the two of them were curiosity and nothing else, so he decided to explain, since these two weren't up to something. "Well, I discovered magic at a young age. I think the term to describe that is accidental magic." He got a nod from both girls. "You see, I was curious one time, so I tried to remember every instance of accidental magic in my life. I was able to somewhat control my magic when I was 8 years old. I can do small tricks at first, but was able to learn some spells and abilities when I entered the wizarding world," explained Harry. He didn't lie. He just didn't tell them the whole truth. "Interesting," said Daphne, deep in thought. Wandless magic is considered to be a difficult skill to master, since it requires magical power, control, and focus. In most cases, wands are used to focus the magic within and bring it out. I think you just discovered a unique way to do wandless magic on your own. You know, Daphne, if I didn't know any better, I would say that you're interested in learning wandless magic," chided Tracy, but the twitch of her lips clearly revealed that she was just making fun of her best friend. Daphne huffed, crossing her arms over her chest before glaring at the brow-haired girl. "Tracy, you're my best friend, but sometimes you can be a bit dense," Daphne said in a condescending tone. "What does that supposed to mean?" growled Tracy. "It means, Tracy dear, that I am merely curious. Unlike you, I love to read and study the theories of magic. Even if I can't do it, I still have fun learning about it," explained Daphne in a manner as if explaining to a child. In Tracy's case, it was. The two argued back and forth while Harry was smiling at them amusement. These girls were unique. The normal reaction of a typical kid when they found something interesting was to give it a try. However, these girls was just curious about it. Heck, they didn't even pester him with details. "Alright girls, cut it out." He cringed when both girls turned their ire on him. "Whoa. Civilian here. Collateral damage." Both girls just shook their heads at the poor attempt of a joke. Harry saw the action and thought that maybe these two were twins. "Anyway, what's your favorite subjects in magic?" Harry asked finally, since he didn't want to end up being a referee to two strong-willed girls. "Don't you think it's too early to ask about that, Harry?" asked Tracy. Harry shook his head. "Nope. I'm not saying that you already have a subject you want to pursue in. I'm just asking if you have any subjects taught at Hogwarts that you find interesting. Something that caught your fancy. You did read your books, right?" "Of course, we did." Daphne paused. "Well, I did anyway." "I'm not sure about Tracy. To answer your question, Harry, my favorite subjects are potions and charms." "Mine charms," Tracy piped in while glaring at Daphne for her earlier comment. "How about you, Harry?" asked Daphne, totally ignoring Tracy's glare of doom. "I'm not really sure what I like, since I'm curious about all forms of magic. But if you ask what strikes my fancy, then I would say charms, ancient runes, and transfiguration," Harry admitted, since most of his skills revolve within those areas outside of sorcery. Ancient runes because he wanted to continue the Potter's tradition involving that specific field. The conversation continued the same way until the three retreated to their respective books, aiming to relax and enjoy a good read as they traveled to Hogwarts. However, they didn't get to enjoy a quiet moment of academic relaxation when someone entered their compartment without so much "by your leave." "Hi, can I join you guys? Everywhere else is kind of full," a boy with red hair said as he barged into the compartment. All three of the occupants just looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Harry, Daphne, and Tracy knew that the Hogwarts Express was never full since the changes in size, according to how many students would be attending Hogwarts. They ignored the slip, however, and see where this meeting would lead. "Sure. Grab yourself a seat," said Harry before going back to his reading. The girls also followed his example, not wanting to talk to the boy who clearly had an agenda, though they don't know what it was. The boy merely sat on the seat beside Harry, watching the three in the compartment reading their respective books. A grimace marred his face and kept silent. It didn't take long for him to speak out, unable to stand the silence permeating the compartment. "So, have any of you seen Harry Potter on the train?" the boy blurted out. Daphne was quite quick on the uptake when he saw one of Harry's eye twitch in annoyance. "No, haven't seen him. Is he even coming to Hogwarts?" she asked as he eyed Harry, who was pretending to ignore the conversation. Good thing his scar was hidden by his hair since he was bent over his book. Of course. Where else would he go? I mean, Hogwarts is the only school of magic. The boy bragged, puffing his chest up in pride for being able to attend such a prestigious institution. Well, I'm not too sure about that, said Tracy from her reading. What do you know? The boy growled, clearly not happy that someone disagreed with him. I just know that there are schools other than Hogwarts, though they're not here in Britain. Beauxbatons is in France and Durmstrang is Tracy floundered, trying to remember the location of the last school. Sweden. Durmstrang is in Sweden, answered Harry without looking up from his book. The Redeed just gave both of them a scathing look. Well, Hogwarts is still the best school there is, said the Redeed. He was about to say something else when a blonde-haired boy entered the compartment. I heard that Harry Potter is on the train. Are you him? He asked, looking at the only black-haired boy in the compartment. This question caused the Redeed to turn to Harry sharply. Harry looked up from his book, but not before disguising his face with Harold Evans using his wandless magic. Oh no. This guy, Harry pointed at the Redeed, was also looking for him as well. No Harry Potter in this compartment. Just me and the girls, said Harry with a curious expression on his face which almost made the two girls laugh. Fortunately, they managed to hold it in so it didn't give away Harry's act. The blonde looked down at the Redeed and sneered. I see that you're looking for Harry Potter too. Why do you believe that he will hang out with a poor boy like you? Said the blonde with a scoff, looking down at the boy over his nose, as if he was garbage. I'm a Weasley. It is only normal for Harry Potter to hang out with me. I'm a light wizard after all. The Redeed Weasley declared as he puffed up his chest. The blonde was about to retort when Harry decided to end the argument and possibly send them away without resorting to magic or sorcery, that is. If both of you are looking for Harry Potter, then you might want to check the other compartments, Harry suggested. Of course I checked the others, you dolt. This is the last compartment on the train, so obviously I already looked, said the blonde with a sniff. Who are you anyway? Oh, me? My name is Harold Evans. First year, Harry cheerfully answered. Evans, I don't recall a pureblood with an Evans family name, said the blonde with a frown, eyes narrowing. Well, of course, you haven't heard of Evans. I'm a Muggleborn. Well, that's what the Hogwarts professor said anyway when she visited me this summer, lied Harry with an innocent look on his face. The girls hid their faces behind their respective books to hide the twitching on their lips. Harry was just a good actor, playing around the Redeed and the blonde masterfully without giving anything away. A mudblood then? Not worth my time, said the blonde, who gave Harry a disgusted look. He finally noticed the girls. Greengrass. Consorting with mudbloods now, I see. Davis, what is your half-blood arse doing here? Daphne's Ice Queen persona materialized. Malfoy, she said in a frigid voice. I suggest that you control your mouth before something happens that you might regret. You don't have any right to speak to me that way, Greengrass. The Malfoy family is better than yours. You need to learn to respect your betters. Daphne just quirked an eyebrow. Really, Malfoy, your delusions are getting out of hand. If I recall correctly, the Malfoys are originally from France and immigrated here in Britain 200 years ago. My family existed since the founding of Wizarding Britain. If we are going to be talking about betters and respect here, Malfoy, then I suggest that you start groveling at my feet. Malfoy blushed before growling at the Greengrass heir. My father will hear about this, Greengrass. Mark my words. Bold words for one who only barks. If you really belong to an honorable family, Malfoy, then you shouldn't be talking about fathers here. This is between you and me, or are you so inbred that you have to hide behind your father when faced by your betters? The last part was said with a sneer. Harry noted that Daphne was very good at acting, judging from how she switched from a happy girl to a cold, calculating pureblood in seconds. Malfoy didn't say anything but stormed out of the compartment. The trio immediately noticed the lack of Redeed in their midst. Well, will you look at that? I didn't even notice that he left, said Tracy when she noted that Weasley was no longer in the compartment. Amazing talent if you ask me, said Daphne in amusement since she already dropped her Ice Queen persona. She looked at Harry curiously, who already dropped the glamour from his face. Why did you hide Harry? Harry rolled his eyes before giving out a huff of annoyance. Those two are the reasons why I am in the last compartment. I am not in the mood to make friends with people who clearly have an agenda. Those two are prime examples of what I'm talking about, he said in disgust. He really hated it when people suck up to him just because of his fame. I see. Well, good thing that you're good at wandless magic then, since I feel that you will be using a lot of that in Hogwarts, Tracy said cheerfully. Harry groaned. Great. Just great. Shoot me now, he said sarcastically before going back to his book, closely followed by Daphne and Tracy. The trio prayed that there wouldn't be any more interruptions until they reached Hogwarts. The trio's prayers were answered when they weren't bothered by any other visitors or annoyances throughout the rest of the ride, except for a prefect who came in and told them that they would be arriving at Hogwarts in a few minutes and needed to put on their robes. Harry told the girls to change in the compartment while he went to the loo. Harry took his time freshening up and arrived at the compartment seeing the girls already dressed to impress. Grinning, Harry just snapped his fingers and translocated his current clothes with his Hogwarts outfit inside his trunk. Daphne was grumbling how lucky he was to have a way to get dressed in seconds, where it took them almost an hour to do so. Harry had a smug look on his face when she said that. It was slightly raining when they exited the train to Hogsmeade, where a very large man with a full beard was shouting for Hogwarts first years to come to him. The older students just made their way towards the horseless carriages parked in one corner of the station. Harry, Daphne, and Tracy decided to stay together for the remainder of the trip, which was a boat ride across the lake to Hogwarts Castle. They were joined by Hermione Granger, who Harry recognized from his trip to Diagon Alley. The boat ride was silent, though Granger was eyeing Harry with a curious expression on her face. Harry, of course, noticed the obvious observation of his person, but chose to ignore it, since the girl wasn't doing anything to harm him or his friends. The boat ride passed in silence, mostly silent anyway, since some of the occupants of the boats behind and in front of them were shouting and throwing up their lunches due to the swaying motion of the vessel thanks to the choppy waters. One kid fell overboard, but a tentacle rose out of the lake, plucked him out of the water and tucked him back into the boat. Of course, this action earned a few odd looks and gasps from Muggleborns. When they disembarked, Harry, Daphne, Tracy, and the rest of the students were ushered by their guide into a large chamber. The stop allowed Harry to cast a drying charm on the girls and himself, since they were a bit soaked from the boat ride. The girls thanked him and commented on how handy Harry was. Again, Harry just leveled them a smug look which Daphne wanted to correct. Tracy just smirked at her friend's reaction to Harry's expertise in wandless magic. Again, Harry had to resort to his disguise when Weasley and Malfoy started asking around for him. Tracy was trying not to snicker at their useless actions, since Harry's disguise was foolproof. Daphne put on her Ice Queen persona that practically scared Malfoy away from them. Harry didn't bother to hide his amusement when he saw that. Harry found it amusing, however, when Malfoy got tired of searching for him and decided to flush him out by mentioning his name. Clearly, the Blonde Ponce was an idiot. Upon hearing his name being called out by the Blonde Ponce, every single student in the room started to look around. Harold Evans just looked at them innocently. Granger, however, was looking at him with suspicion. Their time in the entrance hall was lackluster to say the least. Professor McGonagall came in and informed them that they would be sorted into different houses, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, and told them to wait until they were called before entering the Great Hall to be sorted. The only excitement that happened was the presence of the ghosts. Harry was idly listening to the conversation around him, mostly on Tracy and Daphne, discussing how they were going to be sorted, when the ghosts floated into the room from the wall. He found Sir Nicholas and Fat Friar to be funny, the Grey Lady to be a bit stiff, and the Bloody Baron having a stick up his arse. He didn't voice it out though to avoid putting him in the spotlight. He didn't want to get mobbed in such an enclosed space. It was 20 minutes later that Professor McGonagall returned and ushered them into the Great Hall, which made everyone look at the ceiling in awe. Harry barely heard Hermione Granger telling those within hearing range about the enchantment in the ceiling that she read in Hogwarts. A history. McGonagall introduced the first years to the headmaster before bringing out a tattered hat and placed it on the lone stool in front of everyone. The hat started to sing a song about Hogwarts and the qualities belonging to each of the houses that the founder coveted. Harry chuckled at the hat. He couldn't deny the fact that it was quite good at its job of coming up with songs every year. When the hat finished with its show, McGonagall pulled out a roll of parchment. Informed the first years to sit on the stool when their names are called. Harry found the sorting process interesting. It seems that the hat was used to determine the qualities of a person and assign them to a specific house where they will flourish in their time in the school. It was quite funny that Hogwarts A history didn't mention the hat. It seems to be an ongoing joke to scare the first years into coming up with vivid scenarios on how they will be sorted, like how Weasley informed those who listened that they will have to wrestle a troll during the sorting feast. Harry just shook his head and snorted when he heard that. First years wrestling a troll without any magical education. Absurd. Tracy and Daphne were sorted into Slytherin, and each girls looked at Harry to see what his reactions would be for being sorted into the snake pit. They were relieved, however, when Harry just gave them a thumbs up and a grin. The girls realized that no matter what house they were sorted into, Harry was still their friend. The sorting continued without any interruptions, though Harry found it interesting for Malfoy to be sorted immediately into Slytherin, just before the hat touched the blonde's head. It's either the hat already knew of the boy, or it didn't want to catch anything that Malfoy was having. Harry suspected that it was the latter. Eventually, it was his turn to be sorted. Harry Potter, McGonagall called out. Of course, everyone in the Great Hall started whispering when his name was called to be sorted while looking around to catch a glimpse of the boy who lived. Harry pushed himself off the wall he was leaning on and walked confidently towards the stool, dropping his Harold Evans persona in front of everyone much to their shock. Malfoy and Weasley were both looking at him as if they were betrayed by Harry for hiding. He smiled at McGonagall that was returned by the stern woman before taking his seat on the stool. His vision became black when the oversized hat was placed on his head. "Ah, finally you come to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter. I've been expecting you," said a voice in his head. "Hat?" asked Harry. "Correct, Mr. Potter. Welcome to Hogwarts. Now let me sort you," said the hat, and Harry could feel a mind probe leeching its way into his defenses. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't block it. The hat saw what he was doing. "Mr. Potter, you need not worry about me poking in your head, since I was enchanted by the founders to make sure that I sort the students properly. Anything I see will be kept between us, even the headmaster can't get the secret from me." This little tidbit caused Harry to relax, letting the hat's probe inside his mind. "Now, Mr. Potter, you're a very interesting boy. Oh my. Such a powerful boy you are, Mr. Potter. A sorcerer, a shadow mage, and parcelting to boot. Interesting. Wait, what's this? You're a real sorcerer with powers from the sorcerers of old. Ordained by the last. Intriguing, very intriguing. Where should I put you, Dothan? You're a very complicated young man. Just place me where you think I can do my best," stated Harry, not really caring where he might end up. "Oh, I will, Mr. Potter. It's just that you are quite complicated to sort. You have bravery in spades that would make Gryffindor take you. But pride, though, I don't think that would be the case since he is your ancestor, so the trait will surely bleed through. You have the wisdom to be placed in Ravenclaw, and your goal for knowledge easily places you in Slytherin, since it is a huge ambition. You don't give out your trust easily due to your childhood, but you are amazingly loyal to people who you think deserves it. I am in quite a quandary, Mr. Potter. Any of the houses will do fine for me, hat," Harry said, amused at how the hat described his personality, which was quite accurate. "Let's put this into perspective, shall we?" said the hat. "Slytherin is out. I don't think the students there will survive if they manage to. Ignite your temper. I dare say Poppy will be getting a lot of patience in the next 7 years if you're placed in the snake pit." Harry snickered at that, causing everyone in the hall who heard him to look at him strangely. McGonagall just raised an eyebrow, not saying anything else, though she was wondering why it was taking so long to sort the young Potter. "Gryffindor is also out since you crave for anonymity, and the Lion's Den will surely put you in a place where you don't want to be mobbed." Harry snickered again at this. "Also, the Lion's Den is not for you since your brand of bravery is tempered. With your common sense. Foolhardy is not in your vocabulary, Mr. Potter, but I do find what happened with the Ward Stone quite stupid." Harry groaned. Now the hat was doing it. "Damn nosy enchanted object." "Nosy I am not, Mr. Potter. But I do see it in your head. Gryffindor is not for you. That only leaves Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw." "I see no possible yes, quite possible that would work. I will sort you now, Mr. Potter. I hope you do well in all your time here in Hogwarts. If you have a free time, please visit me for a chat. I dare say that the headmaster's office is a dreary place to be. Now welcome to Hogwarts, apprentice." The hat shouted the last part. Everyone, including Harry, was stunned. Apprentice? What in the world is an apprentice? Is it even a house? Silence reigned for a few seconds before shouts echoed around the hall, ranging from disbelief to few hysterical screams, courtesy of a pair of red-hat twins which Harry found quite amusing. The teachers weren't faring any better, each sporting their own set of emotions from the Sorting Hat's revelation. The headmaster finally got hold of his shock and stood up from his seat. A large bang echoed around the hall coming from his wand. Thankfully, it did the trick. Everyone in the hall became quiet, and all attention was focused on him. Harry just turned on his stool so he was facing the headmaster. He tilted the hat back to free his eyes so he could see better. Harry could feel the hat's smug smile, which was quite a feat for a piece of ancient headwear. "Thank you. Now I think a lot of you are quite curious as to the hat's decision to not sort Mr. Potter into any house, instead, place him under an apprenticeship," said Albus, eyes twinkling merrily. "If I recall correctly, it's been 300 years since an apprentice graced the halls of Hogwarts, and I'm proud to be present for such an event." "What is an apprentice, headmaster?" asked McGonagall, inadvertently putting the sorting on hold to satisfy her curiosity, well, in this case, everyone's curiosity. An apprentice is a specific position in Hogwarts awarded only to a student with a single quality, the quality to amass knowledge for a purpose. Now many would think that this is under the Ravenclaw house, but it is not so. You see, an apprenticeship is awarded only to a student with exceptional control over his magic, partnered with the drive to learn everything about magic. This is the difference of Ravenclaw house and that of an apprentice. While Ravenclaw prize knowledge above all else, an apprentice seeks wisdom to better themselves and others. Now, an apprentice is still a student undergoing similar subjects as with the other students, though the schedule might be quite different to accommodate extra lessons. The only difference is that an apprentice will be subjected to private lessons with every professors in Hogwarts. Core classes will be scheduled, but he will be met with the professors to designate a time for private tutelage. Some might find this to be a great opportunity, but an apprenticeship is a heavy burden. If he fails the tests of one of his professors within the year, then his status will be revoked and sorted into a house. Everyone heard the headmaster's words and the disbelief turned into awe at the great opportunity given to Harry. Said boy, however, groaned since the sorting hat just placed him in a pedestal, putting him in the spotlight again. Harry was brought out of his bout of angst when the headmaster spoke again. Now, Apprentice Potter, you can pick any of the house tables for meals. I will personally hand you your schedule tomorrow. Professor McGonagall here will lead you to the apprentices' quarters after the feasts so you can settle down for the night. You will be called to my office in the morning for a meeting with the professors in regards to your education here in Hogwarts. Consider it an interview if you will to determine your position in the school since, aside from being a student, a Hogwarts apprentice also acts as an assistant professor, if we deem you are ready for the position, said Headmaster Dumbledore before nodding to McGonagall to continue with the sorting. The hat was taken off his head, and McGonagall beckoned for him to sit on any of the house tables with a nod. Harry stood and looked around. He saw that there were mixed reactions to his sorting. Gryffindor House was sporting a lot of sad faces, since they were expecting the son of James and Lily Potter to be sorted into their house similar to his parents. He did note that Granger was giving him a jealous glare, Weasley who was still waiting to be sorted giving him a betrayed look, and the pair of twins at the Gryffindor table, fake crying Harry's position in school. Ravenclaw House, however, was eyeing him like a piece of meat which made Harry nervous. A mobbing in the future was a good assumption from this house. Harry made a mental note to stay away from the students of the Raven's Nest. He glanced at the Slytherin table and saw the calculating looks from the students of the Snake Pit. Malfoy, in particular, was sporting a scowl when he realized that Harry Potter was on the train and missed him. He saw Tracy and Daphne giving him a smile, telling him through their expressions that they were proud and happy of his sorting, though the curiosity in Daphne's face made Harry decide to meet with her during breakfast, to discuss a potential schedule to meet and maybe study together. Harry decided to enjoy the sorting feast in the Badger house, since most of them weren't giving him any weird looks. Edited by Corruptmonk, May 26, 2012. Chapter 13. I'm a bit rushed for time right now since I should be preparing for a party. But I love my readers too much to prolong your wait for the next chapter. So here's chapter 13. Enjoy. Anyway, answers to reviews will be on the next chapter. More reviews are welcome. Rachel, the Sorcerer Stories. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter or any characters or abilities similar to other literary works. Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer Chapter 13. Sorcerer Apprentice. Harry found the presence of Hufflepuffs to be very comforting. It seems that the House of Badgers had an instinctive knowledge to make sure that anyone was welcome in their fold. It seems this was the reason why many called Hufflepuff the House of the Dregs. Everyone was accepted. Heck, the Puffs would even likely accept a first-year practicing dark arts into their dorm, even if they would be a bit wary of him or her. Harry saw that the Puffs weren't giving him stares of awe or disbelief, though some raised an eyebrow or two. Harry assumed that some of the older Puffs would be questioning as to why he was moving to their table, since the others were more special for the boy who lived. Harry hoped that wasn't the case. In fact, the closer he got to was of admiration, though he was a bit confused as to what caused that reaction. He decided right there and then to spend a lot of time with some Hufflepuffs, and make some friends among them, especially the older ones. When Harry neared the Hufflepuff table, a handsome teen beckoned for him to sit beside him, since it was the only place available. Of course, it was obvious to Harry that the teen was someone that many of the Badgers respected, since those beside him scooted away to make room for the new addition when they saw the invite. Harry assumed that the teen was the official leader of the Puffs. When Harry sat down, the teen introduced himself with a smile before offering his hand for Harry to shake. "Welcome to the Hufflepuff table, Mr. Potter. My name is Cedric Diggory." Harry smiled and took the offered hand before giving it a shake. "I guess everyone already knows who I am, so a pleasure, Mr. Diggory." "Please, call me Cedric," said the teen with a smile. "I feel like my dad when someone calls me that." "Then please call me Harry. It's only polite," replied the young Potter Lord as he turned to observe the rest of the sorting, which was down to the last two. Harry saw that the Redidi met on the train. Ronald Weasley got sorted into Gryffindor, and one Blaise Zabini ended in Slytherin. The sorting feast followed with the headmaster saying a few choice words. Harry found it funny that an ancient and knowledgeable headmaster would consider nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, as an acceptable method to start up a grand feast. Harry mentally shrugged since the headmaster's quirks were his own. The young sorcerer could only say that the Hogwarts sorting feast was a sight to behold. Enormous tables were filled to the brim with known and unknown delicacies that would surely make one's mouth water just looking at it. Harry, who was already getting hungry despite the snacks on the train, eyed the different food in front of him with interest, particularly a plate of well-roasted chicken legs. As he ate his fill, Harry couldn't help but observe the students and the professors currently enjoying the bounties in the Great Hall. The headmaster was as jolly as ever, holding a merry conversation with Professor McGonagall as they sampled the food in front of them. Harry didn't know the rest of the faculty, so he asked Cedric to give him the rundown, since he was 2 years his senior. The first faculty Cedric pointed out was Professor Pomona Sprout, herbology professor and the Hufflepuff head of house. She was somewhat on the short side, but one cannot deny the woman's motherly look, though Harry could see the hidden steel behind it. Cedric told him that she was an excellent teacher and a mother to the Puffs, but it was not a good idea to cross due to her temper, similar to that of a badger. Harry found the last comment to be amusing, endearing, yet scary at the same time. The next introduced was Professor Quirinius Quirrell. Cedric told Harry that Professor Quirrell changed after meeting a vampire during his trip in the Albanian forest. Whatever happened during the meeting left Professor Quirrell stuttering and afraid of his own shadow. Harry couldn't help but feel something odd about the man, though he dismissed it for later. The next name caught Harry's attention: Professor Severus Snape, potions professor and Slytherin head of house. Harry couldn't help but ask Cedric why he was grimacing when he mentioned the man's name. The Hufflepuff informed Harry that Professor Snape had a nasty reputation, which only correlated with what the young Potter knew of the man from his interviews with Tom the barman in Diagon Alley. He was known as the Bat of the Dungeons, due to his dark outfit and persona. The Puff told him that Snape was world-renowned potions master but wasn't a very good teacher. Also, Snape shows blatant favoritism to Slytherins, an uncanny hate towards Gryffindors, an indifference towards Hufflepuffs, and an annoyance with Ravenclaws. Harry eyed the potions professor, and couldn't help but conclude that this was a complicated man. His observation revealed the man to be guarded in both mind and heart, showing off a snarky exterior that pushed everyone away, as if he was afraid of building a relationship, and a bubbling cauldron of hate towards something Harry didn't know. Harry noted that approaching Professor Snape to give him the letter from his mom might prove to be a challenge if nothing else. Cedric had fun describing the always cheerful Professor Phileas Flitwick, master of charms and dueling, and head of Ravenclaw House. Cedric informed Harry that Flitwick's charms class had always been the favorite of the students, followed closely by Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration. The other teachers were Professor Aurora Sinister for astronomy, Professor Satima Vector for arithmancy, Professor Bathsheba Babbling for ancient runes, Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn for care of magical creatures, Professor Charity Burbage as Muggle studies teacher, and Madame Rolanda Hooch as the flying instructor. Two faculties who weren't present for the feast was the ghost professor, Cuthbert Binns of history of magic, and Sybil Trelawney of divination class. Harry thanked Cedric for introducing the faculty before taking another chicken leg from the plate, since it was as delicious as those prepared by Flippy. One advantage to being a sorcerer was having a form of sixth sense. It can be considered divination by some due to its inexact prediction, but it was more of a gut feeling in his case, and triggered when something bad was about to happen, or someone was planning to do something nefarious towards his person. For Harry, it was a red flag, signaling that he needed to be extra careful. Harry's gut feeling kicked in when the headmaster gave the start-of-term announcement, specifically when the aged wizard informed everyone in the Great Hall that the third-floor corridor was out of bounds, and those who found themselves there might suffer a painful death. Not something that should be said in a room full of curious students who had plenty of free time to get into trouble if nothing else. Harry James Potter knew that something was up, but he couldn't put a finger on it, so he decided to observe the school and act when needed. It was after the feast that he was approached by Professor McGonagall to take him to his designated room, since he wouldn't be bunking with any of the houses. This suited Harry just fine, since having his own private haven guaranteed that he got the peace and quiet he needed to study. From what Headmaster Dumbledore informed the whole school regarding apprentices, Harry felt that he would be doing a lot of studying if he wanted to keep his current liberties in Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall led Harry to one of the towers in the west wing of the castle, which was a 5-minute walk to the Transfiguration classroom, something that the young Lord Potter found convenient. They reached a large portrait of a middle-aged witch with the bearings of an aristocrat. "Mr. Potter, this is the portrait of Morgana Le Fay. She is guarding the only entrance to the apprentice dorms. It hasn't been used for 300 years, but the elves made sure to clean it up when they got word that there was a new apprentice in this school. All you need to do is to set a password, so the portrait will only open for you," explained McGonagall. But before Harry could say anything or ask a question, the portrait spoke. "Finally, we have a new apprentice learning magic here at Hogwarts. What is your name, child?" asked the portrait of Morgana Le Fay. "Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of Houses Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Elder," replied Harry, since he decided to be formal with a well-known history figure, even if it's just her portrait. Morgana nodded in approval with a bit of pride, though Harry didn't know why. "I approve of you. Please speak the new password, and I will ensure that your new home will never be disturbed." "The new password is Olgo, my lady," replied Harry, deciding to use name of one of the key locations during Belgrath's time. It was a safe password to use since no one knows about it. However, Harry narrowed his eyes when Morgana gave a subtle twitch upon hearing the password to use. "Done. To enter your new home, just speak the password. B." Warned, the apprentice dorm holds certain items that should not be exposed to the rest of the students, so make sure that you don't give the password to those who are unworthy. Warn Morgana before swinging outward, revealing a passageway leading to the dorms. Mr. Potter, I suggest that you go to your dorm and explore, then try to settle down and get some sleep, since there will be a meeting between you and the rest of the faculty tomorrow after breakfast. Classes will start on September 3rd, Wednesday. This will give the students time to adjust. Good night, said Professor McGonagall before leaving Harry alone to enter his new home. Harry James Potter could safely say that he liked his new home. The apprentice dorm was quite large, considering that an apprentice would surely need an appropriate setting in order to properly study or enact projects given to him by the professors. Harry entered the passageway behind Morgana's portrait to reveal a large room. It was tastefully decorated with antique furniture and the earthen colors of the furnishings and fixtures, conforming to the stone walls of Hogwarts, made for a comfortable ambience. The room that Harry was in now could be considered a living room/receiving room, like the foyer of Potter Manor. A large couch and two small ones adorned the middle of the room, surrounding an antique table made of a light brown wood. Aside from the stairwell that Harry was curious about, there were 3 doors leading to who knows where. Deciding to be adventurous, Harry opened the first door and found it to be his bedroom. It wasn't as big as his suite in Potter Manor, but it was nothing to scoff at. A 4-poster king-size bed adorned the chamber with comfortable fluffy pillows and a thick comforter. There was one other door in the room that led to the bath. It was a standard bathroom, but he was quite curious why the tub, who looked like a mini swimming pool, had 3 taps instead of the usual one. He decided to ask Morgana or one of the house elves about it later. He walked over to the only window and saw that it overlooked the Black Lake. The bad weather earlier had run its course, and the cloudless sky revealed a beautiful moon mirrored on the surface of the water. It was a breathtaking scene, and Harry couldn't wait to check the same view in the morning. Harry had some difficulty turning away from the picturesque view, and continued his tour of the bedroom. Harry noticed that it was devoid of any furniture except for the bed and a large wardrobe. The young lord made a mental note to send Flippy to go to Potter Manor and pick up the couches and table from Belgarath's shop, just in case he had the urge to eat breakfast in the room and not in the great hall with the rest of the students. Harry left the bedroom to continue the exploration of the apprentice dorm. The next room he entered was the library. The size was as big as his study in Potter Manor, but there were bookshelves here where his study did not, though he could remedy that if he wanted to. Harry walked over to the shelves to peruse the books it contained. There were books on all core subjects, some books about magical theories, an encyclopedia of potion ingredients, and the likes. He also noticed some empty shelves in one corner that would be the perfect home for his personal book collection. However, what caught his attention was a glass door that led to a sizable balcony with an amazing view of the Forbidden Forest. Since it was lacking in tables and chairs, he decided to include this in his list for Flippy later, since he had plenty of unused furniture back in the Potter family vault. He might want to ask the elf to buy an umbrella, since the balcony didn't have any form of shade to protect him from the weather. The last door led to the laboratory, which Harry noticed was a perfect place to brew potions. The counter was large enough to accommodate at least 10 cauldrons brewing simultaneously, and the sink was large enough to wash the equipment with ease. The cupboard with an expanded space was perfect to store potion ingredients, but it lacked the necessary charms to ensure that the ingredients were fresh and ready for use. Harry noted again to do that later since he knew the spells already. His next stop was to discover the upper levels via the stairwell. The second floor was a large open room with only a desk and a table. Harry noticed that this might be an open floor plan for an apprentice to customize for their own use. He decided to use this floor as a casting chamber or a training room for practicing spells or any forms of magical experiments. He made another note to send Flippy to Diagon Alley to purchase some training dummies, preferably those issued for ors. Harry noted that he might need to send a letter to Madame Bones, just in case he wasn't allowed to acquire one from the alley. He was sure that the director of the DMLE could accommodate his request if need be. Finished with his exploration of the second floor, Harry went back down to the living room and flopped down on the couch. He called for Flippy and explained to him the different rooms in the apprentice dorm, before telling the elf to unpack his trunk. He conjured a piece of paper and made a list of things that Flippy needed to do in Gringotts and Diagon Alley tomorrow. If he was going to use this place for 9 months, then he better make sure that the place had everything to cater to his wants and needs. After making the list, he placed it on the table and left for the bedroom to help Flippy sort through his things before calling it a night. While Harry was busy preparing the apprentice dorm for his use, some of the faculty of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry were having an impromptu meeting in the headmaster's office. The reason for the meeting was one Harry James Potter, the apprentice of Hogwarts. Before we start, I would like to thank everyone for answering my summons for a meeting despite the late hour, said Dumbledore, smiling at 4 in front of him. In attendance were the heads of the 4 houses of Hogwarts to discuss the new addition to the school. No problem, Albus, squeaked Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw House. I take it that the purpose of this meeting is about the new apprentice of Hogwarts. Albus nodded. You're correct, Phileas. It had been quite a while since Hogwarts had its own apprentice, though I am quite surprised that our young Mr. Potter became one. Trust a Potter to always flaunt his superiority to everyone, growled Severus Snape, head of Slytherin House. Minerva, head of Gryffindor House, gave her co-professor a glare. Only you would be saying that, Severus. After all, you spent the whole summer ranting and raving about how Mr. Potter is a pompous and arrogant brat that would break all of Hogwarts rules and make your life a living hell. Severus returned the glare. Don't turn your ire on me, Minerva. I know that your irate remark is due to the golden boy not being sorted into your house. The Transfiguration professor was about to lash out at the head of snakes when Professor Sprout decided to rein her colleagues in. Stop that, you two. Severus, why don't you shut your mouth and stop ranting about Mr. Potter for a change? You haven't even met the boy and you're already assuming he would be like his father. Well, he is the son of James Potter after all, retorted Snape with a disdainful sniff. Pomona fired her next salvo towards the grumpy professor. The father who hadn't been present since the boy was 15 months old, and a boy that grew up without parents, growled Sprout with acid in her voice that scared the snarky potions master. If you don't stop badmouthing the boy, then I'll make sure that you don't have a mouth afterwards. Why are you defending the brat, Pomona? It's not like the boy is part of your house, or maybe you're doing so because he dined at the Hufflepuff table, Snape said with a sneer. Pomona returned the sneer with one of her own, and those who saw it was shocked, since the motherly Hufflepuff never showed one before. Neither, Severus. He is a student of this school, and as such it is up to us to protect him, even from his own teacher. If you even dare to make his life hell here in Hogwarts, then I'll make sure that I return the sentiments tenfold, colleague be damned, whispered Sprout in a voice that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Everyone in Hogwarts knew that Pomona Sprout was caring to all students, but only a few knew that she had an instinct to defend students with everything she had, much like a mother badger protecting her young. Hufflepuff indeed. Alright everyone. Drop it, said Albus with a note of steel in his voice. He didn't like it when his colleagues fought against each other. They were supposed to be a united force in the education and defense of the students. They were professors, for crying out loud. We're here to discuss young Mr. Potter's apprenticeship, not fight amongst ourselves. Phileas, however, had something else in mind to add to the discussion. Face it, Albus, Pomona was in the right this time, and I think it would be best for you to open your eyes on the situation, instead of disregarding it as you always do in the past, especially when it concerns Severus, said Flitwick with a frown on his face as he eyed the furious potions professor. What do you mean, Phileas? Asked Albus. He really didn't know what the half-goblin charms master was talking about. I think you do, Albus. You of all people should know that Severus had a deep grudge against anyone with the name Potter. After all, Severus had been ranting about it for the past 2 years now, and you're always there to hear what he plans to do with the boy when he comes to school. From the looks of it, Albus, you are trying to act like a blind man in this regard, and leave one of your professors to go through with his plans, Flitwick said ominously. I trust Severus to act professionally towards the students, Phileas, chided Albus. He really didn't know where the animosity was coming from. Really, Albus? You are the headmaster of an institution, and as such, you are responsible for everyone inside Hogwarts. If one of the professors express a desire to manhandle one student in front of everyone to hear, then you should do something about it, and not disregard it, explained Phileas. Why are you bringing this out now, Phileas? You usually just ignore Severus or let me take care of things in the past, questioned the aged headmaster. He didn't know where this serious Flitwick came from, nor does he like it. I am half-goblin, headmaster. Because of this fact, my race is attuned to magic as a whole. I was fortunate to have some of my race's abilities when it comes to sensing magic, and what I sensed in Mr. Potter will undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble if provoked, said Phileas. What did you sense from the brat? Asked an irate Snape. He really didn't like it when people gang up on him. It brought up painful memories from his past. It's quite simple, Severus. If you ever make the mistake of treating Mr. Potter as you have said for the past 2 years, then it might be a good idea to let Albus here find a replacement for your position. This shocked everyone, especially Severus and Dumbledore. I'm not saying that Mr. Potter is evil or dark, the opposite actually. But he is in control of his magic and something else entirely. I can see from his stance last night that he is quite independent and in total control of himself. If Severus here act out of place just once, then we can be sure that our young Potter will retaliate in a way that would be memorable to all of us. Mark my words on that. Everyone was silenced by Phileas's prediction. Someone in the room decided to speak out and enlighten everyone of the situation. The charms professor is correct, headmaster, said the Hat who was silently listening to the conversation from his perch on top of the cabinet. The things I have seen inside the boy's head would make it wise for you to listen to his observation or suffer the consequence afterwards. What do you mean, Hat? Asked Professor McGonagall. This was the first time the Sorting Hat voiced out its opinions during a meeting. Heck, this was the first time it talked outside the sorting ceremony. Just that, Professor. Harry James Potter is not someone to be trifled with. I had difficulties placing him in the right house, since his personality is so diverse that the founders would be leveling the school just to get the chance to teach him. This was one of the reasons why I placed him as an apprentice. There were other reasons, but I will not reveal them. Could you explain this further, Hat? Asked Dumbledore, very curious now about the young Potter. His short stint with the young lord had been quite painful for him, since one of his many secrets came out into the light. The stories from the Daily Prophet unnerved him, since an 11-year-old boy should not be incapable of displaying such power, much more power than a student he remembered a few decades back, which brought a tingle down his spine. I cannot, Headmaster, said the Sorting Hat. The enchantments placed upon me will not allow me to divulge any sensitive information inside a student's head. It is a secret that is not mine to tell. Then can you tell us something from your observations without divulging these secrets? Asked Phileas, who was quite intrigued with the new apprentice in school. He immediately saw the loophole in the Hat's enchantment. Being the head of the House of the Intelligent was just not a fancy title after all. The Hat became quiet for a few seconds, as if it was debating something before speaking once again. Harry James Potter can be considered an enigma to those who didn't have the fortune of delving into his mind. He is powerful, yes, very powerful, especially for one so young. The lack of knowledge and lack of physical and magical growth are the only barrier to his strength, and if he were ever to study properly and grow at his own pace with the proper tutelage, then we will see a grand improvement in the wizarding world as a whole. But I digress. Considering the animosity of Professor Snape, it would be best if I tell you what I see in Potter's personality without revealing his secrets. To start, Harry James Potter is an independent young man. Due to his upbringing, or the lack thereof, he grew up with only himself to rely on. Authority figures are nothing to him, but he gives respect where respect is due. He follows the law like a rule, for he believes that these laws are there for a reason, and must be followed at all times. He has qualities that the founders prize and then some. He is brave, but not foolhardy. He is intelligent, but knows the difference between knowledge and wisdom. He is cunning and ambitious, but not to the extent of putting others down or crossing the line. And most importantly, he is loyal to people he trusts, which I might add, is not to be taken for granted. That is all I'm going to tell. It is up to you professors to decide what you plan to do with the boy. But as a warning, heed the words of Professor Flitwick, since he simplified the entirety that is Harry James Potter. Finished the Hat before quieting down to his dormant state. Everyone in the room processed the revelation, but it was only Severus Snape and Albus Dumbledore who were troubled by it. September 2nd, 1991, Tuesday. Harry was enjoying a quiet walk to the Great Hall for a bite of breakfast before his scheduled meeting with the Hogwarts faculty. After his exploration of the apprentice dorms, he helped Flippy sort through his stuff. His personal books going into the library/study, potion ingredients sorted in the laboratory, and his wardrobe properly folded and organized in his wardrobe. Hedwig arrived in a burst of flame in the middle of their chore, since she was out hunting and exploring the famed Hogwarts ground, though she did cuff Harry on the head when she discovered that her master left her favorite perch back at the manor, which was quickly remedied by a quick pop from Flippy and a generous offering of sweet treats from the young lord. Since it was still too early in the morning, Harry's journey to the Great Hall was relatively undisturbed, though a few early lions and ravens were giving him looks which he steadfastly ignored. Harry arrived at a sparsely populated Great Hall with his eyes immediately homing in on the Slytherin table. He praised his luck since Tracy and Daphne was there eating breakfast while chatting with each other. Harry joined them immediately and was welcomed by the duo. Of course, Harry's presence at the Slytherin table caused quite a few eyebrows to be raised, especially among the older lions, though Harry was oblivious to them. Severus Snape was in a pensive mood. His emotions were in turmoil, and it was mainly due to the arrival of Harry James Potter here in Hogwarts, and the Hat's revelation during last night's meeting. At first, Severus was conditioning himself to hate the boy due to his connection with James Potter. He even went to the point of practicing a welcoming speech to the first-year classes that would surely target the boy aiming for humiliation. However, the Hat's warning forced his thinking to change. The sight of the boy during the sorting feast was a surprise for the potion master. He expected for Harry James Potter to look exactly like his father, well except for the emerald eyes which he got from his mother Lily Evans. When he saw the boy, he didn't see any of his assumptions on the lad's appearance. For starters, the boy wasn't a carbon copy of James Potter. Sure, he had the facial structure and the hair color of a Potter, but that was where the similarities ended. Gone was the messy hair, to be replaced by long, silky black strands, brushed back to reveal the lightning bolt scar on his forehead for everyone to see. The lack of glasses made sure to accentuate the emerald eyes that made his heart ache because of its similarities to his best friend Lily. Despite the aristocratic bearings the boy displayed in his walk, there was nothing there that screamed arrogance. In fact, the soft smile on his face was the total opposite. The boy had a welcoming aura that ensured that people gravitate to him, unlike his own that repelled. This was not the boy he expected, and all his carefully laid plans crumbled. What's worse, the boy was a bloody apprentice. Not only would the boy be attending regular classes, he would be getting one-on-one lessons from the professors including him. He could already feel the headache coming, and he definitely felt that the faculty's meeting with the boy later will both be an eye-opening experience, as well as a migraine-inducing conversation. Snape sighed as he sipped his morning tea, oblivious to the world around him, as he tried to relax himself to prepare for the things he needed to do later on. The suddenly lack of sound in the Great Hall caught his attention, so he looked up and saw that Harry James Potter just entered the Great Hall. That caused everyone to stop whatever they were doing, even eating. What shocked him, however, when he saw the boy smile at his two new Slytherins. He almost fainted when the boy sat on the Slytherin table and started taking his breakfast. "So how have you girls been? Doing alright in Slytherin?" asked Harry as he forked some bacon to his plate. "No problems so far," Daphne said with a shrug. "If you don't call Pansy Parkinson a problem, then yes, no problems so far," grumbled Tracy. "Pansy?" asked Harry, tilting his head to the side in confusion. "I don't think I've ever heard of her." "Pansy Parkinson, current heir of the Parkinson family, though that should change soon if the baby her mother's carrying turns out to be a boy, which would automatically make him the heir to the family name," said Daphne as she sipped her tea. "Alright, what's your problem with her?" Harry asked Tracy. Tracy sighed. "She isn't really a problem, but she kept blabbing about how she is betrothed to the Malfoy heir, and she is lording it over us as if Draco is the king of the wizarding world. It's irritating," Tracy explained with a growl. Harry just nodded and gave Tracy a comforting smile. "Just ignore her. So what if she's betrothed to Malfoy? The Malfoy name may be a noble house, but it isn't as prominent as he wants to believe," said Daphne with a disdainful sniff. "Easy for you to say. I'm only a half-blood from a minor house, and you're the heir to the Greengrass family, which I might add, is a most ancient and noble house," grumbled Tracy. Daphne patted her friend on the shoulder. "Hey there. I'll talk to her later and make sure she doesn't bother you anymore. Too bad you can't change rooms, since Bulstrode will easily swap with you, since she is Pansy's best friend." Tracy didn't say anything but continued to murmur sarcastic comments about Pansy under her breath. "You know, Tracy, Daphne's right. Did you know that you're giving Pansy power over you right now?" said Harry calmly as he chewed on a bacon. Daphne agreed with a nod. "What? She's not controlling me," exclaimed Tracy loudly, causing some Slytherins to be interested in their conversation. "Yes, she is." Harry raised his hand to stop her from saying anything. "If you are letting her affect you, then she is controlling you emotionally. So what if she's saying that she will become Lady Malfoy someday? That shouldn't affect you. Just ignore her. The more you react to her statements, then you are just giving in." "He's right, you know," one of the boys who was listening to the conversation interjected. Harry turned to the boy and gave him a smile. "Glad someone agrees with me," said Harry. He offered his hand to the boy. "Hi, my name's Harry James Potter. Nice to meet you." The boy looked at Harry's offered his hand in shock before shaking his head to get his bearings back. He took the offered hand and gave it a shake. "Theodore Knott. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Knott," said Harry, smile not leaving his face, before turning to Tracy. "See? Mr. Knott here agrees with me." "Obviously Theo agrees with you," grouched Tracy, but couldn't deny the fact that Harry was right. "Theo?" asked Harry in confusion. Theodore. That's what Daphne and I call him." "Theodore is a mouthful," said Tracy with a sniff. "Hey!" exclaimed Theo. "True though," agreed Daphne with a nod. "Whose side are you on?" Theo bristled at the Greengrass heir. Daphne lifted her chin. "Mine, of course." "Now shush," chided Daphne, causing Theo to grumble about stupid heiress being too smart for her own good. Harry stifled a chuckle and looked at Daphne. "I guess the Ice Queen is out today," whispered Harry loud enough for only Daphne to hear. Daphne didn't say anything but nodded, telling the boy who lived that the explanation was not supposed to be shared in public. Harry returned the nod before going back to his food. Theo gave Harry a curious look before voicing out his thoughts. "You know, Potter, you're not what I expected you to be." "And what do you expect me to be, Mr. Knott?" Harry asked, amused at how everyone's expectations of him were slowly being washed away by his actions. He did that easily with his two new friends, Daphne and Tracy. Before the year was over, he planned to let the entire Hogwarts know the real Harry James Potter. "For one thing, I didn't expect you to be sitting here in Slytherin and holding a conversation without degenerating into spells," admitted Theo with an absolutely straight face. "Really? Well, the answer there is simple, Mr. Knott. I don't judge a book by its cover, or in this case, I don't judge a house by the views of others but the students under it. For me, it is not the house that defines you but your individual actions," explained Harry. "A good philosophy, Mr. Potter, but not something that everyone here in Hogwarts seems to have," said Knott in a condescending tone. Harry just shook his head. What Theo said was true. It seems that the magical population lacked the necessary common sense to see right from wrong. "Please call me Harry. Mr. Potter is my father. Anyway, you're right. Not everyone shares my views. But I am not going to be swayed into a stupid house rivalry that holds no meaning. We are students for Merlin's sakes. We are here to study, not hacks each other to oblivion. Nod nodded, he definitely liked Potter. Please call me Theo, Harry. I sense that this is just one of the many conversations we will have in the future if you're willing. Anytime. If you want to talk, study, or just goof around, look me up, said Harry with a grin, happy that his circle of friends were growing. He saw from the corner of his eye that the professor's leaving the Great Hall. I guess I should hurry up and finish my breakfast. I still have to meet with the headmaster and the rest of the faculty. If I tarry, then they might start without me, said Harry before he started eating his breakfast, though a bit faster this time. Harry barely finished his breakfast when a Gryffindor prefect by the name of Percy Weasley dropped by the Slytherin table and informed him that he would be the one to accompany him to the headmaster's office. Harry immediately accepted the offer since he didn't know the way. The 15-minute walk to the headmaster's office was filled with talks between the two. Harry found out that Percy was the brother of the Reddidi met on the train, which go by the name of Ron, instead of his full name Ronald. Considering that Percy had seniority over Harry, the young Potter Lord questioned the prefect regarding Hogwarts in general. The conversation was somewhat lackluster since everything Percy told him could be found in Hogwarts. A history. Harry wondered if the Gryffindor prefect had the silly thing memorized. Harry also noticed that Percy's personality left something else to be desired, a bit pompous, and demands respect since he was in authority. Good thing Harry was polite, or it would have been a tense journey. Harry had no trouble respecting authority, as long as that person deserves to be respected. Nothing more, nothing less. So far he found nothing in Percy to respect, but he would respect his authority for now. They arrived outside the headmaster's office, which was protected by a stone gargoyle. For Harry, the statue was an impressive guardian, the highest position in the school, but the password acid pop caused Harry to groan. It seems that Headmaster Dumbledore's eccentricity extends to everything. If there was an intruder aiming to raid the headmaster's office, then all they need to do was list down all the wizarding candies, and they're good to go. Harry was alone as he ascended the stairs towards the headmaster's office since Percy left after giving the password. He was about to knock on the door when a soft enter made him pause. Rolling his eyes, he simply opened the door and went inside. When the headmaster told him last night that he would be having a meeting with the faculty, it clearly meant every single one of the professors in Hogwarts, since the office was quite full. Fortunately, Harry recognized all of them by name thanks to Cedric, though a few faces needs to be introduced properly, since they weren't at the feast last night. Good morning, headmaster, professors, greeted Harry with a polite bow. Greetings, Mr. Potter, replied the headmaster with a nod before beckoning to the seat in front of him and the rest of the professors. Please take a seat, Mr. Potter, so we can start with the interview to determine the extent of your apprenticeship here in Hogwarts. Harry strode over to the chair where the headmaster beckoned him to sit. He noticed the area where he would be sitting was surrounded by a semicircular table where all the professors were sitting, clearly observing him as he sat. Now, Mr. Potter, before we begin, I again would like to welcome you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and hope that you enjoy your time here, said Dumbledore, starting the inquiry with a formal greeting. Harry responded with a nod. Thank you, headmaster. The castle is really something. Reading about it is one thing, seeing it in real life takes one's breath away, replied Harry with a true smile on his face. Indeed, nodded the headmaster, returning the smile, eyes twinkling merrily behind his glasses. Now that's out of the way, let's start with the interview. But before that, do you have any questions regarding what I said last night concerning your position here in school? Aside from the classes I'll be attending and what's expected of me? None so far, headmaster. I have a feeling that all my questions will be answered before this interview ends, stated Harry respectfully. Correct, Mr. Potter. Now, before we can decide on anything specific regarding your classes, might you impress us with the extent of your knowledge in the core subjects? Please leave nothing out since this will determine the syllabus you will be subjected to for this term, asked Albus before waving his wand, causing parchments, quills, and ink bottles to appear on the table, one for each professor. Harry nodded. Before I start, I would like to greet the professors a good morning. This got him a nod from most of the professor, except for Snape, who was just staring at him with an unreadable expression on his face. Also, before I begin, do you want me to include the electives as well, headmaster? Every professor in the room looked at him in disbelief. However, this didn't seem to faze the headmaster, since he knew that the young lord in front of him was a studious person. Indeed, Mr. Potter. Please start with core subjects before moving to the electives, advised the headmaster before relaxing on his seat, intending to take a backseat position for the event. Harry nodded, then began his revelation on what he knew. Let's start off with Transfiguration. I have read the first and second year books, though I'm not sure if there are changes in the items of study, since the ones I read were from the 1960 curriculum, stated Harry in a formal voice. Before he could continue, one of the professors interrupted him. Where did you get the books, Mr. Potter? Asked the charms professor, Felius Flitwick. From my parents, sir, Sorry, I can't give out any information other than that. If you want to know, then maybe we can discuss that later in private, but such information is irrelevant at the moment," answered Harry. He didn't want the letters from his parents to be revealed to the public. Considering the information written inside them, it was better to keep it to himself and his account manager, Griphook. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Please continue, and I apologize for the interruption." Apologized Professor Flitwick, earning him a smile from the Potter Lord. "No problem, sir. Now where was I? Oh yes, Transfiguration. I have read and practiced the spells in both books, as well as some theories that I've read in other tomes present in the library back in my home. If you want specifics, I can do object-to-object transfiguration with ease. I didn't try any transfiguration on live subjects since I am somewhat lacking in the theory." Harry made his point by pulling out a parchment from his robes and holding it out for everyone to see on the palm of his left hand. He waved his right hand over the parchment and promptly turned it into a quill, another wave changed it to a button, and another back to a parchment. He threw the parchment on the floor and waved his hand over it to transfigure it to a comfortable sofa, complete with Hogwarts logo. Everyone in the room, except for the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, were shocked at the level the boy utilized wandless magic, as if he was using a wand. Here in front of them was a first-year student that should have no knowledge on any subjects taught at Hogwarts, but already rivaling a fourth-year in skill all without a wand. Harry saw the looks on the professors' faces, so he decided to stop right there. He reversed his transfiguration on the sofa, which promptly turned back into a parchment, summoned it to his waiting hand with a thought before pocketing it. This caused the professors to snap out of their shock, but still looked at him as if he was sporting an extra head with horns. "It seems that you are well ahead of your peers in terms of transfiguration, Mr. Potter. I think your demonstration proved that you are capable in this particular subject. From your admission, it would be safe to say that you need more introduction of theories that only a transfiguration master or mistress such as myself can give," said Professor McGonagall with a nod, though Harry could hear a hint of pride in her voice for the demonstration. Harry gave her a smile. "Thank you, Professor. I will strive to meet your expectation whatever they may be. May I continue with charms?" he asked the group. "Before that, Mr. Potter, may I inquire as to why you are not using a wand?" asked Professor Snape without any hint of emotion in his voice. "You may, Professor," said Harry with a nod. "In regards to my use of a wand, my current magical rank does not allow me to use a wand unless I wanted to limit my abilities." "What is your magical rank, Mr. Potter?" Snape asked, though there was a hint of curiosity in his voice. "I am a sorcerer in rank, sir, according to the abilities test I got from Griphook," answered Harry with a smile. With that revelation, another round of shock hit the professors, more so with Snape, whose face looked as if he just swallowed a lemon. "Anything else you'd like to know before I continue, Professor?" Harry asked politely. "None, Mr. Potter. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. You may proceed," Snape answered in monotone. "Thank you, Professor. Now for charms, I studied my parents' book till second-year curriculum, though I took the liberty of exploring the library in my home to further expand my knowledge in the area." "What books have you read, Mr. Potter, that was under charms?" asked a very curious Professor Flitwick. "For starters, I studied household charms for one thing, since I'm living by myself, so it is a necessity for me. I also took advantage of learning long-term effect charms, like a stasis charm, preservation charm, cooling charm, warming charm, and some defensive spells from an aura book that my father left me," said Harry, listing what he knew of the subject. "That is quite a list you have there, Mr. Potter. So this means that your impressive display of a shield charm during the debacle in Nocturn Alley was the result of learning it from your father's aura handbook?" asked Flitwick, who was giving Harry a look of respect. "Yes, sir. I wanted to branch out to offensive spells, but I don't want to delve into it, since those kinds of spells tend to backfire if cast incorrectly or if the caster is in the wrong mindset," explained Harry. This was one of the reasons why he mainly used first-year spells back in Nocturn Alley, since stunners and other offensive spells was not included in his repertoire. "Indeed, Mr. Potter," agreed Flitwick, clearly impressed by the control Harry was showing, considering that many novice magic users tend to try any spell without any thought of personal safety. "Any other revelations you have for us in terms of charms?" Harry adopted a thoughtful look before answering. "Let me see, does creating wards count? I'm not sure if that involved charms, but it should be under that category," asked Harry towards the half-goblin professor. "Wards, Mr. Potter? That is a very advanced subject, especially when you lack the theories behind it," asked Flitwick with a frown. "There were reasons why warding was classified under specialization and not introduced in the curriculum, since it required a master to be taught." Harry smiled wryly at the professor's comment. "It became a matter of necessity, Professor. There was a mishap back at Potter Manor concerning wards that prompted me to learn some of the defensive wards, one in particular. It usually leaves me drained after casting one," explained the young Potter Lord. "Really? What ward did you do?" asked the charms master, curious. The other professors were leaning forwards with interest. A Fidelius charm, Professor. Harry immediately answered without hesitation. What? You already know how to cast a Fidelius, the ancient runes professor shouted in surprise. Yes, Professor. As I said, it is a matter of necessity that I learned such a ward, since the result of powering the ward stone at Potter Manor caused me to create such a ward by accident. When I discovered that it was a Fidelius ward, I immediately ransacked the library for any information about it. It was pretty complicated too. It took me 2 months just to cast it perfectly without errors, admitted Harry with a rueful smile, eyes lost in thought as if remembering a particularly embarrassing memory which it was since Godric reminded him every day about the accident. I see, please continue, Mr. Potter. I dare say, the rest of your revelation will be shocking to say the least, said the headmaster with an amused smile twitching on his lips. Thank you, headmaster, said Harry, returning the smile. Next would be potions. Despite the availability of supplies and venue for brewing, I understood the complexity of the subject and potential accidents that comes with it if not practiced properly, so I refrained from brewing, but drowned myself in theory and safety measures. What safety measures did you practice, Mr. Potter? Asked Snape, looking at Harry with interest. The book, Instruction on Safe Brewing, started in knowing the ingredients commonly used in many potions today there. Composition, how they react with other ingredients, as well as proper brewing involved for these ingredients. I spent a majority of the year studying all the ingredients I bought in Diagon Alley, using a compendium of potion books to find out their composition and use. I also practiced ingredient preparations like dicing, slivering, and so on. That is the extent of my knowledge in potions, Professor Snape, said Harry, looking at Snape, who gave him an approving nod. Indeed, you are correct in taking the necessary precautions in regards to potions. Mishaps are quite common for those who fail to understand the delicate art of brewing. I commend you on your discretion in the subject and being concerned and thoroughly grounding yourself in the basics, said Snape with a hint of approval in his voice which caused some of the professors to look at him, wondering if it was the end of the world since Snape just gave a glowing approval to a Potter no less. The other head of house just hid a smile since they knew why Snape was being respectful to a Potter. Sprout barely hid a smug look from the rest of her colleagues. Harry nodded in thanks, accepting the compliment hidden in the speech. Do you have any questions concerning potions, Professor, before I proceed? None, Mr. Potter. You may continue with your revelations, was all Snape's reply. Harry nodded towards the potion master before continuing. Next would be defense against the dark arts. Similar with potions, due to the lack of tutelage in this subjects, I simply indulged myself in reading defense books and some creatures mentioned in the syllabus of my parents, said Harry, looking at Professor Quirrell since he knew that he was the one who is in charge of this subject. Quirrell simply nodded, giving Harry a calculating look which the young Potter didn't miss, and gestured for him to continue. In regards to astronomy, I have a Muggle telescope I used in Potter Manor to check out different constellations mentioned in the books. So far, I studied the basic star chart and the introduction of astronomy in magical practices. Mostly books that tell when is the perfect time to cast a defensive spell or ritual for improvement, and so on. The astronomy professor simply nodded at the information and jotting down something on her parchment. Herbology, I have read the books and had some experience with the many plants listed down on the tomes, though I don't want to approach or touch some plants back at the greenhouses in Potter Manor, said Harry with a frown before shivering when he remembered 2 particular plants that scared him. Professor Sprout, the herbology professor, leveled Harry an amused look. What plants would those be, Mr. Potter? Harry shivered a bit before answering. Devil's Snare and a particularly rabid venomous tentacular, Professor. Sprout was surprised at the revelation and let out a small laugh. Indeed, Mr. Potter. You have a good head to avoid those 2. There are other plants more dangerous, but these particular 2 can be deadly if you don't know how to keep them under control. Harry nodded and gave the motherly professor a small smile. I leave myself in your capable hands, Professor. Professor Sprout nodded and took down some notes while waving for Harry to continue. History of Magic. Well, I just read the book. Really, there's not much you can do when it comes to history, but if you want to be specific, I already know key events in wizarding history, like the founding of Wizarding Britain, history of Merlin, the founding of Hogwarts, Grindelwald, notable inventions in the wizarding world, and a little bit of Goblin Rebellion. If Professor Binns was here right now, he would be impressed with what you know, Mr. Potter, said Professor McGonagall with a small twitch on her lips, as if she found something funny with what Harry revealed regarding wizarding history. Harry nodded before looking around the room. If I may be so bold to ask, Professor, where is Professor Binns? He asked, not seeing the ghost professor of Hogwarts in the room. Dumbledore gave Harry an amused smile before answering. Professor Binns cannot leave the confines of his classroom, Mr. Potter. It has something to do with the manner of his death which I will not be telling you right now, though you can ask your peers if you're curious to find out, revealed the headmaster. Harry nodded before continuing. In terms of the electives, care of magical creatures, I mostly delved into books, though there are some creatures I am familiar with, since they are present in Potter Manor," said Harry. "What creatures, Mr. Potter?" asked Professor Kettleburn in curiosity. "Well, there's a herd of unicorn in the forest behind Potter Manor, a pack of hippogriffs, 2 dragons, but I'm not familiar with their exact species, though I observed their lifestyle, since they lived in a hill they loved to use to bask in the sun visible from Potter Manor grounds. Let me see, there's merfolks in the lake at Potter Manor, some bowtrickles in the forest, a few magical wolves. A particular large rhinospur who love to turn one of the greenhouses as a hidey hole when winter sets in." Harry finished his monologue. Again, every professor in the room were shocked at the dangerous creatures Harry surrounded himself with. They all realized that Harry was quite knowledgeable with some of the creatures, since he was still alive in front of them, speaking as if nothing happened. "Regarding Muggle studies, the extent of my education is until 7th grade in the standard Muggle educational system, and my time in the Muggle world. I also studied Muggle history if you're interested. By far, among the entire electives, ancient runes is my favorite. There's something about the magical symbols that attracted me to them. I can say that I'm familiar with Egyptian hieroglyphs, as well as Celtic and Norse runes. I'm not really good at arithmancy, though I have studied whatever I could understand of the subject, but I realize that books aren't enough, and requires instructions from an expert to explain the theories to me." "That's everything, professors," said Harry, and made himself comfortable in the chair waiting for the questioning to start. Albus nodded and looked at the other professors, who simply gave him a nod, telling him that they had everything they need to work with regarding Harry's apprenticeship. "Thank you, Mr. Potter. It seems that the professors have everything they need in order to determine the syllabus you will be subjected to for your apprenticeship. You will be given individual sessions to determine what you will be learning from them for your first year. Do you have any questions?" Harry shook his head in negative. "Good. I thank you for your time. I will send a house elf later to deliver your schedule. Classes start tomorrow. Have a good day, Mr. Potter." Recognizing a dismissal, Harry pushed himself off his chair and gave everyone in the room a bow before exiting the office to spend the rest of the day exploring the castle. Edited by Corruptmonk. May 27, 2012. Chapter 14. Hi there, folks. Rachel here is the Sorceress of Stories. I present to you Chapter 14. But before that, let me address some of the reviews that requires answering. Midoriru. Thanks for pointing out the mistake. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Ahilan, thanks for pointing out my mistakes. I made sure to take note of problems pointed out to me. Dahasmaga, yes, he is not uber powerful. Even if you have the power, it doesn't mean you know how to use it. That's the scenario I'm working on. Harry is not arrogant, and using his telepathy to plant suggestion into his relatives is never arrogance but survival. Don't tell me that you won't do the same thing if you have the ability to do so if you're suffering. That's a martyr's point of view and doesn't exist in this story. My Harry is a survivor, not a moral compass, so he'll do everything in his power to make sure his life doesn't go down the same path as one. Schnuff, your view has merit, but where will Harry point it to? At this point in time, Harry is not actively pursuing Voldemort because Voldemort is not in the story yet and is hiding. He doesn't know for sure if Voldemort is alive, though he knows for a fact that Death Eaters are still around. Which is one of the reasons why he bumped up the security of Potter Manor, while increasing his skill and knowledge of magic. I think you need to have your vocabulary checked, my friend. A skill is learned, e.g. a skilled craftsman, a skilled badminton player, etc. Ability is inherent to a person, e.g. his ability to remember every book he read word for word, ability to turn himself into a piranha and eat his enemies swimming in the water, etc. Besides, Mr. Schnuff, you don't have the right to criticize my work if you don't have any to begin with. Don't you think? It's funny for a 48-year-old to criticize a 15-year-old and making up stories. SYFT Thrilland, so noted, my dear. I will strive my best to eliminate the problems you mentioned in future chapters. Mwah. Valdani, thanks. I'm slowly improving as I read through the reviews concerning my mistakes. I'm still in high school after all, and English is not my primary language. Yes, I wrote the story, though my brother corrects the plot and adds more to it to make it more interesting. Let's just say that this is a collaboration with my brother. The speed of the update is because 2 people are working on it at the same time. While he edits the finished chapter, I start with a new one, and so on. So really, it's not magic or anything, it's just 2 people working in tandem to produce faster updates. PSCR 391, no pairing as of yet, my dear. Maybe soon, but that's not yet in my plot. EZ2, noted, great idea there. Making changes to original plot, erase, right. Release one. Don't worry. Harry will be displaying some unique skills in sorcery soon enough, as he goes through the knowledge offered in Hogwarts. Dark Nico 4000. Read the fic below so you'll know what happens next. Also, no pairing for now, Nico-chan, or Nico-kun. ROW, working on it. I'm shaping up the chapters for a possibility of that event. Reviewer, really? Well, I didn't know that. Good for you. JBF, thanks for reading the first chapter and farewell. Mwah. Adios. ATTIS 89 Mackin, you may question me and I will gladly answer you, my beloved servant, tehehe. The orb of Alder is taking away. When the gods left the world to make way for the new gods, it only stands to reason right. The orb was under their jurisdiction, they took it with them, since they wouldn't want to be responsible for problems it might cause. SLAYERX 86, read on, my friend, read on. Iconocrath, no partners for now. And definitely no Harry Ginny pairing. I don't think they're compatible. Really. Ending up with a stalker for a girl. No way. Where's the love in that? KONATACHAN 603, here's another chapter for you, my dear. Please, don't laugh too much. I don't want you to die and stop reading my story because you laughed yourself to death. Morbid much. Hehehehe. Now that's over and done with. On with the story. Sorcerer Silvestioris. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 14. Start of an apprentice's life at Hogwarts. September 3, 1991, Wednesday, Apprentice Dorm, Hogwarts. Harry James Potter was frowning as he looked down at his schedule, as well as the list of subjects he would be taking for the duration of his first year in school. He disregarded the class schedule for now, but opted to read the list of special classes he would be taking for his apprenticeship. As he read through the list, he realized that it contained the notes of those who were present during the interview. He was quite happy with most of the professor's decision regarding his education, but frowned after reading some of them. For Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's assessment informed him that his skill in her subject was noteworthy. McGonagall stated that while his skill in Transfiguration was top-notch, he lacked the magical theory to advance to the next level. This was the main reason why the Transfiguration professor recommended that he still follow the first-year curriculum for a thorough grounding on the theories and treatises of Transfiguration, schedule a self-study with recommendation from her, as well as a one-on-one session to practice. Professor Flitwick's recommendation for him, however, was surprising and caused him to burst out in excitement. Since he was already displaying excellent control over his magic, the half-goblin professor suggested that he assist him in his classes from first to third year, doing self-study, and make him his disciple in dueling. The additional note Flitwick made that he would be taught various techniques and spells commonly used in the international dueling circuit turned the young Lord Potter's smile into an evil grin. The other teacher's notes and recommendation of him was lackluster yet informative. Professor Sprout recommended that he attend her class with the first years for a hands-on approach to herbology. No one-on-one lessons for now since he lacked experience that he would slowly acquire as he go through her lesson. Professor Sinistra, on the other hand, asked him to assist her in teaching the first-year classes, while scheduling the whole evening of every Saturday for one-on-one lessons. Her note of bringing his unique telescope caused him to burst out in a fit of giggles due to the unintentional innuendo, though deep inside he prayed that it was unintentional. Professor Snape's assessment of his skills was to the point. He applauded him for his knowledge in the basic preparation in potions making, and suggested that he still attend classes with the first year. However, Snape suggested once-a-week 2-hour sessions for additional tutelage was something that Harry looked forward to. Potions was an interesting subject for the young Potter, and having to acquire the necessary skills in the subject from a renowned potion master was something to look forward to. He didn't get any assessment for History of Magic, though he did see a note from the headmaster to discreetly use the class as a way to relax or self-study, unless Bin's lesson was new to him. Harry wondered why the headmaster noted that one, but he vowed to find out during his first session of History of Magic. Professor Babbling assigned him a couple of books for self-study, along with a note to give him access to the restricted section of the library, where these books were located. This note was countersigned by Professor Sinistra, along with recommendations on what book to read, as well as postscript to go to her if he required assistance with the subject. For these two, actual one-on-one lessons would be during his third year since these subjects were electives. Same can also be said for care of magical creatures. What made Harry frown, however, was the assessment of one Professor Quirinus Quirrell. His suggestion to limit Harry's education since he was already too powerful made him furious. His gut feeling was going into overdrive due to the stuttering professor's presence, but the assessment pushed him to the decision to reactivate the ancient wards of Hogwarts. His gut feeling never failed him as of yet, so he had no plans of disregarding its warning anytime soon. Harry exited Morgana's portrait with a skip to his step. After memorizing his schedule, he created a bag using sorcery to hold his books for class. He berated himself for forgetting a most basic item for schooling, so he immediately sent Flippy to Diagon Alley to purchase him a proper bag with an expansion charm, so he can bring all his books with him if need be. His first class of the day was Transfiguration with the Gryffindors and Slytherins. He made his way to his classroom since he already knew where it was, which conveniently near his dorm. He didn't bother to go to the Great Hall, since he already had his breakfast back at the apprentice dorm courtesy of Flippy. Since it was quite early and he had the room all to himself, he decided to just relax and read his first-year Transfiguration book to refresh his knowledge on the basics before the class would begin. Professor Minerva McGonagall was surprised when she saw Harry James Potter already in her classroom. She was worried that he didn't see him for breakfast, but refrained from having a house elf. Luck for him, since the boy was showing a level of maturity that no first years should have, well, not all of them anyway. When she entered her classroom to get ready for her first class of the day, she saw Harry poring over his first-year books with a slight frown marring his face. She knew the boy was studious, but this takes the cake. "Apprentice Potter, I'm somewhat surprised to see you so early in my classroom," said McGonagall, startling the young lord out of his reading. "You're an hour early for class and you didn't take your breakfast in the Great Hall." "Good morning, Professor." Harry greeted his Transfiguration. "Professor, I woke up early and already had breakfast back at the dorm, thanks to my personal house elf. Since I didn't have anything better to do, I decided to come early and read the first-year text to brush up on my theories before class." McGonagall nodded in approval. "Very good, Apprentice Potter. Your dedication to your schooling is something to be commended. I expect to see such diligence in all your 7 years in this institution, especially under my subject." "Thank you, Professor," said Harry with a smile. It was nice having someone commend once in a while. "Your note informed me that I will be attending theory and assist you during practical. May I know how this works?" asked Harry. McGonagall nodded. She took her seat behind her desk and conjuring a cup of tea before explaining. Transfiguration, as well as other core subjects, has a 2-hour schedule. The first hour is delegated to teaching the students the theory of the subject. This usually involves a class lecture and addressing the questions from the students. "I expect you to attend this session." Harry nodded, not saying anything but waiting for her to continue. "The next hour is focused on practical. This will be the part where you will be my assistant. In most cases, your task will be to keep an eye on the class and give help to those who need it. I want you to observe each student and help those who are in need of tutoring to get the spell done. Is that clear?" Harry nodded in excitement. "Yes, Professor." "Good. Before the students arrive, I want to inform you that I will be in my animagus form to keep the students guessing. This is a tradition for me since I took to teaching this subject. This way, I can observe the class as they wait for me, as well as impress them in the art of transfiguration. Besides, students always have loose lips when the teacher is not around, so this is the perfect time to listen to a little bit of gossip," explained Professor McGonagall, though she said the last part with a twitch to her lips. "You're an animagus, Professor?" asked Harry in surprise. "May I know what form?" "I'm a common house cat, Mr. Potter," replied McGonagall with a smile. She didn't bother to hide her animal form from the young lord, since it was public knowledge. Animagi were expected to register their form in the Ministry of Magic, so it is a matter of public record accessible to anyone who deemed it necessary to know. "A very useful form," commended Harry. "Anyway, Professor, can you explain to me how you transform and your experience as you transform? I read all about animagus from a book, and I want to know your experience of an actual transformation," asked a very curious Harry. "I normally don't say anything about animagus to a first year, but I guess your control over magic makes you an exception," mused McGonagall before continuing. "Animagus transformation is actually quite simple, Mr. Potter. The first phase of the process is actually the hardest, finding your inner animal and communing with it. There are 2 ways to discover your inner animal. The first method is through meditation. The second method is through the use of a rare potion called Animagus Revealing Potion, which forces the drinker into their animal form to determine what animal they will transform into." She paused, waiting for any question. When there was none coming from a very attentive Hogwarts apprentice, she continued. "The second phase after discovering your animal is to guide your magic inwards, using your mind as a base. As you picture the animal, you command your magic to change you to your inner animal. The requirement for this to succeed is to properly control your magic to every single part of your body to induce the change. This is the reason why animagus training requires the practitioner to slowly induce the change to each part of their body until they could completely shift into their animal form." McGonagall finished the explanation to a clearly thoughtful Harry Potter. He never knew that the process for animagus transformation was so simple. The books he read made it sound complicated, which he assumed was the reason why there were only a few animagus in the magical world. He was quite sure that his own brand of sorcery would allow him to change into an animal, but the process itself eluded him. However, if he combined it with the magical version, then it might be possible to change without difficulty. Harry decided to take the change to give it a try under the guidance of an animagi. "Professor, I have a method to transform into an animal at will, but I need you to watch me just in case if something goes wrong," asked Harry to a surprised Transfiguration professor. "Apprentice Potter, animagus transformation is not to be taken lightly," barked McGonagall. "The repercussion when things go wrong can be quite dire." "Professor, what I propose is not actually animagus transformation, but something unique to only a sorcerer can do," Harry explained patiently. He didn't tell her that his sorcery was different to what she thought it was. I know that I can change any time I want, but I didn't have the information on the actual change which you just provided. Professor McGonagall was silent as he gave Harry a long look. She knew that Harry was powerful, and the young lord had shown restraint in the past in learning magic, limiting himself only to those which would not cause him any harm. His maturity demanded no less. If that was the case, then the young apprentice knew that he could do it without any harm to himself. She conceded to his request. "Alright, Apprentice Potter," said McGonagall with a sigh. "You can try it now since we still have some time before class will begin. I will supervise the change and reverse it if things go wrong." "Thank you, Professor," said Harry with a smile. He stood up and walked towards the front of the class, stopping a few feet away from the teacher's desk. "I will now start the change, Professor." Harry closed his eyes and pictured what animal he wanted to become. According to Belgarath, the process of changing into an animal was quite simple. All he needed to do was picture the animal in perfect detail before willing yourself into that animal. If he combined it with the process of animagus transformation, he could keep the change safe by pushing his will to every part of his body, rather than doing it all at once. In most cases, he just needed to properly distribute his will to completely saturate his body with magic before inducing the actual transformation. Taking it deep, Harry pictured an animal that he studied while he was relaxing on the grounds of Potter Manor. He studied the animal in their natural habitat, as well as their physical characteristics. Once he had a solid image in his mind, he gathered in his will and let it surround him inside and out. When he felt that it was enough, he flexed his will to induce the change. The sensation was weird. He could feel his body turning to something similar to water as he shifted towards his animal form. He could feel himself shrinking and every part of his body changing. However, what was most obvious was a slight shift in his mental state when the instinct of the animal he was changing into started manifesting in his mindscape. It was a weird yet a liberating feeling. He opened his eyes when he felt the change stop. He saw that he was shorter, judging how close to the floor he was. His sight, smell, and hearing much sharper and more defined. He sniffed the air and smelled the scent of a feline in the room. He knew that the feline was McGonagall since she told him earlier that her animal form was a cat. Deciding to drop that for now, he proceeded to check himself to see if the change was absolute. Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Mistress, was astounded when she saw the apprentice of Hogwarts slowly shift and change into his animal form. She couldn't believe that a first-year student succeeded what most wizards and witches in their prime were unable to do. It seems that Mr. Potter's control over his magic surpassed all their expectation. Harry finished checking his new form and grinned when he didn't see anything wrong with it. He looked up and saw McGonagall staring at him with wide eyes. He barked to get her attention. "You've done it again, Apprentice Potter. No first year should be able to do what you just did, but the evidence in front of me is quite obvious," said McGonagall with a proud smile on her lips. "Can you change back? This is the third step in animagus transformation. Once you had a successful change, the last and final process is to separate your human mind from your animal mentality and shift your body back to your human form." Harry understood the concept and nodded his head. He closed his eyes again and pictured his human form, and gathered in his will. The shift to his human form was far easier, since he was quite familiar with his body. It didn't take long for the sensation of melting to pass, and found himself standing in front of McGonagall back in his human body. "Wow!" exclaimed Harry. "That was bloody amazing." "Language, Apprentice Potter, but you're right. It was amazing. I am surprised at the ease of changing to your animal form. I was ready to step in just in case something goes wrong, but you astound me as you initiated the change perfectly without any flaw," said McGonagall. "I see that your inner animal is a silver wolf, and a very big one at that." Harry nodded with childlike exuberance. He couldn't form any words as he basked in the success of changing into an animal using sorcery. He didn't bother to correct McGonagall, since a sorcerer could change into any animal with study. He wanted to keep this ability a secret from everyone for now, so he let people assume that he was a wolf animagus. "Does this mean that I need to register, Professor?" asked Harry. He knew the law in regards to being an animagus, and had no problems with it. It was just one of his forms anyway, so it was no big deal. "Correct, Apprentice Potter. I will personally accompany you to the Ministry of Magic this weekend to have your form registered. This is the law, so it's better to follow the Ministry's mandate to avoid problems in the future." Harry nodded, and a thought crossed his mind that made him grin. "Professor, can I join you in your custom in regards to the start of the class?" McGonagall thought about it for a few seconds before a mischievous smile appeared on her face. First-year students belonging to Gryffindor and Slytherin were showing off why they are placed in their respective houses as they entered the Transfiguration classroom of one Minerva McGonagall, without getting eaten by a large silver wolf, taking a nap beside the teacher's desk. Gryffindors, being the brave soul they were, merely summoned all the courage they could muster, and entered the room ignoring the wolf, though keeping a close eye on the animal just in case it decided to wake up and attack. The Slytherins, on the other hand, utilized their cunning by accompanying the Gryffindors as their rival house entered the classroom, making sure that the lions were within the path of the sleeping wolf, just in case it chose to wake up and attack. The ambitious Slytherins were using them as cannon fodders, which would certainly raise the ire of the lions if they knew about it. Those already in the room were quite curious as to the presence of the sleeping wolf, though what caught their attention was the tabby cat watching the students with amusement. Some of them swore that the cat grinned when one particular Slytherin nearly screamed when the wolf twitched, if not for a Gryffindor slapping a hand over the snake's mouth to avoid waking up the sleeping animal. It was quite funny seeing a Gryffindor helping a Slytherin, but it seems that self-preservation could also be a lion's trait, if faced with an apex predator, and the wolf was certainly one, judging from the fangs peeking out of its muzzle as it continued to sleep, oblivious to the world. The students already in the room behind the safety of their desk were curious as to the presence of two completely opposite animals in their Transfiguration classroom. They all knew for a fact that felines don't get along with canines, the latter of which was in the form of a wolf. But from the looks of it, the wolf and the tabby were quite comfortable with each other, friends even. The bell rang, signaling that the class was already in session. Some of the students pulled out their wands when the bell rang, thinking that the noise would wake up the sleeping wolf and start attacking them. Fortunately for them, the wolf just huffed before going back to his nap. The sigh of relief that the students released were quite loud, causing the tabby on the teacher's desk to grin wider, or if a cat could grin then it would have done so. "Made it," said Ron Weasley as he entered the classroom and stopped in front of the teacher's desk, trying to catch his breath. Behind him was another Gryffindor in the same state. Both didn't notice the wolf beside the desk waking up from its nap and leveling both students a hungry look. The students who saw the wolf gasped and started waving their hands, trying to catch the attention of the soon-to-be Mulder-eaten Reed's attention. "Good thing, McGonagall's not here yet or we would have been late," Weasley boasted, but was stopped short when he heard a growl coming from somewhere behind him. Confused, Ron and his companion turned only to scream when they saw a large silver wolf looking at them, fangs quite visible, along with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth and tongue lolling to the side. It made for a very scary sight, but he didn't know that it was a wolf's equivalent of a laugh. He was about to make a run for it when a voice stopped him from doing so. "It's nice to see you finally come to class, Mr. Weasley. I think you noticed that the bell already rang and I see you arriving a few minutes afterwards. Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" demanded McGonagall in a stern voice, though there was a slight hint of a mischievous glint in her eyes. Many of the students were shocked when the innocently sitting tabby suddenly jumped down from her perch on the table, before transforming into the imposing form of Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor and Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "We got lost, Professor," said Weasley, cringing back in fear from the look the Transfiguration Professor was giving him, as well as looking back to the wolf who didn't budge from its location. "It won't happen again. Can we take a seat now, please?" The last word came out with something akin to desperation. "Honestly, the presence of a predator just a few scant inches behind you can'll do that. See that it doesn't. The next time you come in late, I'll make sure that Mr. Finnegan behind you is transfigured into a pocket watch, so that both of you can arrive on time, or a map so you won't get lost. Get to your seats and prepare for class." She snapped at the trembling duo, but her eye twitched when the wolf let out a snicker or something that sounded like one. Not wasting any time, the 2 boys dashed off to their own seats to get away from the irate professor and the hungry wolf. McGonagall turned to the grinning wolf and raised an eyebrow. "Well, Apprentice Potter, are you just going to sit there all day, or are you going to change back so we can get the class started?" The wolf, which McGonagall addressed as Harry Potter, gave a loud bark before shifting back to his human form, to the amazement and shock of the students. He didn't go to his seat, however, since he knew the Transfiguration Professor would be giving an explanation as to how he would be helping the class later on. Professor McGonagall took advantage of the students' shocked silence to give her short announcement. "If you remember from the sorting, Apprentice Potter here will be attending core subjects like a normal first year should, though he won't be following the regular schedule. After the lecture, he will be assisting me in the practical portion of this subject," she informed the stunned class. "Any questions?" A student raised her hand, which caught Minerva's attention. "Yes, Ms. Granger." "Professor, how come Potter's assisting? Isn't he just a student?" asked Granger, looking at Harry with disbelief, though the young lord could easily spot the telltale signs of jealousy that he often saw in Dudley. "He is a student, Ms. Granger, but of a different kind. His knowledge in magic is easily advanced compared to a first year, so while he is learning theory, he will be assisting in the actual spells, since he can already do the assigned work for the class," explained Professor McGonagall. "Anything else, Ms. Granger?" Hermione Granger just shook her head and sat back down, while continuing to observe the young Potter from a distance. Harry couldn't refute the mastery Professor McGonagall demonstrated as she taught her subject. Despite reading the books, the Transfiguration mistress offered some useful information not found on text, but on actual experience that not only aimed to simplify spellwork, but lay the groundwork for higher-level transfigurations. Harry judiciously took down parchment after parchment of notes to make sure he didn't miss anything. He made a mental note to purchase a dictaquill, so he could compare his note to her actual lecture to avoid mistakes. He may be a bookworm at heart, but Harry knew that some information can only be learned through actual experience and not on text, especially from the mouth of an expert. The first hour of Transfiguration passed without problems, though Professor McGonagall asked Harry to come to the front to demonstrate the actual Transfiguration from a match to a needle. Taking advantage of the situation, Harry decided to impart his own knowledge of Transfiguration to avoid similar questions like those voiced out by Granger during the start of class. I don't particularly own a wand, since my method of using magic is quite different from yours, so Harry snapped his fingers, causing an imitation of his holly and phoenix feather wand to appear on his hand, ready for use. I will be using this fake wand to show you the actual wand movements for you to replicate this spell. Harry placed the match on top of the desk for everyone to see. He proceeded with the wand movement and shouted out the spell, while picturing the desire to change the match into a needle in his mind. Metamorphosis. The students could only look in awe as the match turned into a perfect needle right before their eyes. Those who doubted Harry's placement as an assistant could no longer find any evidence to refute that title. To their eyes, though some still doubted him, he was more knowledgeable than anyone in their class. The spell is quite easy. The actual translation of the incantation is transform needle, telling your magic to change the composition of the match into a needle. Now, I would like to stress that saying the incantation will not be sufficient to produce the desired results. You must picture the actual needle in your mind. This is the secret of Transfiguration. Proper visualization produce proper results. Any questions? The Slytherin raised his hand. Harry nodded towards him. Why don't you use a wand? Even if the question is not relevant to the subject matter, I will answer just to get rid of the rumor that will be spreading after this class. Harry said with a smile, while some girls simply blushed, telling Harry that he just exposed their plans afterwards. My magical rank does not allow me to use a wand, since using one will only limit the results of my spells, and no, I will not be revealing my actual rank, since you don't need to know. Any other questions? Daphne raised her hand to get a nod from Harry to proceed. Mr. Potter, you mentioned that visualization is the key to a perfect transfiguration. Can you expand on this, since it would be safe to say that not all of us are familiar or used to visualizing? Asked the Greengrass heir. Harry saw that quite a lot of students nodded at her question. Visualizing is when you picture something in your mind. I think most of you are familiar with daydreaming. He got a nod from quite a lot of people in the room, though some of the girls blushed and sighed much to his confusion. Good, I want you to pick up your wand to prepare for the spell. Good. Now, I want you to close your eyes and take a deep breath to relax. Now, I want you to imagine the match, picture it quite clearly down to the last detail. Now use your imagination, picture the matching changing into a needle, and make sure that you visualize the needle properly, since that will determine the result of the spell. Once you have the needle fixed firmly in your mind, open your eyes and cast the spell. Instructed Harry, waiting for the students to follow his instructions. Harry saw that almost half of the class was able to change their match to a needle, though a bit slowly compared to his own speed in Transfiguration. Some ended up with a needle made of wood, while others just managed to change a part of the match. To those of you who managed to change the match into a needle, well done. I suggest that you continue practicing, this time, changing it back to its original state. The incantation is reformed in read, meaning transform cancel. Once you've accomplished that, try to do it all over again, but focus more on the speed of the change. This will help improve your visualization and your ability to manipulate your magic. He got a nod from the students who were successful in the spell. To those who didn't get the desired results, I suggest that you keep trying, but take time to relax and picture the change in your mind, and make sure that you have the details firmly fixed in your visualization. Don't be disheartened that you didn't get the right change for your first time. It doesn't mean that you lack the magic to do so. I told you earlier, your magic requires guidance, and only your mind can give it. Improve your focus and visualization, then repeat. Those who didn't succeed nodded and closed their eyes again, taking Harry's advice to heart in regards to perfecting the spell. Thank you, Apprentice Potter, for a marvelous demonstration and explanation. Commended McGonagall with a proud smile to Harry that made the young Lord Potter blush. Apprentice Potter is quite correct with his explanation. He explained one of the major secrets of Transfiguration. Make sure that you keep this in mind for future spellwork. For those who succeeded in changing their match to a needle, I give you all 10 points each. Please continue with your assigned task and good luck. McGonagall turned to Harry and spoke in a much lower volume. Apprentice Potter, I can only say that you did a great job in conveying the secrets of Transfiguration to the students. Your method of instructing them to change the match into a needle spoke of experience that only one can gain in actually doing the spell. Instead of reading about it, I commend you in your expertise. Since I can't give you any points due to the lack of a house affiliation, I can only give you my respect and thanks for imparting this important knowledge to the students. Harry nodded and gave the stern professor a smile. No need to thank me, Professor. I just placed myself in their shoes as it is their first time to do the spell. I was like them when I first discovered Transfiguration and tried out the spell written on the book. It was hard, but I was able to make it work with practice. I just imparted to them the secrets to my success to make sure that they learn faster. After all, the faster they learn, the more they can learn in the future. McGonagall nodded in approval to Harry's train of thought. He was proud that the boy was showing maturity not common in kids his age. Not only that, the young Potter didn't begrudge others of knowledge. He shared as long as he was able to without any payment. She agreed with the Sorting Hat's placement. Harry Potter was perfect for being an apprentice of Hogwarts. Indeed, Apprentice Potter. Now, let's roam around and help those who require tutoring. I noted Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Weasley having problems, so let's get to it, said McGonagall as she stood up and started walking towards Weasley, who was waving his wand around like a baton. Harry followed her example and made his way to Longbottom. Harry made his way to Longbottom as indicated by McGonagall, and silently observed the boy as he tried to do the spell, only ending up in failure. Harry frowned since the boy did everything perfectly, and the focus the boy showed meant that he perfectly visualized the result. Acting on an instinct, he stretched out his senses to feel the boy's magic. When Longbottom released the spell, Harry could feel the magic rush from his hand to his wand. However, it seems that the magic didn't reach the wand, as if the magic of the wand itself was rejecting Longbottom's own. Mr. Longbottom, can I see your wand for a moment please? Asked Harry, startling Neville Longbottom and earning him a startled squeak. Sure, Mr. Potter. Stuttered Neville, handing Harry his wand. Harry took it with a smile. Please, Mr. Longbottom, call me Harry. We are both students after all and the same age too, said Harry before checking out the wand in his hand. He noticed that the wand was quite old, as if it's been used for many years, but this was impossible since Neville only started doing magic today. He sent out his mind to the wand and bonded with the core. He analyzed its magic and found it to be quite the opposite to Neville's unique signature. He frowned. Mr. Longbottom, can you tell me if this is the wand you bought from Ollivander? Asked Harry in a soft voice, handing the wand back to the Longbottom heir. Neville shook his head and whispered. No, this was my father's wand. Gran told me that I don't need a new wand, and I should just use my father's wand to follow in his footsteps. Does your Gran know that the wand chooses the wizard and not the other way around? Asked Harry, an idea already formulating in his head. Why yes, but she insisted that I use Dad's wand and nothing else, murmured Neville. I see. Then keep trying the spell, Mr. Longbottom. I think I have a solution to your problem. Please stay after class, said Harry as he walked towards McGonagall and asked to be excused for the rest of the period. The Transfiguration professor just gave him a confused look but allowed his request. Not wasting time, Harry left the classroom and sprinted towards a dark alcove he saw earlier. Willing his shadow magic to come forth, he walked through the shadow and disappeared from Hogwarts. School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry appeared at the back of his study in Potter Manor. He specifically instructed the elves to avoid lighting this part of the room, to make sure that it had plenty of shadow for him to travel, just in case he needed to return home. Godric sensed his grandson appear on the wards. What brings you here, grandson? Aren't you supposed to be in school? Asked Godric. Hello, grandfather. Greeted Harry as he exited the study to his workshop. I have something I need to do for a classmate of mine. Harry explained what happened with Neville Longbottom in Transfiguration class. Indeed you are correct, grandson. A wand chooses the wizard, and using another wizard's wand is more of a detriment than a boon. Also, helping a Longbottom honors the alliance between your ancestors. I agree, grandfather. I read in my ancestors' journal that the Potters and Longbottoms had a long-standing alliance, and my instinct is telling me to help Neville in any way I can. I don't know why, but my instincts never led me astray, explained Harry as he entered his workshop. This room was specifically chosen to house the materials in Elgrath's shop and then some. He didn't want to expose the precious and rare ingredients to others, especially when he was not around to guard them. He walked to the center of the room and closed his eyes as he gathered in his will. It was time to create a wand for a brother-in-arms, and he would make sure that it was the best as he could make it. Apprentice Potter, I hope you have a good reason for letting Mr. Longbottom wait for so long after class. I was forced to give him a free pass for his next class, since it seems he deems it important to wait for you, McGonagall said in a stern tone. It took quite a while of scanning the various ingredients he had in his shop for the right components to craft Neville's wand. He could easily say that it was harder compared to making Sirius's, since the components were quite rare and powerful. I apologize for not explaining the situation properly, Professor, but time was of the essence, so I made sure to get back as soon as I finished my task, said Harry with an apologetic nod to McGonagall as he walked over to the table. He pulled out a rectangular box made of hickory. He placed the box on the table. Neville and McGonagall eyed the box, not knowing what to make of it. Would it be safe to say that Neville didn't get to finish his assigned spellwork for the day? Asked Harry, looking at Neville, who sadly shook his head in negative. He didn't, but he made a valiant effort. He was able to slightly change the shape but nothing else, revealed McGonagall. Harry nodded, since his theory was correct. Neville was magically powerful as a wizard, but it was stunted because he didn't have the right one to focus it. The reason why Neville wasn't able to properly change the match into a needle is because of the wand he carries. From what he told me, it was his father's wand. McGonagall turned to Neville with a sharp look. From what I learned from Ollivander, a wand chooses the wizard and not the other way around. Meaning, the wand didn't choose Neville as its lord and master. Harry pushed the rectangular box over to Neville. Open it, Neville, and give it a try. What is it? Asked Neville, eyeing the box with suspicion. McGonagall seemed to realize what the box contained, but Harry held up a hand and mouthed to her that an explanation will follow. Just open it, Neville. Trust me, said Harry, his tone full of confidence. Neville sighed and slowly opened the lid and gasped when he saw what's inside. Harry proudly provided the explanation. That, Neville Longbottom, is your new wand. It is made from hickory and cherry wood, exactly 13 inches with the core of griffin feather. And a hair from a male unicorn's mane. I will explain later how I got it, but please hold the wand in your dominant hand and give it a wave. Neville was astounded at the sight before him. The wand was a work of art. The handle was made from hickory and the shaft with cherry. The handle of the wand contained an image of a griffin in flight and a unicorn pawing a hoof. Slowly he reached out and grasped the wand in his hand. He could feel the wand hum as if welcoming his presence. He waved it to produce a large amount of red and silver sparks. Harry and Professor McGonagall could feel the thick presence of magic in the air, as both the wand and its new master bonded, their magic intertwined. Perfect. Just perfect, exclaimed Harry, not knowing that he imitated Ollivander just then when one of his wands matched with its master. The wand is perfect for you, Mr. Longbottom. Cherry is a wood for those with an affinity for earth, so I would say that you have a talent. In herbology, the hickory as the handle means a strong personality, a hidden ability to let those who you find worthy, and a fierce fighter to those you see as an enemy. The griffin core signifies strength and wisdom, while the unicorn hair means purity and love. Overall, a perfect wand for charms and battle magics. Harry conjured a match and placed it on the table in front of the odd Longbottom heir. Neville, use your new wand to change this match into a needle, please. Dazed, Neville simply nodded and concentrated for a bit before incanting the spell along with the wand movement. The match immediately turned into a perfect needle. Bravo, Neville, bravo. It was the wand that's the problem, not you, exclaimed Harry, clapping the Longbottom heir at the back. But it was my father's wand. My grand told me that I should be worthy to use it, murmured Neville as he sadly took out his father's wand and looked at it. Harry was about to say something, but McGonagall beat him to the punch. Mr. Longbottom, I can easily say that your new wand is a perfect match for you. You successfully completed your spellwork in a single try, compared to the results of using your father's wand. Apprentice Potter is quite correct, it is the wand that chooses the wizard and not the other way around. Augusta holds too much of the past and forgets that you are not your father but his son. It is normal for a son to idolize and follow his father, but not to the point of hindering one's future. I will explain it to her clearly before you meet for the summer holiday, McGonagall said sternly, but both boys could see the warmth in her eyes as she looked at them. She turned her attention to Harry, who was quite happy with the success of his second creation. Now, Apprentice Potter, please explain where you got the wand, asked McGonagall, though she already had an idea where it came from. She only needed proof and a confirmation. I crafted it, of course, Harry said proudly, not noticing the disbelief in both Neville and McGonagall's face. Mr. Potter, making a wand is no mean feat, and more so for a wand of such caliber as what Mr. Longbottom holds. Are you saying that you are capable of making such a wand? Asked the stern Transfiguration professor. Yes, Professor, but I would like to correct you. I am not a wand maker like Ollivander, but a wand crafter, explained Harry, grinning all the while. What's the difference? Asked Neville, looking at his wand in awe. Having a wand made by the boy who lived an apprentice of Hogwarts was something that he couldn't believe that it was made exactly for him. The big difference. A wand maker simply creates a wand by matching the wood with a magical core, and hope that it matches with a witch and wizard. A wand crafter, on the other hand, crafts a wand by picking the right ingredients to ensure the perfect match for a wizard. This is why some wizards and witches are powerful, because their wands match them perfectly. Due to the perfect synchronization between a wand and a wizard or witch, magical output is doubled and an almost perfect control over their spells and rituals, explained Harry. And where did you learn this particular skill, Apprentice Potter? Wand crafting is a delicate and precise art, and I doubt you learned it in just a span of 2 years if we follow your timeline when you entered the magical world, said McGonagall as one of her eyebrows rose to match her disbelief. Let's just say that I had a very good teacher and leave it at that, Harry said sadly as he remembered his first and last meeting with Belgrath. Both sensed the underlying sadness in Harry's voice, so they dropped the subject. Edited by Corruptmonk, May 27, 2012. Chapter 15. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 15. The Ancient Wards of Hogwarts. Harry James Potter left the Transfiguration classroom with a smile on his face. The class went absolutely well and learned a lot of things he missed from the books he read, and successfully crafted a new wand for Neville, which promised a steady improvement in the boy's confidence with each successful spell. Casting a quick tempest, Harry saw that he was already late for his herbology class, which saddened him a bit since he somewhat liked Professor Sprout and her motherly aura. Thankfully, his record with the professor remained clean since Professor McGonagall saw fit to inform her of his absence. He winced at being possibly asked during their next session as to why he didn't attend her class, but sighed, since he would have to tell her the truth or find out from McGonagall. Seeing that he had an hour and a half to spend on his own, Harry decided to take advantage of the situation to check the books available in the library. Might as well do a little bit of research on the treatises of Transfiguration to add to his notes. Neville Longbottom was on his way to his dorm in Gryffindor Tower to retrieve a book for his next class. As he strolled through the halls of Hogwarts, his mind was currently digesting what happened back in Transfiguration. He couldn't believe that the Harry Potter crafted a wand just for him. Not just any wand, but a wand that was 100% attuned to his magic. He could still remember the feeling of power flowing through his body from the wand, and the power he felt made him giddy and excited. Even now, he could feel the hum of the wand tucked safely inside his pocket. His hand snaked down to another pocket to feel a small needle, his first sign of success. He felt elation at knowing that he wasn't a squib at all. Neville was worried before he came to Hogwarts that he was a squib. His only feat of accidental magic was when he bounced all the way to the lake after his uncle Algy dropped him from a second-story window when he was 10 years old. That was when he got Trevor the Toad as his pet, awarded to him by his uncle, after discovering that he wasn't a squib after all. Due to the lack of magic in his life, Neville found solace in the Longbottom greenhouse. Ever since he was young, plants called to him. He loved them and they in turn loved him. He found it easy to take care of the plants inside the greenhouse, and unknown to his grandmother, they flourished under his care. His thoughts went back to Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Apprentice of Hogwarts. He knew that he didn't owe Harry when the boy simply turned down any favors owed for a powerful wand. Harry even told him that he didn't need the money, which Neville knew was quite true, considering the status of the Potter in Wizarding Britain. If anything else, the infamous Potter went out of his way to craft him a new wand to aid him in his schooling for free. He knew that his family had a standing alliance with the Potter family, and couldn't help but think that this was Harry's way of reigniting the bond between them, considering that they were the only males left in their respective families. With this single act of kindness, Neville decided there and then to stand beside Harry Potter and uphold the family tradition of always being there to watch a Potter's back. Minerva McGonagall was currently sipping a particularly strong brew of scotch after the revelation that Harry James Potter, sorcerer and apprentice of Hogwarts, crafted a very powerful wand on his own. She couldn't question Harry as to who taught him how to do so, and it was outside her jurisdiction to question the lad regarding his personal life. She didn't need to reprimand the boy of being reckless since the wand he crafted was more than perfect. Heck, the magic in the room when Neville bonded with the wand was almost visible. Judging from the boy's face upon remembering the person who taught the boy wand crafting, he could see that the lad respected his master, or even loved him. From the sad smile marring the young Potter's face, it would be safe to assume that his teacher in wand crafting was no longer around. Sighing, McGonagall finished her drink and went over to the fireplace. She took some flu powder from a vase on the mantel and threw it down to the fire. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. She called out after the fire turned green, successful establishing the connection. Minerva, what can I do for you? Came Albus's voice from the fire. Albus, we need to talk, was all Minerva said before getting an invitation from the headmaster to step through the fire to his office. For Harry, the Hogwarts library was a sight to behold. The young Lord Potter read in Hogwarts. A history that the Hogwarts library holds many rare tomes in the known world. After a short greeting with Madame Pince, the librarian and keeper of Hogwarts library, he was pointed to one of the corridors that held many Transfiguration texts in the wizarding world. From the looks of it, the whole corridor, though it looked more like a hallway than anything else, held only Transfiguration books, which was astounding, considering how many books were in it for everyone to see and read. He was able to get his hands on a book that discussed the various rules concerning Transfiguration, before going to a table in the open hall in the middle of the library. He took out a few parchments, quill, and his ink bottle, before starting to read the book and take down notes for his study session later back in his dorm. Harry was so engrossed in his reading that he didn't notice a bushy-haired girl walk up to him to see what he was doing. The girl, going by the name of Hermione Granger, frowned when he saw the advanced text that the apprentice of Hogwarts was reading, despite the fact that he was still a first year like her. Mustering up her courage, she spoke. May I join you? Harry looked up from his reading to see Miss Granger standing beside him. He gave a smile and nodded to the seat across the table. "Be my guest, Miss Granger," was all he said before going back to his reading. Hermione Granger sat on the chair indicated and brought out her own book on Transfiguration. She didn't read immediately, but content on simply staring at Harry, trying to puzzle him out with a frown on her face. Harry knew that he was being observed, so he ignored it at first. But after 5 minutes of the girl staring at him, he looked up from his book and looked at the girl straight in the eye with a frown on his face. "Can I help you with anything, Miss Granger? You've been staring at me for 5 minutes now, and it is starting to get annoying," Harry said calmly, though the annoyance he felt was clearly evident in his tone. Hermione blushed at being caught. However, she drew up whatever courage to confront the object of her ire. "I can't seem to figure you out." This question caught Harry off guard. What in the world was this girl talking about? "What do you mean that you can't figure me out, Miss Granger?" Harry asked, wanting to get this over and done with, since he just found something informative in the book he was reading. "I read all the books written about you ever since we met in Diagon Alley," said Hermione in a rush, though she managed to control herself before continuing on. "I know all about you, from the rise and fall of the dark arts and famous wizards and witches of the 20th century. And your point?" said Harry with a raised eyebrow. The girl was eating away his patience and he didn't like it. "How are you so smart?" she finally blurted out with a hint of annoyance in her voice. "You disappeared from the magical world after the defeat of you-know-who, and the author who wrote Famous Wizards and Witches of the 20th Century indicated in his book that you were hidden from the wizarding world to ensure your safety. You're the same age as me, but you're showing up your peers because of your actions." Harry simply raised an eyebrow and waved his hand over his head, effectively casting a silencing charm to make sure that they aren't heard by anyone in the library, while keeping the peace of the place. "First of all, Miss Granger, we're in the library, so if you would lower your voice, then it would be much appreciated," Harry said in a cold tone, face devoid of emotion. Granger flinched at the tone and thought that maybe she had overstepped her bounds. She didn't know that she already did. "Secondly, Miss Granger, you don't have any right to accuse me of making my peers feel inferior. I did no such thing, and if showing the world what I know is a problem, then it's their problem to worry about, not mine. Besides, I know what it feels like to be inferior, so I'm not in the mood to force inferiority over them if I don't have to. If you listened closely to my explanation during Transfiguration, I instructed the class on how to perform the spell successfully, by using my own experience as an example. I taught the class everything I know on the subject, and you're telling me that I'm putting people down?" Harry growled this time, the instinct of the wolf surfacing in his mind. "I know, Miss Granger, that you are one of the few who listened and followed my instructions. You and some others were the first to complete the assignment. So don't tell me that I'm bringing my peers down when you took advantage of my instructions to earn 10 points for Gryffindor." Harry took a deep breath and realized something about the girl in front of him. "You think you know me, Miss Granger? I think you don't, because you don't know my life. All you had are the books from authors that didn't know where I was placed or how I grew up, much less conduct an interview with me regarding my life for the whole world to read about." Harry spat the last part as if he ate something rotten. "You, Miss Granger, are jealous. I may not know you, but I know people like you. You don't like people better than you. You try to be the best and help those you think are lower than you. But when someone shows more knowledge than you, you try your best to keep them down so they won't reach your level. You disgust me, Miss Granger. I may be knowledgeable as compared to my peers, but I try my best to help them get over their problems during lessons. From now on, I would appreciate it if you no longer come near me or talk to me. Have a happy life, Miss Granger." Harry stood up and walked away from the table after magically packing all his supplies and translocating the book back to its proper place with a thought. But before he could reach exit, he looked over his shoulder and projected his thought out to the crying girl. "You have much potential, but you need to learn that not everything can be learned in books, Miss Granger, and an ego the size that you have will only turn away people with the potential of being your friend in the future." What Harry didn't know was that his anger caused his magic to surround him, making him glow a menacing blue, as if he erected a shield protecting him from harm. Everyone in the library was staring at him, while some cringed in fear at the angry look on his face. Everyone who knew Harry for a short while, mostly the first years who had the chance to enjoy his lesson in Transfiguration, wondered what made the happy apprentice show a face filled with rage. They followed his path until they found a crying Gryffindor girl on the table where the boy who lived was reading in peace. Harry's mood rose from its bout of anger when he entered the Charms classroom. He didn't know why, but there was something about the bubbly Charms professor that could make anyone happy. Harry could safely say that Professor Flitwick was a great teacher and mentor. In fact, everyone in the class, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, was enjoying the lessons thoroughly. Despite the lack of spells, the diminutive professor was able to impart his knowledge of wand movement and control of magic in a fun way that made it easier to learn and use. Harry took plenty of notes since he never bothered to learn the rudiments of wand movements, thanks to his control over wandless magic. He learned that wand movements were necessary to direct one's magical power to conform to the completion of a spell. Each wave, flick, slash, and jab allowed the witch or wizard to guide their magic to produce specific results. Harry theorized that the reasons behind one movement may be utilized with his staff. He just needed to experiment to see if he was correct or not. The class ended without any fuss, but Harry was quite excited when Flitwick handed him a book on dueling arts to read to prepare for one-on-one lessons in the future. September 4, 1991, Thursday. For Harry, history of magic with Professor Binns was a waste of his time. The young Potter Lord had a sneaky suspicion that the ghost professor did the same thing when he was still alive, droning a monologue as the ghost read the book to the rest of the class. Harry realized that with Professor Binns as a teacher, history of magic was more of a book-reading session than a class. He looked around and saw that most of the Gryffindors and Slytherins were already sleeping. His eyes strayed over to Hermione Granger, who was taking down notes, but her red puffy eyes were an indication that the girl was crying since their meeting and altercation in the library yesterday. Harry didn't feel any remorse with what he said towards the bushy-haired girl. People didn't have any right to dictate his life and they never will. If she doesn't change, then she would just end up alienating herself from the student body. This would only result in her having 7 lonely years in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He only hoped that the girl took his words to heart. If not, then it wasn't his loss. Sighing, Harry decided to spend the rest of the time being productive. He took out the book Professor Flitwick gave him and started to read. Harry's gut feeling kicked in when he entered the threshold of a defense against the dark arts classroom. He didn't know why, but he followed his instinct, so he stretched out his mage sense around the room. What he got confused him. The first echo was from the room itself. There seems to be some kind of curse on the room that latched on to Professor Quirrell, who was another source of his confusion, since the professor was also releasing the same kind of curse, but this time, he seems to be holding the other at bay. Both had similar magical signatures that confused him some more, since he didn't know the nature of the curse. He could sense it easily, but purpose eluded him. He ran the discovery over in his mind as he listened to the professor stutter about the significance of data in the wizarding world, as well as explaining to one student how he got the turban as a gift when he saved a Raja from a particularly violent vampire. Harry doubted if the professor really did do as he claimed, though he assumed that the stuttering professor stuttered the vampire to death. He almost snickered out loud when that thought crossed his mind. The class ended without any mention of spells or the professor calling in on Harry regarding his apprenticeship under the man. Which was quite confusing since it happened with the rest of his professors, well, maybe except for Binns. He decided right there and then that there was something wrong with Hogwarts. First, the headmaster telling the student body about the mysterious third-floor corridor. Second, the weird curse that was emanating from the Dada classroom. And third, similar curse being released by Professor Quirrell himself. Harry thought it was time to act before something bad happened to the school and its residents. It was around midnight when Harry's shadow traveled to the Great Hall. Harry walked out of the large gilded doors of the large hall in the heart of Hogwarts. He looked around the room and couldn't help but admire the peace and tranquility the place exuded when there were no students around. He walked towards the headmaster's chair and his target, a large shield with the symbol of the founders on his face. According to Hogwarts a history, the shield was created using the combined powers of the 4 founders. It was made from a very magical metal that can only be found deep down in the bowels of dwarven mines. It was well nigh indestructible and had been used by Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin in defense of the school. During the Middle Ages, when muggles and dark wizards invaded the school. Facing the symbolic shield of the founders, Harry raised his hand, causing Arya to appear in his grip. He tapped the corresponding animals as Godric instructed him before tapping the image of the dragon 10 times. The shield shimmered before disappearing entirely, revealing a stairwell going down into the catacombs beneath the castle. Creating a ball of light to illuminate the way down, Harry traversed the stairwell until he found himself in a bare large circular room with a single door. Not seeing any choice in the matter, Harry walked towards the door and opened it, revealing a rectangular chamber. There, opposite of the door, was the Hogwarts Ward Stone. The large square stone was an impressive 7 feet tall and 7 feet wide. It was filled to the brim with runes that Harry couldn't recognize considering his lack of education in the subject. There was a depression in the middle of the stone resembling a hand gripping Arya tightly. Harry walked over to the stone and took a deep breath before using a small cutting hex to slash his palm. He squeezed it a bit to force the blood to come out before putting his bloody palm on the depression. The Hogwarts Ward Stone pulsed, reacting to his blood, causing the ancient wards to activate all over the castle. Harry could easily feel his magic being transferred over to the stone, but he could also feel a gentle nudge on his occlumency shields. Tracing the source of the mental push, Harry realized that it was coming from the ward stone itself. Deciding to follow his instinct, Harry closed his eyes and dived into his mindscape to discover what or who was knocking on his shield. Harry found himself in his mind library when he noticed another presence in the room. "Who are you?" asked Harry, though he already had an inkling as to who the mysterious woman was. "Greetings, my lord," greeted the figure. "I have waited a long time for your coming." "Who are you and why do you call me lord?" asked Harry again. The stately woman smirked before answering him. Can't you guess, my lord? Methinks that you already know who I am. Hogwarts, Harry whispered in awe. You are correct, my lord, said Hogwarts with a nod. And to answer your question, I address you as Lord because in your blood flows the blood of two of the four who created me. Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw, said Harry in a low voice, processing the fact that Hogwarts was sentient. Indeed, agreed the manifestation of this school. While you are currently powering the ancient wards of the founders, I am following the command of Lady Ravenclaw when she had a hand in creating me. This information confused Harry a bit. He knew from Godric's essence in Potter Manor that he and Rowena Ravenclaw had a hand in creating the wards of the castle, but the founder of the Lion House didn't tell him about Rowena adding more function to the wards. What command is that, Lady Hogwarts? Asked Harry curiously while deciding to be respectful to the entity of the castle. The command is to bond with her or any founder's line when they activate the ancient wards of the castle. To whisper to them the instructions on how to command the wards and take control of the castle as a whole. Wait, what? What do you mean take control of the wards and castle? Isn't that supposed to be the headmaster's job? Asked Harry in surprise. This little tidbit wasn't in Hogwarts, a history that's for sure. Yes, my lord. The four founders created Hogwarts as a means to allow magicals to have a place to safely learn their birthright. However, the initial reason of this institution is to make sure that the heirs of the founders are safe within its walls to guide the school and its inhabitants to its original purpose. This piqued Harry's curiosity. What was Hogwarts' original purpose? I thought the castle was just a school, though it stands to reason that they made this their home, considering they made it in the first place. Hogwarts nodded in agreement to Harry's assessment. Hogwarts was originally created to become a bastion to house magical beings, and to serve as a place of learning where all magical share knowledge for the good and evolution of the magical world. However, the four founders weren't able to achieve this dream, thus this enchantment was created by Ravenclaw to make sure that the next heir who activates the wards after it expires are tasked to continue their legacy until such time that it is no longer needed. Alright, I understand that part since that should be what a school is all about. But what do you mean about me taking control of the wards? And what do you mean about me taking control of the castle? Asked Harry in confusion. You may have noticed by now, my lord, that Hogwarts itself is sentient with me as its manifestation. The personalities of the four founders embedded into me along with the collective consciousness and magic of those who lived in these walls had made it possible. As to your question, the blood of two of the four founders running through your veins give you the right to control me and the castle, more so than the headmaster who only holds a temporary position in this school until such a time an heir claims the title. Wait a minute. Does this mean that I'm the headmaster? Asked Harry incredulously. No, my lord. Lady Hogwarts shook her head in negative. The position is not yours to acquire as of now, but will remain when you deem it necessary to take. It might be necessary, however, to assume control of the castle and its running if the current headmaster deviates from his task. I see. So that's good. I don't think I'm ready for that right now, since I'm focused on learning as much as I can during my time here. But in regards to controlling the wards, how do I do that? The original enchantment built into the ancient wards allows the heir to see everything in the castle and control its working by pressing your hand into the depression on the stone. With your blood, you have bonded with the school, which will allow the both of us to communicate if there is need. Keep in mind, however, that you only control the ancient wards and the castle, and not the additional wards placed by the headmasters and headmistresses who led this institution in the past. I see. That is good since I don't have the time to manipulate the wards that's already active, though Godric gave me the task to make sure that the ancient wards of the castle is up and running to ensure the safety of the students and myself. What do I need to do now? You need to exit your mind and connect with the castle to continue activating the wards. While you are transferring your magic into the stone to power the depleted reservoir, I ask you to scour the castle for any dark influence and purge it. Purge it? How am I supposed to do that? Asked an incredulous Harry. He might know the basics of wards, but not that much to manipulate it to the degree that Hogwarts suggested. It is easy, my lord. All you need to do is to scan the castle and command me to do it for you. I have the collective knowledge of the four founders and past headmasters and headmistresses at my disposal, so I can easily make use of their knowledge to purge anything in this school, as long as it is within my power. However, Hogwarts hesitated a bit before continuing on. The process of purging anything dark in this school will require your magic, my lord, since using the castle's reservoir will surely drain it to the last drop, which will require you to recharge it until it is full. Wait a minute, isn't the school standing on two major magical ley lines to power the wards? Yes it does, but it is not a good idea to simply grab all the magic from the lines directly into the castle without filtering it. In most cases, recharging using the ley lines will be slow. At current capacity, it will take at least 2 months for the reservoir to fill from the filtered energies of the nexus beneath the school. I understand that part. So that means that once the Ancient Wards is fully activated, I supply the initial energy of its running, then the Ward Stone will just take the required energy from the ley lines to keep it up. Correct. You are correct, my lord. Great. So how do I communicate with you? I don't have an active voice in the castle, but I can communicate with you if you are to touch any surface of the castle with your bare skin. I see, thank you Lady Hogwarts. Harry said with a bow. I think it's time I return to the real world and scan the castle. I have a few ideas where to start. Just make sure that you guide me on what to do to avoid any mistakes, alright? I will, my lord, and again, I thank you for returning to the castle. Till we meet again. With that, Hogwarts disappeared before Harry returned to the waking world to start scanning the castle. Edited by Corruptmonk, May 27, 2012. Chapter 16. Hello my beloved readers. Rachel here, back in business. Camp was quite fun and realized that it was a good decision to go. Thankfully, they released us early because of the weather. There was a storm yesterday where the camp was located and almost overfilled the river. To avoid accidents, the camp director released us early since there was a possibility of more rain tonight. I got home this morning and immediately worked with my brother to improve and edit the latest chapter. Anyway, before you read the fic, let me address some of the reviews. DZ2. I have some plans for Hermione, but it won't be until later in this story. She's not really a bad girl. She just needs a serious attitude adjustment. Something will happen in this story that will improve her relationship with Harry, but not much that they would be buddy-buddy like in canon. YNA 5. Not sure yet if Harry is going to craft wands for some characters in this story. Hopefully, but I don't know yet. MERLYN 1's class. I'm happy that you found my story to be yummy, dearie. Here's another chapter to glut yourself on. Mwah. Don't eat too much now. Don't want you to get fat. Tee-hee-hee-hee. Smitten kittens. I hope you're still alive. If you are, then please enjoy the chapter. Tee-hee-hee. Theo. No. This isn't a slash fic, definitely not a Harry Albus pairing. If you read this chapter, you will notice that they have a student-mentor relationship. You pedophile much. You, obliviate me please. Dark Nico 4000. Hey Dark, what's the YouTube link for? Bildani. It is part of a plot for Harry to confront Hermione. Don't worry, it is part of the story. You will see the development later on. KONATACHAN 603. Your detailed review is so appreciated. Mwah. JABU 63. No worries, girl. My brother is getting some, trust me. They are added almost everything. You. Mahjong King. I pray for your improved health. From a fellow writer such as yourself, good luck and thanks. Reviewer. Thanks for the heads up. My brother already made the changes as to Durmstrang's exact location. Thanks to your suggestion, I'm now using Harry Potter Wiki to make sure I get the facts straight. Weaverbict Timbus. No, this is not a Hermione bashing fic. Mostly, there would be disagreements between the characters due to their personality clashing together. I guess that is normal for a school that hosts the different personalities. I guess that is what you call human nature. Shadow Patroness. Thank you for the glowing review. Your commendation just pushed me to increase my writing speed for chapter 16. Bwahahaha. Dream State. Only two are mentioned, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, because I was discussing about the wards of Hogwarts. Don't worry though, some facts about Slytherin and Hufflepuff will surface as my story progresses. Sarah ROSC 76646. Thanks for the heads up regarding the attention I posted. My brother sends his thanks too since he didn't know about it. I think that's it for now. Though there are some things I would like to clarify and announce. 1. Thanks to those who commented on the many errors me and my brother made as we wrote this fic. Thanks to you guys, me and my brother learned what errors were made and how to correct them. It doesn't mean that this fic will be free of errors. To errors to be human after all. 2. While I was away at camp, my brother saw fit to edit the 15 chapters already uploaded on the site. He told me that he made sure that the grammar and tense errors were corrected, those he saw as an error anyway, and made sure that some plot holes are properly filled to further improve the story. You might want to check out the previous chapters to see these changes. 3. Again, this isn't a slash fic. If you don't understand, then this is not a yaoi fic. Harry and Albus will be maintaining a mentor-student relationship. 4. To those who reviewed that my story is so cliché, I can only say that I don't care. This story was created because I wanted to share my story to those who wanted to read it. If you don't like it, then just keep silent and don't say anything that I already know. There are thousands of HP stories herein, and I'm sure that most of the plots are already overused. I know since I already read through most of them since I started 3 francs years ago. The challenge here is how you make it unique to not slight those who use the plots in their fic. So flamers, please moderate your flaming. 5. Those who don't have a fic of their own, please don't make it sound like you know what you're doing since you're only a reader. You may criticize me if you have something to show. So there. Well, I'm done ranting. Have fun y'all. Me and brother is working on chapter 17 now and I'm starting on chapter 18. Rachel, the Sorceress of Stories. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer chapter 16. Revealing the Stone. September 5th, 1991, after midnight, Friday. Harry opened his eyes after exiting his mindscape and talking with Hogwarts. His palm still on the stone, the young Potter Lord could still feel some of his energy being diverted towards powering the boards. He checked his magical reserves and found that he was still safe from being too drained, though he kept a close eye on it, since he didn't want to make the same mistake as what happened back in Potter Manor. Taking a deep breath, Harry steeled himself, preparing for the task ahead of him. He extended his senses and linked it with the consciousness behind the enchantments of the Hogwarts Ward Stone. Harry's mind was immediately bombarded by information from the castle, and the amount being pushed into his head was staggering. He saw Mr. Filch prowling the halls with his trusted aide Mrs. Norris, Professor Snape brewing a potion in his office down in the dungeons, Professor Sprout tending to a plant in the greenhouse, Professor McGonagall sleeping, and more. These images assaulted Harry's mind, while the young Potter Lord tried his best to maintain a semblance of control over his consciousness. The whirlwind of information continued to swirl in his mind until the voice of Hogwarts punctured through the storm. Calm, my lord. Retreat into your dwelling inside your mind before we continue, instructed the voice of Hogwarts in his mind. Hogwarts? Asked Harry as he tried to swim through the storm that his consciousness was currently in. Yes, my lord. Now I will teach you how to control the flow of information the Ward Stone holds. Retreat into your mind and create a manifestation of the castle's mind. Will it to appear and divert the stream of information into it. This will give you control over the information provided by the castle. Not seeing any other option in the matter, Harry took control of his mind and delved deeper into his consciousness towards his center, his mindscape. It wasn't easy because entering one's mindscape required absolute concentration, and the deluge of information ramming him from everywhere was making it hard for him to do so. It took Harry a few minutes to safely arrive in his mindscape, and took a bit of time to relax before proceeding with the next step. He looked around and sighed in relief, since his inner library was untouched behind his mental barrier. So this means that the information overload is outside. Where my surface thoughts are located. Interesting, mused Harry as he scanned his shields, sensing the essence of the Ward Stone outside, flooding his conscious mind and with it, the information of the castle. I think I understand what Lady Hogwarts wanted me to do. Using his control over his mind, Harry turned one of the barren walls of his mind library into a very large mirror. He then opened a small hole in his occlumency barrier, and linked the mirror to the essence of the Ward Stone outside, like plugging a telly to an antenna. Immediately, the mirror flashed with various images that Harry guessed to be the information that the Ward Stone was feeding him through his connection with the Ward Stone. Lady Hogwarts? Asked Harry, expecting an answer from the castle's essence since he was deeply connected to the stone. Yes, my lord, came the reply, surrounding him, though Harry noticed that the manifestation wasn't present, but it was good enough. I did what you asked, my lady, said Harry to the voice. But it seems that the information coming from the Ward Stone is still unsorted. It's giving me a headache just looking at it. This was quite true since the mirror was flickering from one image to another so fast that his eyes were losing focus trying to catch up. You have to direct your control on what information you wish to see, my lord. Your shields will automatically filter it while the Ward Stone and by extension, me, will direct it to the mirror. Interesting, said Harry in awe. This was his first time to actively use his mindscape for something other than sorting and recalling memories. Let me see, show me the apprentice storms, Harry commanded as he faced the flickering mirror. Immediately, the images in the mirror stopped, flickered a bit before showing Harry his living room in the apprentice storm. Pleased with the results, Harry tried again. Show me my bedroom, please, Harry commanded, getting excited at the possibilities of this ability. The mirror flickered again before revealing his bedroom with Hedwig sleeping peacefully on her perch. Harry wondered where Flippy was since he knew that the elf was somewhere in the castle. As if listening to his thoughts, the mirror flickered before the image of his bedroom changed to the Hogwarts kitchen, showing Flippy helping the elves prepare breakfast for the students later in the morning. From the looks of it, his personal elf was teaching some of the Hogwarts elves his personal recipes. He snickered at the scene in front of him. Trust his elf to make sure that his needs were followed to the letter. You don't have to say the command out loud, my lord. As you can see, it responds to your thoughts. All you need to do is think what you want to see and it will reflect on the mirror. Thanks you, Lady Hogwarts, said Harry as he mentally flipped through different locations in the castle while the mirror doing the same. The mirror showed Harry the Black Lake from the castle's point of view, as if there was a camera somewhere on the battlements when he realized something. Lady Hogwarts, is this only possible if I touch the Ward Stone, or can I also do this when I touch the walls of the castle? Yes, my lord, since you've bonded with the stone, you are effectively bonded to the entire castle. The Ward Stone can sense your touch anywhere, as long as your skin is directly touching the surface. Harry looked at the mirror for a few moments before deciding to start with the ancient wards. Lady Hogwarts, tell me what the ancient wards can do once fully activated. What's the status of the activation anyway? Asked Harry as he created a couch to sit on as he faced the mirror. Might as well work in comfort than standing around the whole time. The ancient wards are already activated, my lord. You commune with me and sorting through the information provided by the castle are part of the schematics of the wards designed by Rowena Ravenclaw. Wow, said Harry in awe. Potter Manor might have a state-of-the-art wards with Godric's essence guarding the place, but this capability seems to be only unique to Hogwarts itself. Wait, you mean that I'm already done sending my magical energy into the stone? Yes, my lord. Due to the activation of the wards, the castle is already siphoning energy from the ley lines to amass into the reservoir. It would take 2 months before it is at full capacity. I suggest that you only do minor changes to the castle until such time that the reservoir is at its maximum. This way, it would lessen the drain on your reserves. Harry pondered this new information for a moment before realizing something. Let me see if I get this straight. If the reservoir is not yet full, then whatever changes I do in Hogwarts will drain me. But if it is at full capacity, then we will be working in tandem to make sure that I'm not drained dry for whatever it is you are going to do. Is that correct? Yes, my lord. Rowena Ravenclaw was indeed intelligent. Her mastery over runes and magic allowed for the creation of the enchantment that birthed me. This enchantment also ensures that the air is not harmed by protecting the castle, making Hogwarts truly the only safe place for them if there's need. To answer your question, my lord, the ancient ward's capability allows you to create your own ward schematics, using my accumulated knowledge to let it come to pass. This is unique to Hogwarts and nowhere else. Harry wanted to deny that claim since Potter Manor also offers the same, but it was irrelevant. Not wanting to have a heated debate with a 1,000-year-old entity, the young Potter Lord let it pass unopposed. He simply nodded at the information as he cycled through the different parts of the castle via the Hogwarts mirror, as he started to call it. Before we go into the creation of the wards, let's check the castle of anything that might threaten the inhabitants within. Harry shifted his thoughts to command the ward stone to show him what it believed to be a threat to the castle and its students. The mirror flickered before separating into different locations in the castle. The Forbidden Forest, the Whomping Willow and his passageway underneath, a hidden passageway behind his statue, a room in the third-floor corridor in the west wing of the castle, with a large 3-headed dog, an image of the Dada classroom, a sleeping Professor Quirrell in his apartment, and lastly, the image of Ron Weasley and his pet rat, sleeping snugly on the boy's pillow. Bloody hell! Harry exclaimed as he saw the images Hogwarts was showing him. Why in the world did the headmaster allow a Cerberus in the castle? Harry knew that the headmaster was eccentric, but it seems that the headmaster's quirks were too extreme for his taste. Really bringing a 3-headed guard dog inside a school full of children. With only a warning. He was about to go into another rant when Hogwarts interrupted him. A suggestion, my lord. The voice of Hogwarts echoed around his mindscape. What is it? Grouched Harry as he stared disbelievingly at the image of the Cerberus on the mirror. I have picked up your thoughts and I suggest that we bring the headmaster into this. It seems that he had a hand in bringing the creature into the school. Due to my inactivity at that time, I could not determine his purpose. He might also shed some much-needed insights as to the other threats that Hogwarts sees inside his premise. Harry pondered Hogwarts' suggestion and weighed the advantages and disadvantages of getting the headmaster involved with this knowledge. For starters, it seems that the school had a complete trust of the headmaster, and the presence of a phoenix under his banner was proof enough that the aged wizard, though misguided, was of good intention. Besides, the eccentric wizard was the headmaster after all, so it's only a good idea to have him on board. Also, he was curious as why there was a Cerberus inside a school full of children. The grounds were extensive after all, and he was sure that the dog would feel at home in the Forbidden Forest, so why keep it in a small room? Is there a way for him to communicate with me? I'm not that keen on letting anyone into my mind no matter how much you trust them, my lady. Harry asked warily. Don't worry, my lord. I will use my limited link with the headmaster to bring him here as a spirit. He can see the mindscape, but he can't touch you or any of the memories sorted within. Hogwarts assured him. Alright, my lady, please do what you must but make sure to explain it to him before bringing him here. I don't want to have to explain everything all over again, said Harry before going back to the mirror when he felt Hogwarts leave his mindscape. He checked the images of places that Hogwarts thinks that needs his attention. His eyes strayed over to a particular image that he found odd. Weird. Why is a sleeping rat beside Ron Weasley a threat, and why is that rat familiar for some reason? Harry thought out loud as he eyed the grey rodent with the raised eyebrow. Albus Dumbledore was woken from his slumber by a tug on both his mind and magical. He immediately traced the source and found it to be in his link with the school. He was about to stand up from his bed to find out what the problem was, but was unprepared when he was yanked into his mind. The aged wizard appeared in his mindscape, but what he found odd was a presence that he couldn't feel but definitely hear. Hello, headmaster, said the voice. We have much to discuss, you and I. Albus could only nod and made himself comfortable, preparing for a revelation with the potential to rival any experience in his 100 years of life. Harry snickered as he watched some of the students roaming the halls after curfew. He found out that Hogwarts was the ultimate spy game using his connection with the castle. He could literally see and hear anywhere in the castle, though he couldn't see all of them at once. The young Potter Lord was currently watching a pair of students, a Slytherin and a Gryffindor, running away from Filch. The Hogwarts caretaker found them in one of the broom closets on the 4th floor, and immediately gave chase. Harry wondered if Filch could catch them, though his bet was on Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat. Harry was brought out of his amusement when he felt Hogwarts' presence enter his mind with a passenger. "Oh my, where in the world are we?" asked Headmaster Dumbledore as he appeared in Harry's mindscape like a spectre, since he was somewhat transparent. Harry stood from his chair and surprised the headmaster with his presence. "Good evening, Headmaster, or is it morning already?" "Welcome to my mind," greeted Harry as he faced the aged wizard. "Indeed it is, Apprentice Potter," said Dumbledore as he looked around the library in amazement. He knew that the boy was talented, but he didn't know the extent of such talent. The organization of the boy's mind was quite uncanny for someone his age, and the boy could only grow from there. "Hogwarts informed me of what happened, and I can only say that I'm quite surprised. Nothing is ever normal with you, is it, my boy?" Harry just shook his head and conjured a chair beside his own, before beckoning the headmaster to sit. Despite being somewhat transparent, the headmaster was also solid at the same time, since he sat without any problems. It put him on the edge, but he trusted Hogwarts to act just in case the aged wizard decided to tinker around, though he could protect himself if needed. "Nothing is ever normal in my life, Headmaster," Harry said as he smiled sadly to the aged wizard, which caused the same wizard to do the same anyway. "Did Hogwarts explain to you what happened?" "She did, Mr. Potter." "Please, Professor. I already offered before to call me Harry when we're not in public company." "Thank you, Harry," said Albus with a smile. "Now, Hogwarts told me that the ancient wards are now live to protect the school, and you're currently in the process of rooting some problems out. Is this true?" "Yes, Professor, but there are a few that eludes me as to why it is considered a threat," said Harry before indicating the mirror showing various images both in and out of the school. "As you can see, Professor, this mirror here is connected to the wards and shows me those that Hogwarts deems a threat." "Indeed," murmured the headmaster as he checked out the various locations in the school depicted on the mirror. He recognized most of them being unused areas of the castle, though he was slightly curious as to where the room that holds a lot of junk was located. However, he paled slightly when he saw the Cerberus shown on the mirror. "I am quite confused as to some of these images as well, but maybe we can discuss that later. Show me those that confused you, my boy, maybe we can shed some answers together." Harry nodded and made a mental command to focus on images that he wanted to discuss with the headmaster, mainly the Cerberus, which caused the headmaster to pale slightly, since the aged wizard didn't want to explain to Harry as to why a potentially dangerous creature was inside the castle, though the headmaster was resigned to the fact that the young Potter Lord would pick on that first than everything else. Of course, Harry saw the headmaster's reaction when the image was magnified on mirror. "Headmaster, would you enlighten me as to why a Cerberus is inside my ancestor's school within easy access by the students?" Harry asked coldly towards the headmaster. Albus sighed. It seems that all he was doing with Harry James Potter was explaining his actions. He couldn't erase the boy's memories of this or lie to him with the abilities he possessed. Again, it was time to explain his side of the equation. The Sorting Hat's warning regarding Harry's trust issues came to the forefront of his mind, which made the headmaster concede that it would be more forthcoming to be honest with the boy. He already made a mistake twice, the Dursley and the letter last summer, so wasn't too keen to make any more. "Before we get into that, Harry, let me explain to you what happened this summer." "Of course, Headmaster, we have all the time in the world right now. Please continue," asked Harry in a deceptively calm voice, which made the headmaster wince. Albus knew of Harry's connection with the founders, which made the boy the owner of the school by technicality. He just didn't know the extent of such ownership and what it entailed, though he could see some of the extent of it with the current situation he found himself in with the boy. "This summer, a friend of mine by the name of Nicholas Flamel approached me for help," started Albus, but was interrupted by a curious Harry. "The alchemist?" asked Harry curiously. "You know of him, my boy?" asked Albus in surprise. It seems that nothing escapes Harry James Potter, which made Albus mentally smile at the child's mental capabilities. "Of course, Headmaster, Nicholas Flamel is quite a famous name in wizarding history. If I recall, his name and achievements are also noted in the Chocolate Frog cards, namely the Philosopher's Stone and your work with him to determine the 12 uses of a dragon's blood," Harry explained, showing to the headmaster his knowledge of wizarding facts. "Indeed. You surprise me yet again with your knowledge, Harry, but I digress. Nicholas approached me this summer to ask me to protect his most prized possession." This made Harry's eyebrows rise in surprise. Considering this was Nicholas Flamel they were talking about, it could only mean. "Don't tell me this is about the Philosopher's Stone, Headmaster," Harry asked incredulously. Albus nodded with a grave look on his face. Yes, Harry. Albus confirmed Harry's suspicion with a nod. Nicholas asked me to safeguard his prized achievement to make sure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. For 2 years now, Nicholas and his wife, Pernell, informed me that some shady characters had been keeping a lookout over their actions, as well as their home. Considering that the bulk of their possessions are in Gringotts for safekeeping, it only stands to reason that these characters are after one particular item that holds so much value to our world. Harry nodded in understanding. No thief would ever pass up the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Not only was its creation an absolute secret, its capability of turning lead to gold, as well as prolonging one's lifespan through the creation of the elixir of life, was a trap for anyone who wanted to have that much power at their disposal. I immediately agreed to accept Nicholas's request and took the stone under my protection. At first, I placed the stone in one of my old vaults in Gringotts, but news came to me that someone was planning to steal it from under the noses of the goblins, so I took the next logical step. Wait, stealing from a goblin, especially for high-security buildings such as Gringotts, is tantamount to suicide. The goblins would never allow it, said Harry in conviction. His foray into the Potter family vault cemented Harry's trust in the goblin race's method in safekeeping the riches under their building. Aside from the protective enchantments on the vaults, there were also goblin guards and dragons guarding the catacombs. A thief who manages to enter Gringotts and down into the vaults would either get hacked to pieces or become lunch for the waiting dragons. Albus nodded at Harry's description of the goblin bank. Correct, of course, but I didn't want to take that chance. Keep in mind, Harry, that a resourceful witch or wizard can do anything if they put their mind to it. I don't want to take that risk, so I immediately dispatched Hagrid to take the stone from Gringotts and bring it to me here in Hogwarts, the only place I know that would be safe from anyone attempting to steal it. Harry nodded in understanding. Hogwarts was well known for being one of the safest places in all of Wizarding Britain. Aside from the protective enchantments of the castle, the professional witches and wizards residing in the place would surely provide ample protection for anyone, or anything, in it. I understand where you're coming from, Headmaster. So I take it that the Cerberus is guarding the entrance to the chamber holding this stone? Asked Harry as he eyed the trapdoor the dog was sitting on. It is one of the protections, yes. Agreed the headmaster. Harry's eyebrow rose at the admittance. Harry saw the slip that the stone was guarded by something else other than the Cerberus. He mentally pushed that aside to be asked later. So you let a potentially lethal creature inside the school to protect the chamber leading to the stone. The creature, I might add, located in a room within easy access to the student. Asked Harry, disbelief marring his voice. Albus looked at Harry in exasperation, a look that Harry found refreshing and amusing. Harry, I think you have me in the wrong light. Even I'm not that desperate to guard the stone at the expense of the student's safety. The room where the Cerberus is housed is heavily enchanted, so the dog couldn't get out without my express permission. It is relatively safe, I assure you. Harry immediately saw weakness in that statement. Really? But what if a student enters the room where the Cerberus is keeping guard? Harry saw the dawning of a realization on the headmaster's face. Let me guess, there is no enchantment whatsoever keeping the students out of the room if they wanted to go in. Albus paled at the slight oversight which Harry saw. Sighing, Harry turned to the mirror before speaking to the headmaster. Headmaster, I think you're getting too old at this planning thing. Chided Harry with a slight twitch on his lips. Albus didn't say anything but leveled Harry a mock glare. Harry raised both his hands in surrender. Fine. You're not that old even if you really are. Joked Harry, which made the headmaster's eye twitch in annoyance. It was amusing for Harry to see the famous wizard showing human emotions for a change. Joking aside, what do you think is necessary to make sure that the students won't make their way to the room? Albus scratched at his almost transparent beard, deep in thought. As far as I know, there is only one way going into that corridor and that is through the grand staircase. Of course, it is always moving, so the stairs would have to move to that specific area in order for any student to reach the place, said Albus, eyeing the mirror while deep in thought. Harry rolled his eyes and decided to make sure that there was no other way in that wing of the castle. Hogwarts, could you please show us all the possible entrances to the third-floor corridor on the west wing? Asked Harry. As you wish, my lord, was all Hogwarts' reply as the image of the third-floor corridor minimized while 3 more images appeared. You recognize these places, headmaster? Asked Harry, trying to determine where the other 2 areas were in the castle. He recognized the one as the grand staircase of Hogwarts that was perpetually on the move. And yes, I do recognize them. This one over here is the portrait on the 2nd floor, practically below the same portrait on the 3rd floor a few rooms away from the Cerberus's chamber. The second one seems to be a secret corridor behind a tapestry similar to a hidden alcove located in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library. Lastly, the grand staircase, explained the headmaster as he pointed to each one. A frown marred his face. I didn't know that these passages exist. I wonder if there is a way to remedy this oversight. Let's ask Hogwarts, headmaster, since I'm sure that she could do something about them. suggested Harry before addressing the school. Hogwarts, is there a way to block these entrances to the third floor? There is, my lord, but it would take some of your magic to power these changes, since the reservoir for the ancient wards are currently unavailable to you while they are being recharged. How much of a drain it would take to make these changes? And what would these changes be? Asked Harry, since he wanted to protect the stone as well, since it was within his power to do so. The Philosopher's Stone was a prize he didn't want anyone other than its creator to have. At your current level, my lord, I would say a third of it to make these changes come to pass to ensure the safety of the Cerberus's chamber. The grand staircase needs to be reprogrammed, specifically to change the enchantment of the staircase itself to divert one to a tapestry, and temporarily stay there unless the change is lifted. The 2 hidden passageways can be easily blocked. I can command the castle's structure to place a wall inside these passages to block any entrance to and from the 3rd floor. Harry looked at the headmaster, who was looking at Harry in amazement. Are these measures to your liking, headmaster? Considering what Hogwarts told us, the drain on my core isn't much, and would only take a night's rest to recuperate. Asked Harry, raising one of his eyebrows as a silent question if the headmaster wanted to go through with it or not. If you think that it is safe for you to do so, then you may proceed. Harry, Albus said in happiness. He was right, working along with the young Potter was much better than keeping him in the dark, but there were some secrets too early to tell, and he vowed to only discuss them if Harry confronted him with them. Harry nodded before addressing Hogwarts. Hogwarts, please enact these changes you suggested. Harry commanded the castle's manifestation. Immediately he could feel the drain on his magical core through his connection with the ward stone. He saw in the mirror that the changes were being put into effect. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor corridor moved until it stopped, leading to a wall with a portrait of a young woman picking flowers on a summer day. A solid wall of grey stone was being erected brick by brick in the middle of the 2 passageways, which glowed a bit before going back to normal. Why did the walls glow? Asked Harry in curiosity while he was examining his magical core. He could see in his mind's eye the amount drained from him to the stone, but he could see that it was slowly being recharged. He might not need a full night's sleep after all. I placed an enchantment on the walls to make sure that they are indestructible to most spells, my lord, replied the skull's manifestation. Harry nodded before looking at the headmaster, who was looking at the immediate change in the skull in awe. Outstanding, my boy. It seems that you have complete control over Hogwarts' physical structure. I think it would be safe to say that the skull would be quite safe with you around, safeguarding the defenses. Albus exclaimed with excitement in his voice. Thank you, headmaster, Harry said with a nod. Now that's over and done with, the next agenda on the list is to ask you what other defenses you have for the stone. Albus nodded before launching into an explanation. The faculty decided to lend a hand in providing the ultimate protection for the stone while it is residing in Hogwarts. As you can see, the Cerberus was provided by Hagrid, since that is his pet. The next defense is a tangible mess of Devil's Snare provided by Professor Sprout, followed by flying keys, one of which is needed to open a heavily locked door to gain entrance to the next set of protection, Professor McGonagall's animated chess set. You need to beat it in order to pass unmolested. Professor Snape provided the next protection, a logic puzzle involving potions, one of which holds the correct formula to bypass the intense flames guarding the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone. I am still undecided as to what protection to add as a final deterrent to any thief who may want to steal it. While Albus was listing down the various defenses protecting the Philosopher's Stone, Harry instructed Hogwarts to show these protections to the mirror. Harry studied them intently as the headmaster continued his explanation. He found one single flaw in them. Headmaster, I can see a single flaw to these protections. From the looks of it, you made the protection possible to bypass if they know how it is done. Does this mean that you are aiming to lay a trap for the thief? Asked Harry. Albus nodded, caught red-handed with his plan. You're correct, Harry. Protecting the stone forever in the skull is not a good idea, since the location would be revealed to the public once the thief is discovered, prompting others to give it a try. So I intend to trap the thief and avoid having it leaked to the public too. Keep it a secret. Once the threat to the stone is neutralized, Nicholas and I can devise another method to safeguard it, but if that is impossible, then the only recourse is to destroy the stone. Harry frowned at hearing the last part, since destroying an alchemical treasure trove was a slight to his aim to acquire knowledge to further expand his growing abilities. Such is the case, he needed to make sure that such a thing doesn't happen. He could help in the future once the thief is caught, but he needed to concentrate in coming up with a way to trap the thief and make sure that there is no way out. An idea popped into his head that made him grin. Headmaster, would it be alright with you if I use my connection with Hogwarts to create my own set of protections for the stone? I will. Leave the current defenses in place. I am just going to add something to them to make sure that the thief is properly detained before or after the stone is acquired. Asked Harry, plans already formulating in his head to make sure there were no loopholes that the thief could exploit. Albus was momentarily shocked at the offer, and couldn't help but smile at the willingness Harry would go through to help those in need. It seems that the boy was the perfect combination of his parents' James' stubbornness and Lily's kindness, partnered that with the boy's prodigious mind. Albus pitied the thief if he or she ever came in contact with the young Potter's protection towards the Philosopher's Stone. Be my guests, my boy. Albus gave his blessing, causing Harry to release a mischievous grin on his face. The grin made the headmaster give a silent prayer to the survival of the thief, whoever they may be. Would it be safe to say that you already have an idea on what to do? Harry nodded, grin not leaving his face. I have a rough idea in mind, headmaster, and it will take a few days of proper planning to make sure that it's foolproof. I'll keep a secret for now as a surprise. Albus gave off a merry chuckle. Indeed. I'm looking forward to it, my boy. Now, why don't we go over the rest of the threats that Hogwarts showed you, since it's getting a bit late for the both us, though I dare say you don't need it, since you only have flying lessons and potions tomorrow. Yes, headmaster. We can discuss the others at a later time, since we can't do anything about it with the lack of power from the wards, but there are only 3 that I need your help with since I am of a loss as to what they may be, said Harry, while willing the mirror to show him the 3 images that he wanted to discuss with the headmaster. As you can see, headmaster, we have here the Dada classroom, Professor Quirrell, and finally, we have Ron Weasley and his pet rat. Harry then proceeded to explain his observation when he scanned the Dada classroom and Professor Quirrell during his class with the man. Dumbledore had a thoughtful look on his face when Harry finished his explanation of his first Dada class. He even told the headmaster that he found the rat familiar but couldn't place it at the moment. Did you know, Harry, that there is a curse on the defense against the dark arts position? Asked the headmaster finally, after spending a few seconds of silence gathering his thoughts. The curse, Professor? Asked Harry in surprise. Albus nodded. If that is the case, then that would explain the tendrils I sense from the classroom reaching out to the professor. The question is, who created the curse and why the Dada classroom? Albus gave Harry a proud smile which made the young Potter Lord blush a bit. You asked the right questions, my boy, but I digress. The curse was created by Voldemort when I rejected his application as a teacher for defense against the dark arts. His retaliation was in the form of a curse. The curse seems to target the teacher themselves, making sure they don't last a year under the position. They mostly suffer accidents that force them to resign. Albus said tiredly. The Dada position was a constant source of headache for Albus. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of the curse. He tried changing classrooms in theory that the curse was centered in the Dada classroom, but it didn't work when Professor Whitmore was physically attacked by a boggart, and boggarts don't attack physically, only mentally and emotionally. If that is the case, then do you think that there is a connection between the Voldemort and Quirrell, since the curse on the Dada classroom, and the latter seems to have the same magical signature? Asked Harry while narrowing his eyes at the sleeping professor on the mirror. Even now, he could feel the curse from both subjects through his connection with the ward stone. I'm not quite sure, Harry, but there is something different about Professor Quirrell when he returned from his sabbatical in Albania. Before, he was an astounding Dada professor. Now, he is a stuttering man afraid of his own shadow. I can only surmise that Quirrell encountered something in that forest that caused him to be what he is now, explained Albus, also eyeing the sleeping man on the mirror. He did mention in class that he met a vampire in Albania. Harry told the headmaster the stories from the man during his class with him. Albus shook his head. I doubt it if that is the case. I know Quirrell when he was a student here in Hogwarts. He was a talented student back then, exception in Transfiguration, charms, and defense. I'm sure that an altercation with a vampire would not result to such a change in a person. I believe it is something else. I have my suspicions though. Suspicions? It was during the war with Voldemort that I heard a rumor. The Dark Lord left Wizarding Britain and went on a journey to learn the magics of the world. I heard from a reliable source that Voldemort holed himself in the Albanian forest for 2 years. He went in as a human and came out as what people saw him as, a Dark Lord. Albus said sadly. So it is quite possible for Professor Quirrell to be in contact with Voldemort. I thought he is dead, headmaster. Does this mean that he's still alive? Asked Harry with a desperate tone in his voice, as if urging Dumbledore to tell him otherwise. I have my theories on what happened that night back in 1981 when you defeated him. However, I need more proof in the matter. I will try to do a little research and get in touch with the old crowd if they hear anything out of the ordinary that might hint of Voldemort coming back. However, let's focus on the now instead of the future. If Professor Quirrell is really in league with Voldemort, then it is necessary to take action, since I don't want such a threat looming above the students when they consider the castle as a safe haven, said Dumbledore in a determined voice. Harry nodded. His respect for the headmaster went up few notches with that statement. However, something snapped in place at the back of his mind. Professor, is it possible that Voldemort is trying to get his hands on the stone? Asked Harry immediately. This question caught Albus in surprise before a frown marred his face. I hope that is not the case, Harry, since that would mean that Voldemort is actively manipulating the events, which simply points to the direction that he is still alive and roaming the world as it is. If such is the case, then it is necessary that you enact the necessary defense to safeguard the students, as well as the stone from him, if he ever shows his face. Albus said grimly. If Voldemort was after the stone, then it would only mean that the Dark Lord doesn't have a body and required something to bring him back to full power. The Philosopher's Stone could easily do that and more. The aged wizard visibly shuddered at the possibility of the Dark Lord getting his hands on such a powerful artifact. Harry agreed with the headmaster's assessment. A grim look on his face, similar to the aged wizard, was sporting at the possibility of Voldemort coming back to full power using the stone. The reservoir powering the wards is still not at full power. I can command the wards to purge the curse, but without a full reservoir, then my own magical energy will be drained. A mere change to the staircase and the passageways drain a third of my core. If I enact the defenses required to safeguard the student from him, then I'm sure I'll end up in a coma, explained Harry, shoulders drooping. He really wanted to put up the defenses now, but he wasn't foolhardy to do so with the limited amount of magical power he had in his body. He left his suicidal instinct buried deep down into his psyche after the Ward Stone debacle in Potter Manor. So he needed to wait. No matter how much he wanted to protect the school, he wouldn't do so at the risk of his own life. He learned Godric's lesson well. He would not put his parents' sacrifice in vain, just because he wants to be a hero and save the day. Albus nodded. There was nothing they could do about it now but wait. Hopefully, their assumption regarding Voldemort and Quirrell was wrong. But if they were right, Albus hoped that the current defenses safeguarding the stone were enough to deter him until something permanent could be panned out. I see. Then it is imperative that we avoid such scenario. When will the reservoir be filled to maximum capacity? Asked Dumbledore. No matter how much you would like to get rid of the curse and ensure the protection of the school, Albus couldn't let a child be harmed because of it. He already made a mistake in placing Harry with the Dursleys. He will not make another mistake now that would put the boy's life in danger. He would keep him safe, but he would allow the boy to make his own decisions. It was the boy's right to do so. 2 months, Professor, said Harry after a brief mental communication with Hogwarts. Good, then we will meet again in 2 months to make sure that the castle is secure, said Albus as he stood up from his chair. He was about to leave, but he paused and turned to Harry with a proud look in his eyes. I would like to apologize to you again, Harry. I know it was personal of me to send you a letter last summer regarding your actions, but it seems that this old man is wrong yet again. You are far mature than I thought you would be, and I promise you that I will never make the same mistake again. In my eyes, you are now an adult, though still young in years, but an adult in mind. Though I know that you can make your own decision, my door is always open to you if you need my help, offered the headmaster, extending his hand for Harry to shake. Harry gave the headmaster a long look before a smile crossed his face. He took the hand and gave it a good shake. Thank you, headmaster. I am happy to hear that you trust me in regards to my decision. Albus didn't say anything, but simply nodded before disappearing from Harry's mind back to his own body. End of chapter 16. Edited by Corruptmonk. Original story by Rachel, Sorceress of Stories. May 27, 2012. My brother wanted to post Harry's schedule for the year to make sure that some plot holes are covered and questions avoided. Monday, Wednesday. 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock breakfast. 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, Transfiguration, Gryffindor Slytherin. 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock, Herbology, Gryffindor Slytherin. 12 o'clock 1 o'clock lunch. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, Charms, Ravenclaw Hufflepuff. 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Free Block. 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock dinner. 8 o'clock curfew Tuesday Thursday 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock breakfast. 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock History of Magic, Gryffindor Slytherin. 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock Defense Against the Dark Arts, Gryffindor Slytherin. 12 o'clock 1 o'clock lunch. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, Free Block. 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Free Block. 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock dinner. 8 o'clock, curfew. Friday, free day for self-study arrangements with other professors. 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock breakfast. 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, Free Block. 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock flying lessons with Gryffindor Slytherin, first week only. 12 o'clock 1 o'clock lunch. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, potions, Gryffindor Slytherin. 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Free Block. 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock dinner. 9 o'clock to 11 p.m., astronomy, Gryffindor Slytherin Ravenclaw Hufflepuff. Saturday and Sunday, free blocker arrangement with other professors. Chapter 17. Palulu. Here's Chapter 17. Also, please read my note at the end of this chapter for the next update. It will be delayed for a bit since me and my brother are having problems with the plot. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Shadow Sorcerer. Chapter 17. Confrontation and Realization. September 5, 1991, Friday. Morning. It was past 9 in the morning that Harry James Potter exited the apprentice dorm, dragging his feet towards the Great Hall, aiming to get a bite to eat or maybe have a cup or two of coffee, hoping that it would wake him up for his flying lessons with the Gryffindor and Slytherins. He was halfway there when he realized something Breakfast was already over, and the Great Hall would either be empty or filled with students using the large hall as a place to socialize or study for their next lesson. Sighing, he turned around and made his way to the Quidditch pitch. Fortunately, Harry arrived at his destination without seeing any of the students around, since he wasn't in any mood to socialize or hold a conversation with anyone in his current state. He clambered to the bleachers and mentally called out to Flippy for something light to eat to tide him over until lunch, as well as a large mug of coffee to wake him up. He didn't really like the stuff, not liking the bitter taste of the beverage. Flippy appeared with a plate containing 2 large servings of tuna sandwich and a large mug of coffee. Harry thanked the elf for the quick delivery before demolishing the sandwich without pause. Thankfully, it was enough to get rid of his hunger before sipping the beverage with a slight grimace to the taste. It was 5 minutes later that the coffee did its job in waking him up. It was a good thing too, since Daphne, Tracy, and Theo was walking towards him. "Good morning, guys and gals." Harry tiredly greeted the trio. Daphne noticed her friend's tired state. "Didn't get enough sleep, Harry?" asked Daphne in concern while taking the seat next to him. Tracy followed by squatting down on the grass in front of Harry, with Theo flopping down beside her. "Yes," Harry answered with a nod. "I was reading this interesting book on charms that I totally forgot the time. I slept around 4 in the morning, and I just woke up just in time, or I would have been late." Tracy rolled her eyes. "You take this apprentice thing too seriously, Harry. If you keep this up, then you're going to be a living, breathing inferi soon enough," teased the hyperactive Slytherin. Harry scowled at her before taking another sip of coffee. "What's an inferi?" asked Theo, looking at Tracy with a curious look on his face. "An animated corpse," she answered with a shudder. Theo mimicked her before giving Harry an appraising look. "Sure right, Harry, you're not there yet, but give it a month or 2, then you'll definitely look like one," Theo commented with a grin. Harry gave the 2 a mock glare, which was not so convincing considering his tired state. "Har har har. Very funny. Really, I just forgot the time, that's all. I'll ask my house elf to buy me a watch with an alarm spell, to make sure I can keep track of the time while I'm in my dorm," said Harry before taking another sip of his coffee. "Coffee?" asked Daphne. She never knew that her friend was a coffee drinker. It was quite rare in Wizarding Britain, but not unheard of since most in the Isle prefer tea over the bitter beverage. "Yes, though I don't really like it much," admitted Harry with a grimace before taking another sip. "But I need it to wake me up." "Why didn't you go to Madame Pomfrey? I'm sure she could have given you something to wake you up," Daphne suggested with a smile. Harry just shook his head before shuddering at the thought of being under the tender mercies of the school nurse. He never really liked hospitals and infirmaries due to the memories it inspired. He ended up in those places too often because of Dudley and his gang. "Finally found you, Potter," a voice interrupted the group. Harry looked up from his coffee to see Draco Malfoy staring down at him with a sneer. "Mr. Malfoy, a pleasant morning to you," Harry greeted cordially before closing his eyes and taking another sip. "I've been looking for you in the train. Where were you?" asked Malfoy, not liking the fact that Harry wasn't even looking at him. "I was there. You just didn't find me. Why were you looking for me anyway?" he asked the Malfoy air. "I wanted to introduce myself to you and making sure that you associate yourself with the right sort," Malfoy said hotly while giving Tracy, Daphne, and Theo a disdainful look. "From the looks of your current company, I can say that you definitely need my advice there." Harry looked up from his coffee to look at Malfoy straight in the eye, a stoic expression on his face. "What do you mean by the right sort?" asked Harry with a little hint of curiosity in his voice. "Someone that is worthy of your station, of course," Draco answered immediately. "If you want to succeed in the wizarding world, then you need to make friends with the right people. I can help you there." "I see. So does this group of people I should associate with include you, correct?" asked Harry, tilting his head to the side. Harry could see Daphne and Tracy stiffening when he added the last part. Draco nodded with a smile, thinking that Harry finally realized what he meant in terms of association. He was, however, disapproved of that notion when Harry spoke. "I think you had it all wrong, Mr. Malfoy. According to your words, I should associate myself with the right sort, which I think you meant someone that is worthy of my station. Let me ask you, Mr. Malfoy, do you know who I am?" asked Harry in a cold voice, not liking the idea of being controlled as to who he was supposed to befriend in school. "Of course I know who you are. You're Harry Potter, the Potter heir, and the boy who lived." Harry nodded at the answer, taking another calm sip of his morning coffee. He idly noticed that it was running low, trying to decide whether to gulp it all down or just throw it away since he was already wide awake. "I think you got your facts mixed up, Mr. Malfoy. True, I am Harry Potter, but it seems that you missed a few things. I am Lord Harry. James Potter, Lord of the Houses Potter, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Alder. From your words alone, then I should not be associating myself with you, since you are beneath my notice being of a minor house," Harry said coldly, making the boy shiver at his tone. Draco's face burned in embarrassment. How dare Potter mock his noble house? How dare you call Malfoy a minor house? The blonde screamed, causing a lot of Gryffindors and Slytherins to pay attention to their conversation. Harry didn't say anything but snapped his fingers, causing a book to float in the air in front of him. He grabbed the book and leafed through its pages. If you don't know, this book is a compilation of all the wizarding families and their respective ranks, since the creation of Wizarding Britain. It is a self-updating copy given to the Potter family roughly 900 years ago, while magical Britain was still in its infancy. Harry finally found the page he was looking for. According to this book, the Malfoy family came to Wizarding Britain during the 1800s from France. This means that your family barely reached 200 years of being under the laws of Wizarding Britain. Magical Britain was founded by 10 wizarding families, namely the Potters, Bones, Longbottom, Greengrass, Black, Weasley, Crouch, Lestrange, Knott, and Alder. All of these families are automatically given the title Most Ancient and Noble Houses, due to their contribution. Of course, this doesn't include the 4 founders of Hogwarts, which were considered as royalty due to their contribution to our educational system. Such is the case, Mr. Malfoy, please enlighten as to how your family should be within my notice. Draco was currently blushing to the roots of his hair at the embarrassment Potter subjected him into, with only a simple explanation of public facts. Unfortunate, or fortunately in this case, someone decided to rub some salt into the wound. Ha! Weasleys are better than Malfoy. Harry said so. Exulted Ron while giving Malfoy a shit-eating grin. Shut up, Weasley. Your family is so dirt poor that it can never be considered an ancient and noble house. Potter is lying with his facts. That's all there is to it, growled Malfoy, trying to salvage what was left of his dignity by defending his family. Thankfully for the both of them, Harry decided to interrupt their impromptu verbal match. He clapped his hands, causing everyone to look at his cold face, devoid of any emotion. The book floating beside him made for an imposing sight. You know, Mr. Malfoy, I don't really care about rank. What's important to me is to make friends. I don't care about politics or fame. I'm an 11-year-old boy learning all I could about magic. We could have been friends, but I don't like it when people dictate what I can do. I don't rub my family's position on others, but you pushed me into it. Now, if you would be so kind, please leave me alone and don't bother me again until you change your view of the world, Harry said coldly. Everyone could practically feel the temperature drop a few degrees. Malfoy was scared of the emotionless look that the Potter Lord was leveling him. He decided that a strategic retreat was in order, but he couldn't help but leave a few parting words, which further embarrassed him. You regret spurning my offer, Potter. Draco spat, calling up whatever courage he had left in his body. My father will hear about how you humiliated our family. Harry nodded, releasing a bit of his magic into the air to drive his point home. Please do inform your father, Mr. Malfoy. It seems that I need to talk to him regarding your attitude. I know your father, Lucius, would be quite proud as to how you approached the Lord, was all Harry's reply before waving his hand, causing the book to vanish, and walked at a sedate pace towards the middle of the pitch where Madame Hooch was waiting for the class to gather to begin her lessons. Daphne, Tracy, and Theo immediately caught up with the young Potter Lord. My, Harry, I think you overdid it a bit, said Theo, quite impressed in how Potter handled Malfoy without going into a useless argument with the blonde Ponce. Harry simply shook his head and looked at him with a smile, telling the boy and the 2 girls that he was back to his normal jolly self. I don't think so, Theo. What I did back there was to make a point. I have always relied on myself since I learned how to walk, and I don't really like it when people dictate what I need to do, especially when there's no point in doing it. Malfoy back there was trying to get me under his wing to flaunt his association with me, thus increasing his stature in the unofficial hierarchy of Hogwarts. I don't like it when people use me as part of their games, explained Harry to Theo with a smile, who simply nodded in understanding. Well, whatever you did back there was good in my book. Malfoy had been lording over Slytherin ever since he got sorted into the house. He didn't know that his action caused quite a lot of the older students to look at him in disdain. That wasn't how Slytherin's supposed to work. In gathering power and prestige, the House of Snakes is supposed to be cunning, and Malfoy doesn't have an ounce of cunning in his body to even quality for the leadership of the house, said Daphne with a sniff. That is what you call politics, Daphne. That is simply how the world works, said Harry before turning to Tracy. You see, Tracy, what I did back there was similar to what you should have done with Pansy while she was sprouting off her betrothal to Malfoy. If you don't stand up to what you believe in, then you are just playing to their tune. True, you might not be on their level when it comes to rank, but you should be proud of who you are and what you can do. If they don't change, then simply ignore them. Nothing good will come out of it if you fight over their beliefs. Tracy simply nodded and was about to say something when someone butted into their conversation. What are you doing with those slimy snakes, Harry? Came the voice of one Ronald Weasley. Unfortunately for him, Harry wasn't in the mood to do the same thing he did with Malfoy all over again. Come again, Mr. Weasley? Asked Harry in a deceptively calm voice. Daphne, Tracy, and Theo immediately sensed the storm that was Harry James Potter, so they backed away to avoid being part of the collateral damage. I mean, Harry, you should hanging out with us Gryffindors. I mean, your parents wouldn't want you to make friends with Slytherins. They'll just stab you in the back. said Ron while being totally unaware of the storm brewing in Harry's eyes upon the mention of his parents. Everyone immediately felt the presence of palpable magic in the air as Harry's temper escalated. Mr. Weasley, I suggest that you close your mouth before something bad happens. Harry warned the Redeed. Come on, Harry. We're friends. I'm just telling you the truth, you know, said Ron with a laugh, totally oblivious to the ire building. Inside, Harry waiting to erupt. Now come over here and join you. What Ron was about to say was cut off when Harry stretched out his hand to envelop the boy in a silencing spell. Using his telekinetic powers, Harry levitated Ron a few feet above the ground and pulled the boy towards him, stopping just a few inches away from him. Don't you dare talk about my parents, Weasley. Harry snarled at Ron's face, who was eyeing him in fear. I was trying to be polite, but you forced my hand. You don't know what my parents want and you don't even know what I want. As I told Malfoy, I don't like it when people tell me what I should and should not do. I am my own man, Weasley, and don't you forget it, or I will be forced to permanently shut your mouth. Propriety be damned. With that, Harry clenched his control over his powers and threw Ron away from him, causing the boy to land on the dirt with a thud, skidding back a few feet, dazed. Fuming, Harry turned and continued his trek towards Madame Hooch, who was also walking towards them with a curious look on her face. Harry didn't know that his confrontation with both Weasley and Malfoy cemented the first-year students' view of him right there and then. The first-year Gryffindors saw Harry as an alpha of the pack, someone that should never be crossed or angered. Their brief stint with him during Transfiguration cemented the fact that Potter was leagues above them, but never rubbed his superiority over his peers. He treated them as equals and helped them using his own skills and knowledge. He was generous to a fault, but in a right way. True, Harry might have put Ron Weasley in his place, but what they heard when the Redeed tried to get Harry away from those he treated as friends was an idiotic move for someone who spouted talk of being a perfect Gryffindor. Everyone learned a good lesson that day. It was never a good idea to speak to Harry's parents in a negative way, since the boy had the power to throw you away without even raising a wand. The first-year Slytherins, however, had a much different view of Harry after the confrontation. They clearly admired and respected him for defending his friends who belonged in their house. At first, they thought of Potter as someone who followed Gryffindor ideals and would automatically hate everything that was Slytherin. It came to a shock when they discovered that Potter made friends with 3 people in their house. He respected them and treated them as equals. The idea that Malfoy made him an enemy made them wince, though they inwardly hoped that it was just the blonde Ponce and not Slytherin itself. Harry might now know it, but his reputation would be further improved as the students who saw the altercation gave their own testimony to the rumor mill that was Hogwarts. The flying lesson with Madame Hooch went off without a hitch, since the students were somewhat subdued after they saw the power that Harry Potter displayed when confronted by Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy. Madame Hooch immediately asked the Hogwarts apprentice on what happened. The Potter Lord simply told the teacher that some disagreements came up between him and the 2 boys, but was already solved. Of course, since Madame Hooch already knew about Harry's maturity, just gave him a nod before ushering towards the brooms lying on the grass to start the lesson. Harry realized that flying was quite fun. According to Madame Hooch, he inherited his father's skill in flying, that it was a waste that he wouldn't be part of the Quidditch team. Harry blushed at the praise, with his trio of friends snickering at him for showing a moment of weakness, much to the young Potter's consternation. Nothing interesting happened as the lesson progressed, except for the fact that Harry was able to save Neville before he was thrown off his broom. The Longbottom heir thanked him profusely, but Harry just waved it off before giving the chubby boy a smile. However, Neville told Harry that he wanted to meet with him later, since he had something to discuss with him regarding his new wand. Harry immediately agreed to meet during the weekends, mostly Sunday, since he had plenty to do on Saturday. With that business done, Harry just leisurely flew round the pitch while escorting a stiff Daphne, a giggling Tracy, and an amused Theo. Neville joined them later, though he was quite shaky with his flying, despite the encouragements Harry threw at him to keep his confidence up. They didn't even bat an eyelash when they heard Ron challenging Draco to a brooms race as they flew around. Thankfully, Madame Hooch was there to stop it from further escalating, and ordered everyone to land and return to the castle, but not before deducting 5 points each from both Ron and Draco for not following her instructions. It was around lunchtime when Harry entered the Great Hall. Students were at their own respective tables enjoying the scrumptious Hogwarts food while chatting with their friends. Deciding to forgo Slytherin this time, Harry made a beeline to the Hufflepuff table. Harry spotted Amelia Bones' niece in the vacant seat beside her. Making up his mind, Harry approached the brown-haired girl. "Hi, can I join you?" said Harry while pointing at the vacant seat beside the girl. Susan Bones, who was busy talking to her friend, Hannah Abbott, was surprised that the Harry Potter was asking to take the seat beside her. Thankfully, she had been briefed by her aunt regarding their meeting with the boy who lived back at the ministry, so she had an idea what she was dealing with. "Sure, Mr. Potter, please take a seat," said Susan with a smile, fighting down the urge to blush. That smile of his should be banned. "Thank you," Harry said with a smile before sitting down. "Please, call me Harry. you're Amelia Bones' niece, right? Susan was surprised that Harry knew her. Thank you, Harry. Yes, Amelia Bones is my aunt. I'm surprised that you know me. I believe that this is the first time we've met, said Susan in surprise while giving Harry a curious look. I saw you with Madame Bones in the platform getting on the train. I was in the last compartment and I believe you were 3 compartments before mine, replied Harry before placing some potatoes and roast beef on his plate. It wasn't his usual fare for lunch, but he was quite hungry. Ah, that would explain it, I guess, Susan said with a nod. She then felt her friend elbowing her on the ribs. Oh, I would like to introduce you to my best friend, Hannah Abbott. Hannah blushed immediately when Harry switched his gaze from Susan to her. Of course, Harry saw the blush and smiled at the shy girl, trying to put her at ease to no avail. Hello, Mr. Potter, Hannah said while offering her hand out to him to shake. Harry had a different plan. He took her hand, but instead of shaking it, he turned it palms down and kissing her knuckle, causing the poor girl to blush like a ripe tomato. A pleasure to meet you as well, Hannah. Please call me Harry. Everyone does, said Harry with a cheeky smile before letting go of her hand. So, how have you girls been? Enjoying Hogwarts? Oh yes, it is a wonderful experience. I'm happy that I ended up in Hufflepuff. Bones have always been puffs, exclaimed Susan with a happy smile on her face. Same with the Abbotts too. Interesting. I didn't know that. I guess if the Sorting Hat sorted me normally then I would have ended up in Gryffindor, said Harry, shuddering at the last part. He really couldn't picture himself in the House of Lions. Seeing the curious look in both Susan and Hannah's face at his declaration, he decided to elaborate. The Sorting Hat told me that I have qualities of all 4 houses, so he was having a hard time sorting me to a specific house. So instead of a house, the Hat placed me in Hogwarts as an apprentice. Both girls nodded at the explanation. It was quite rare for a person to have qualities of all 4 houses possible, yes, but rare. However, Susan saw something in Harry's reaction that piqued her curiosity. Why the shudder, Harry? You don't like Gryffindors? Susan asked curiously, though everyone within hearing distance of the two was curious as well. It's not that I don't like Gryffindors, but I don't like the idea of being put on a pedestal. One of the reasons that I like Hufflepuff so much is because they treat me as me. Sure, some of them might have seen me as the boy who lived and all the crap, but I still get treated like a normal wizard, no expectations, but a fellow student. If I ended up in the Lion's Den, I'm sure that a lot of students there will have high expectations of me. I don't want that. I'm here in Hogwarts to study, not to conform to the desires of the masses, explained Harry. How about the Ravenclaws then? I saw you shudder when you checked out their table, asked Hannah. Harry grinned at her, causing her to blush. Observant, aren't you? Harry teased. Well, the Ravenclaws aren't all that bad. I just don't like the questions they are bound to ask me about my life, my capabilities, knowledge of magic, or even being an apprentice. I can handle attention just fine, I just don't like it when people start to get invasive of my privacy. Oh? I guess that's reasonable. I'm happy that you get to relax with us here in the Hufflepuff table, Harry, and know that you're always welcome here in our group, said Susan with complete honesty on her face. The rest of the Puffs who were listening in nodded at the invitation. Thank you, Susan, said Harry with a smile before digging into his food since he was quite hungry. The tuna sandwich Flippy gave him before flying lesson was forgotten history. Harry had fun making friends with the Hufflepuffs, especially Susan and Hannah. Conversation went wild as they enjoyed a delectable lunch. It was 5 minutes before the bell was about to ring that Harry excused himself from the table before heading towards the dungeons for his potions class with the Gryffindors and Slytherins. Severus Snape was making his way to the dungeons for the start of his potions class with the Gryffindors and Slytherins. He grimaced at having the rowdy lions in his precious classroom, but he could not disallow them entrance, since it was their right to learn from him. He would do it, but doesn't mean that he had to like it. As he neared the classroom, he realized that this class would host the apprentice of Hogwarts, Harry James Potter. A small twitch on his lips was visible when he remembered the meeting after the interview with the boy up in the headmaster's office. A simple meeting became a heated debate on what to teach the boy. According to Phileas, the boy was a diamond in the rough, who requires thorough polishing if he was going to shine. Severus scoffed at that. The boy was already shining like the damned sun. To be honest, Severus was quite impressed with the boy. He saw nothing of James Potter in his persona, but he could never deny the fact that there was a lot of Lily in him. In fact, Severus could safely say that Potter was a blend of both his parents' good qualities, and possibly none of the bad. As he ran through his mind his opening speech for the class, he realized that he needed to change his approach towards the lessons, if he wanted to properly teach the boy. He could even make use of the boy's knowledge in elementary potion safety and preparation. After all, if the Potter boy's dedication towards knowledge was to be used as a base, then the next 7 years would be an eye-opening experience, especially for him. Besides, the boy needed to prove himself to be his apprentice, and the best way to do that was for the boy to showcase his knowledge to the class. He grinned, and anyone who saw the bat of the dungeon grinning would have run for the hills, screaming. Harry was sitting at the front of the potions classroom with some of his Slytherin peers when Professor Severus Snape entered the door with a bang, causing a lot of students to drop whatever they were doing and focus their attention on the snarky professor. Harry couldn't help but admire the casual, yet intimidating way the potions professors walked, robes billowing behind him. He wondered if it was natural or under spell. He was cut off from his musings when Professor Snape addressed the class. "Welcome to your first potions class here in Hogwarts," drawled Professor Snape in his no-nonsense voice. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. There will be no wand waving in this class, as you would be concentrating on the actual process of brewing potions, starting from the tools used, ingredients, and of course, the brewing process itself." Snape looked around and was quite happy, though he didn't show it, that he had the collective attention of the class. Even Potter was focusing on him with an intensity that could rival a potion master. "Perfect. Before we begin with practical potion making, I will entreat the services of Apprentice Potter to teach you the rudiments of potion making preparation and safety." He turned to a surprised Potter who was looking at him incredulously. Severus mentally patted himself on the back for catching Potter by surprise. "Apprentice Potter, please take the floor and get started. You have the entire hour to teach the class everything you know on brewing preparation and safety. Begin," he barked before walking to his desk and taking a seat. Harry sighed at being cornered yet again to teach the class. Thankfully, Professor Snape instructed him to teach only preparation and safety, something that he thoroughly studied during his summer stint back in Potter Manor. Sighing again before squaring his shoulders, Harry stood up from his desk and moved to the front of the class. Seeing the lack of visual aids, he waved his hands to conjure a slanted table, and conjured the different tools used in brewing potions: a thame, chopping board, cauldron, weighing scale, vials, and so on. These were merely imitation of the original, but it would serve as a visual aid to properly teach the class. He started his lesson exactly how the book taught him. He first described the various tools commonly used in potions making. He demonstrated the different methods in how to properly prepare the ingredients and the methods that came with it, as well as some safety measures, like making sure that all the ingredients are properly arranged in order of being added to the potion, checking the intensity of the fire, double-checking the instructions on the book to avoid accidents, and of course, the two important spells used in potion making. But before he could do latter, he needed to ask permission, since the professor clearly stated the lack of wand use in the class. "Professor, I would like to ask your permission to let the student use their wands, so I could teach them two important spells that a brewer should know," asked Harry, turning towards the professor who was observing him intensely with his onyx eyes. "Interesting. What spells will you be teaching them, Apprentice Potter?" asked an intrigued Snape. "The stasis charm and a localized shield spell, Professor," Harry replied with a smile. Professor Snape was inwardly shocked that Potter knew about these two spells. It seems that the boy's claim of studying the basics of safety and preparation was truth. He nodded at the boy, who turned to the class for the final part of the lesson. "Before I end this lesson on potion making safety and preparation, I would like everyone to take out their wands, so I could teach you two useful spells commonly used in brewing," said Harry before conjuring an imitation wand so he could demonstrate the wand movements. He didn't need it, but the students in front of him didn't have his control over magic. "Now, the first spell I will teach you is a localized shield spell that will protect your cauldron from outside forces. This is mainly used to make sure that no outside items end up in your potion that could ruin everything. The incantation of the spell is Scutum Lebitum. There is no wand movement. All you need to do is to slide the tip of your wand on the rim of your cauldron starting from the south in a clockwise motion. Once you complete the circle, tap the rim of the cauldron 3 times before saying the incantation. Observe." Harry conjured a cauldron in front of him with a wave of his free hand. Following his own instruction, he pointed the tip of his wand and slid it across the rim in a clockwise manner. He then tapped the rim 3 times before saying the spell. "Scutum Lebitum," Harry incanted in a clear voice that could be heard by everyone in the classroom. An almost transparent dome of magic appeared over the cauldron. Harry nodded at the successful spell before addressing the class. "As you can see, the cauldron is now protected by a shield keyed to your magical signature. Only the caster can enter the shield. Can I ask for a volunteer to throw something into the cauldron to prove the validity of the spell?" asked Harry while looking at the students, waiting for one of them to volunteer. Malfoy saw his chance in humiliating Potter, so he took out a parchment and balled it in his hands. He chucked it at the cauldron but was shocked when it simply bounced off the shield. Harry saw this and gave Malfoy a winning smile. "Thank you for volunteering, Mr. Malfoy," said Harry with a nod towards a fuming blonde before addressed the whole class again. "As you can see, solid objects will not be allowed through the shield unless it is from the caster's hands." Harry saw the students taking down notes while others were practicing the spell on their own cauldron. He must have taught them well since all of them succeeded on the first try. "The next spell I will teach you is called the Stasis Charm. There are times that you will be interrupted in your brewing that pausing from a step would ruin the entire potion. This is the case when you are working against the clock. This spell is useful for such a situation. The charm will put the entire cauldron in a form of stasis, making it immune to the flow of time. Keep in mind that this only works in potions, and using it on a human being wouldn't work. The incantation is Habitus Perpetua. The one movement is a diagonal slash, followed by an upward flick towards your target. Cancelling the spell requires a simple finite. Harry performed the spell in front of the class, causing the cauldron to glow a bright yellow before dying down. He also performed the counter to show his peers how it's done. Since he was done with the lesson, Harry gave Professor Snape a bow before going back to his seat. Everyone in class, except for a few, was giving Harry an impressed look. "Thank you, Apprentice Potter, that was properly delivered and you didn't miss anything important," said Snape with a nod towards Harry, who returned it with a smile. "For the next hour, you will find a partner. That person will be your partner for the year, so choose well. Apprentice Potter, you will be bringing your potion on the counter beside my table." Snape waved his wand over to the board, revealing the instructions for the boil-reducing potion. "You will be bringing a boil-reducing potion. The instruction is both on the board and on your books. You have an hour. Begin." Snape beckoned for Harry towards the counter where he would be working on his potion. Nodding, Harry went to the cupboard with the rest of the students to get the needed ingredients, so he could get started with his first stint of brewing. Harry looked down at the blue mixture in his cauldron with approval. He already finished with the brewing of the boil-reducing potion, and the last step was to bottle it. He turned off the fire underneath the cauldron and took a ladle, while an empty vial floated to him from the other end of the table. Harry grabbed the vial without looking at it, and carefully tipped the full ladle over to the rim, slowly pouring the finished potion in until it was full. Studying the potion carefully in front of his eyes, Harry nodded before putting on the stopper to make sure that it stayed fresh until it was used. He even charmed the vial unbreakable just in case. Harry mused that he should have taught that to his peers, but shrugged it off, since he could do so next time if the professor gave him a chance to do so. Harry placed the full vial of boil-reducing potion in a stand that looked similar to a test tube rack before cleaning the surface of his work table. He floated the cauldron over to the sink and started washing it thoroughly with soap and water. When that was done, he dried it with thought and had it float over to his counter ready for the next potion to be brewed. Nodding at a job well done both at the potion and the clean work table, Harry grabbed the vial and walked over to Professor Snape to present to him his finished assignment. "I'm done, Professor," declared Harry while passing the vial to the potions master. Snape took the vial and examined it. Seeing that it was the right color, he removed the stopper and smelled the aroma, as well as testing the thickness of the potion with his finger. Nodding in approval, he replaced the stopper and placed the vial on the desk before marking it with an outstanding dot. "Great work, Apprentice Potter, as expected from someone of your caliber. Now I want you to wait on your table since we will be having a meeting after the class. Do you have any appointments after this?" asked Snape. Harry shook his head in negative. "No, Professor. I'm free until curfew," said Harry. "Besides, I also wanted to discuss something with you outside of potions if you would allow it." "Agreed," said Snape with a nod. "Please wait by your station and we will talk after class." Seeing it as a dismissal, Harry walked over to his work table and took a seat. Since he still had 10 minutes before class ends, he decided to pull out his potions text to read in advance the next potion they would be brewing. He was so immersed in his reading that he didn't notice 4 sets of eyes looking at him, dark onyx studying him, brown looking at him in sorrow, blue eyes in jealousy, and grey eyes in anger. Edited by Corruptmonk. Original story by Rachel, Sorceress of Stories, May 28, 2012. Hi, my beloved readers, Chapter 18 won't be up tomorrow. There were some problems with the plot that would clash with future chapters. Need to properly iron it out to avoid plot holes and inconsistencies in the future. Sorry for the delay, folks. Attention. Sorry this isn't an update, and I posted this at the behest of my sister. She asked me to pull out this story from my profile, since she will be putting it up in hers when the Christmas break comes around. She apologizes for those who are following this story for her lack of updates. She is so busy with school, projects and homework keeps piling up since it's her graduation year, and the death of our grandmother is putting a damper on her muse. I will pull down this story in 2 days, and will inform her readers in time to the location of her profile here in f.net. Another note, I will be putting up my own version of Shadow Sorcerer, a shy different from her work. Look forward to it. It was the 3rd story I worked on but never published. Hopefully, I will have it edited and up soon after working on 2 chapters of my Harry Potter Naruto crossover. Cheers. Corruptmonk and Sorceress of Stories.